Welcome, everybody, to episode number 72 of the Dragon's Den podcast. My name's Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Joe. Welcome to the show. We're joined tonight by Mrs. Spoopy down there on the bottom right now. Sir Spoopy will be back here in just a minute. Brandon will be back. He had to go get some dinner ready for the kids, I think. Matt will be on a little bit, and maybe we'll see the Faceless Dragon as well. Got to get on to Aaron. He's been on here in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Brother, like he's been the missing dragon so far. Even though he was telling me in the chat, he and Brandon have a special segment they want to go over.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Which I'm kind of curious what
I
that
don't
is.
even know what that is. I kept forgetting to ask Brandon, and now I don't even know.
I asked and he wouldn't tell me. And Aaron's like, it's supposed to be a surprise. So I'm a little terrified. I'm a little afraid. So you got that.
Yeah,
a little bit later.
They ride to work. They are together more than I'm with them. So who knows what they've come up with?
It's terrifying. To be quite honest with you, I know those two alone, and coming up with schemes, it's never a good sign. So just wait on that. We'll hopefully get to that a little bit later on. We'll see if Aaron gets on there. Maybe I'll remind him. Hopefully I don't forget. We'll see how that goes. There's Sexual Chocolate 2.0. He's in the building. What's up? What's up, big dog?
Hey, if Aaron doesn't show up, you have to tell us what it is, because I really want to know now that I remember that you have something.
Yeah, I told everybody, I was like, well, we'll get to it maybe just a little bit later on. Hopefully Aaron will be here. Yeah. Maybe. If not, you better tell him to get on there, because he's like, without him, it don't work. He said it's between you two, so he's got to get on here. So
this was his brainchild, and it was just okay.
All right. Well, I got it slated for after the movie section, so we better get on here quick. But anyway, so yeah, Mike's in the chat already. He goes, "Hey, did Matt report to the North Pole for his other gig, or is he still I don't know. I mean, maybe he's got a little bit of that pre-Christmas work he's got to do for the big man up there at the North Pole. Yeah, hopefully he'll be on here soon. He said he would be, and now there we go. Now the comment won't go away. There we go. All right. Having technical difficulties already. Hopefully that's it. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. We got our pro wrestling as usual. We got movies. We got a little bit of sports, mostly football in this case. And, of course, we got some news and politics to round out the show as always. Happy to have you guys here for episode number 72. I know it's been a couple weeks since we've been on here. We took last week off due to the Thanksgiving holiday. Probably be on for the next few weeks. And then, of course, we'll take Christmas off and we'll get back to it in the new year. So that's kind of the plan we got going forward here on the channel. So hope you guys will stick with us and join us each and every single week as we put on the show for you. I like to talk all the news and stuff that's going around in the world. So, yeah. Want to just get on into it? You got anything you guys want to say? How you guys doing, by the way? Me and Brandon had some fun Wednesday night, which we'll get into a little bit. Yeah, we went to AEW Dynamite in Indianapolis. Fishers, Indiana, technically. It was funny during the show. They kept saying Indianapolis. I'm going, well, it is, but it's technically like right north of Indy.
Like, so, people kept saying people were screaming, it's Fishers. It's
Fishers.
Yeah,
they did that last time.
Your hometown a shout out there. Like,
yeah. But it was kind of cool because last time I went to the last show that they did there, and they kept teasing like, well, maybe, we'll do a pay-per-view here sometime. And then this year he was talking about maybe bring back Dynamite. That's when the crowd was mostly there last time because they just kept chanting pay-per-view, pay-per-view. And of course, Tony's like, well, you know what? I'm open to that. He's acting like it was something, whether or not he was actually playing the crowd or he was actually a genuine spur of the moment type thing. He was like, well, let's let the people in the back know, the crew here, that you want a pay-per-view. So I don't know if it'd be there or like Cambridge Fieldhouse or whatever it would be where the Pacers play. That'd probably be a better venue for a pay-per-view. This is a little more of a smaller hockey venue, but about 3,500, 3,800 people were there. So it was still a decent crowd. Bankers or Cambridge Fieldhouse or Fieldhouse or whatever you want to call it would probably hold around 10,000 or so, maybe more. So it'd probably be a little bit bigger of a venue for sure. But you guys look like you cut out there, so sorry if I cut you off. But anyway, you good? All good? Sound good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, cool.
I think so.
Sweet. All right, well, speaking of wrestling, guys, we just go ahead and jump right into it. Get into some of the stuff that's been going around in the world WWE and AEW. And Brandon may jump in and out here just a little bit, but he'll come back and put his 2 cents in. So, all right, so here we go. Let's check it out. All right, in the world of pro wrestling, of course, we're going to start off with WWE. Some big stuff kind of happened while we were off the last couple of weeks, so I thought we'd kind of go over a little bit of it here. Obviously, WWE had their Survivor Series pay-per-view in San Diego over Thanksgiving weekend, and I thought we'd kind of go over just some of the results and some of the stuff that's coming out of that show. Obviously, the first thing on the show was, of course, the women's War Games match, which featured the ladies on both sides of the babyface and the heel side of the aisle there, and the babyfaces come out on top in this one with AJ Lee, with Charlotte Charlotte, Alexa Bliss, Rhea Ripley, and Io Sky. AJ Lee ended up tapping out Becky Lynch, even though Becky Lynch later would say on Twitter she wasn't tapping out. She was trying to call her teammate over to help her, but it didn't happen. But she was kind of waving her hand around, so it made it look like she was tapping out. But it's just kind of the Becky Lynch gimmick at this point. Did you get a chance to watch Survivor Series at all? What do you think about this? I'm not going to lie to you.
I was busy, so I didn't get a chance to see it at all.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. Just up front, full transparency. I did not think Survivor Series was that great of a show. And there's a lot of people who kind of had that.
You're not the only one apparently.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who kind of had that opinion. But like I said, it's still kind of newsworthy coming out of it for sure. We'll talk a little bit more about the quality of the War Games matches in just a second. But we also got a brand new Intercontinental Champion, Dominic Mysterio, regained his Intercontinental Championship from John Cena with the help of the returning Liv Morgan. She came back at Survivor Series and looked like she was going to turn on Dominic because she slapped him in the face. Then she turned around and hugged John Cena. While she was hugging John Cena, she did the John Cena heel turn on him. Had these crazy bug eyes, and then she ended up backing off and low blowing John and then setting up for the 619 and the frog splash for Dominic to get the pinfall here. So good to see Liv Morgan back after basically, pulling her shoulder out of place or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Really bad dislocation on Raw. Very kind of crazy, freaky spot, but it was good to see her back though. So what do you think about the Liv Morgan returning to WWE? I think it's a good thing.
I think it is too. I'm just interested to see if this is all big swerve from her. You know what I mean? Like she's pretending to be back with the Judgment Day and all that. And I don't know, because I still think her and was it not Roxanne Perez would be good.
Well, it's interesting because at the end of Monday Night Raw last week, they were kind of trying to figure out the women's tag division a bit with some of these teams vying for the Kabuki Warriors titles. And Liv Morgan kind of got involved with Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez, but instead of keeping the title for herself, she gave the tag titles to Raquel and Roxanne, making it appear at least that Liv Morgan and Roxanne are on the same page. But when Liv Morgan left due to injury, her and Roxanne were kind of butting heads a little bit over Dominic Mysterio. So either they completely dropped it, or maybe they're just going to kind of wait and then kind of bring it back in, organically. I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But it could be that the Judgment Day are going to start collecting some belts here too, potentially with Finn Balor and JD McDonough maybe going back for the World Tag Team Championships again, or maybe Finn as a singles championship run would be great too, in my opinion. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see where this goes, but a good start here so far to the summer and stuff. So yeah, really cool. Speaking of women's championships, though, we got Stephanie Vaquer retaining her women's world championship over Nikki Bella. I think we kind of expected that to be the case, so no real shock here. But again, kind of one of those matches where even in the John Cena match, I mean, John Cena's getting a little older and stuff, but there was John Cena's match took a lot of criticism, mostly because it took 3 guys and 3 women, where John got beat up by the women basically to lose that bout. Now, you had to make it believable. I understand that, but I guess it took some criticism because they were like, well, John got beat up by the girls, but I don't think John necessarily cares on his way out the door. I really don't. I'm sure he's trying to build these young ladies as well. So it's not a big deal to me. But the Stephanie Vaquer and Nikki Bella's case, a lot of it was kind of botchy at times too. So I think that kind of got some of the criticism for that. But good to see Stephanie Vaquer. 4-match show. As long as my internet doesn't take a frisk here. It was a 4-match show, and of course the men's War Games match where we had the winners on the heel side this time, with the winners being Brock Lesnar, Braun Breaker, Logan Paul, Bronson Reed, and Drew McIntyre. Braun Breaker had a very scary moment in this match where he took a doomsday device from Cody Rhodes and CM Punk, and he landed directly on the back of his head and neck. It could have very easily been a bad situation for Braun Breaker. And he was down for a good amount of time, and the camera didn't focus on him. They were checking on him. But he ended up collecting himself and ended up participating in the rest of the match. But yeah, it could have been disaster for their up-and-coming superstar here with Braun Breaker. But at the end of the day, the heels win here. And this match took a lot of criticism, in particular for one moment in particular, when Jey Uso came out for the babyface side about midway through the match during this big-time War Games match that's supposed to be all about chaos and destruction, and he gets up on the top of the cage and asks for an encore for his entrance, and it got a lot of fans going, this is not the time for fun and games. This is not the time around. Even CM Punk and Jimmy Uso were in the ring kind of laughing it up, chuckling up, and it's like, this is not the place for this. It's time to be serious. And of course, that's when Brock Lesnar's music hit, and of course they got serious after that. But it took some criticism just from the booking standpoint, and I can understand. I really can. I felt like AEW had a better blood and guts match, but we'll talk about it in just a second. But at the end of this War Games match, a hooded individual dressed all in black climbed the cage, kind of did a side super kick to CM Punk, and then hit him with the curb stomp, and immediately bailed over the cage as Braun Breaker took advantage and then pinned the World Heavyweight Champion CM Punk. So it's got a lot of people speculating, was this Seth Rollins, who's supposed... However, the shoulder injury appears to be completely legit, and it's got a lot of people speculating online that this hooded individual could, in fact, be Austin Theory, because Austin Theory was booked to potentially be a member of the Vision earlier on this year before plans had to be postponed a little bit. It's not been revealed yet who this masked individual was, or this hooded individual, but he does help out the heel team here. So thoughts on the masked individual, and of course the ending of this match. I thought the ending was set up pretty well. It sets up some stuff moving forward, but the match in between was just kind of lacking a little, in my opinion. Your thoughts?
Again, I didn't see it, so like I don't know.
Well, just from the booking standpoint, what do you think?
The Jey Uso thing, if you think about it in the realm of his music, he's the fun-loving one, whatever. He gets the crowd behind him, and then the opposite of that is Brock Lesnar, right? So you have like this moment of them being on top, celebrating, and then Brock's music hits, and it's a totally different atmosphere. It's a totally different feel.
So I like that.
So I can understand that being played that way. Like, but as far as the hooded individual, if it is Austin Theory, and I said this before, I thought Austin Theory would have been a part of the original, even when Seth was there, fourth man, because it made sense. Like, he literally could be one of their, and he is, I mean, he's still young, but their next stars in line. Like,
oh yeah,
if done right, he could be the next John Cena. Like, I mean, he really could. So
Vince McMahon clearly thought he could be.
Yeah, I'd love for that to happen. I'd love for it to be him under there. I don't think it's Seth, because like, no way they'll do that again. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of easy the first time, like, because I called it out immediately when I seen him do it, because I'm like, he's done that before and he didn't hurt himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen that same motion and his reaction to it and everything. And I'm like, there's no way he's actually fucking hurt. But this time, I think it's legit. I don't think they'll go to that well twice. And this is probably, in some way, fucking karma for doing it the first time.
Probably, yeah. Well, not only that, reports state that he legitimately just had his surgery, or recovered from his surgery. I think he's got the sling off now. So he's on the road to recovery. But it's not, the initial reports were saying he wouldn't be back until at least WrestleMania, if not later. So that's a long recovery for this type of injury. So, yeah, and Mike in the chat brings up a good theory, too. This was kind of going around online, too. He said, could the masked man be Chris Jericho? Now, do I think the actual guy in the hood was Chris Jericho? No, because I don't believe there's a chance in hell that the guy in that
Jericho's
hood
doing any of that.
Jericho is not climbing that cage twice as fast as this man did at his age. Now, could he have done a kick in the stomp? Potentially. However, there's a lot of people also saying online that you could write it in storyline that it was Jericho, and the guy who was actually in the hood does not have to be the guy who was revealed to be in the hood. So you could go about that if you wanted to book it to be Chris Jericho, because Jericho and Punk obviously have their history, including going all the way back to AEW and before that in WWE. So you could do that. I just don't know if he'll do it, because I think Chris Jericho will be back as a babyface doing a retirement run. That's what I think.
Yeah, but I also feel like, too, Chris Jericho doesn't need the Vision, and the Vision doesn't need Chris Jericho. Like,
no.
So it wouldn't make sense in the sense of like, well, why the fuck would he join up with Paul Heyman and all these other guys? That doesn't make sense. If Jericho's going to make an entrance or a statement to Punk, he'll just do it himself. You get what I'm saying? Like,
right.
That's always been Jericho's, deal.
However,
so like,
I see what you're saying. But at the same time, if you wanted to bring Jericho into the Vision to be that seasoned veteran leader, you could. They don't necessarily have that seasoned guy like, who's been around the block a few times. I mean, he's had that leadership role in AEW with multiple different groups over the last few years. So you could do that. But yeah, I think you're right, though. I think Paul Heyman, kind of under his tutelage, is kind of more the leadership role a little bit. And Braun Breaker's kind of taking that jump to become that leader. So you don't want to cut Braun Breaker off at the knees either. So I get that. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see who they end up revealing, but they could draw this out a little bit. Maybe even all the way up into the Royal Rumble or something, and kind of tie that into one of the main events they got going on there. As a matter of fact, as this suggests here, which I don't know if I got this later on or not, but Braun Breaker pinning or CM Punk, I should say, in this match. They've already announced that I think like one of the first Raws in January, Braun Breaker will challenge CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. So they're not even holding that off till Royal Rumble. I don't necessarily think you would crown Braun Breaker at a random show just the beginning of January. You would think it'd be at a bigger pay-per-view, I think, like a WrestleMania. So you might, see that, and maybe he doesn't win the championship, and then they build it out to later. But it's interesting that they went ahead and booked that for the January show. So that'll be interesting to see what they do. And as it revolves around Austin Theory, obviously him and Seth Rollins have a bit of a history as well. So it would make some sense for him to kind of go in here. He's feuded with him. I want to say at one point he was maybe even a little bit of a disciple of Seth Rollins, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. But either way, they've got that history too. So could play into the storyline overall and long term as well. So I don't know if they're the end of this War Games match is a little bit smaller picture than I thought it'd be. But like I said, they're setting up the Braun Breaker versus CM Punk stuff. They also subtly teased potentially Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes Part 3. I don't necessarily think I need to see that again at WrestleMania. But they definitely teased it at the end, and Roman was like, I'll never team with you again. Just know that. He told him straight to his face. So could we be getting another Bloodline versus Cody Rhodes thing going on here for the future? What do you think about that?
Like I told you when we had this conversation before, I don't necessarily, it's not gonna be a bloodline thing. That's not the angle they're gonna take with this. This is just more personal between the two. Again, I will still reiterate this. Roman is still a fucking bad guy, despite everything else. But the only way
he's so likable.
And that's the issue.
I'm not chloroforming him for you next time. You
so
get within 10 feet of him, and
real quick. Who was it? Defender of the Republic. Yes. Do you follow Defender of the Republic?
I don't think so. I'll do it now.
She is just like us.
I might. I'm not
she
sure.
is a wrestling fan, and who was it? Oh gosh, I'd have to go back. She did I'll send it to you, Eric. You got to listen to it. She's like her mom was taking her around the country to see this man. She went to 4 different meet and greets. But I cannot remember who it is, so I'll look it up and I will let you know. But
okay, well, I just followed her on X, so I'll have to see what she's all about.
And she is General Michael Flynn's soon-to-be daughter-in-law. She's dating his son, Mike Jr.
Cool. As we welcome Matthew into the podcast. Well, he just moved. I thought he took off already. What's up, Matthew? He's still getting ready there. We'll bring him in. Yeah.
So let me get this thought out. I'm ready. So, the only way this works, in my opinion, and it's because it's something the U.S. has never really outside of the independents hasn't experienced with Cody Rhodes. Cody has to go heel. Cody has to become the American Nightmare because Roman's not going to go heel again. There's no way after what he did for as long as he did, he's ever turning heel. I don't give a what he does. You see what happened when he turned on, with the whole thing with CM Punk and all that shit. They still cheered this man no matter what. So it's not going to happen.
No.
So Cody has to be the one to go heel. I don't understand why it hasn't happened. Cody makes for a great heel because of it's what he is now, this super confident, always fighting for the right thing, but turned up to 10 and the mirrors turned on himself. In New Japan and in the Indies, when he left WWE, that American Nightmare gimmick, that's where it all started. And it worked. The work he did in New Japan against their top faces like Okada and all those guys, it worked. So I feel like if they're going to do a Cody and Roman again, switch the roles.
Yeah,
And
I mean, no one's
do it
booing
that-
Roman right now for sure. You're going to really have to, dig deep to get them to boo Cody, I think. But
Here's the thing. No, you won't. Not against Roman.
yeah, good point.
Like, here's the thing. Again, they still cheer Roman now, even though they all fucking know he's still the bad guy.
Exactly. Yeah. So damn lovable that you're going to cheer him no matter what. So I mean, it could work. I'm not saying it can't work. It just depends on how you present it, I suppose. And that goes with about everything, to really be honest,
But
especially
I
in the
feel
world of
like
pro wrestling.
there's enough meat on that bone to where you could make it work. Like, think about it in the sense of Cody's like he's been fighting a fight. CM Punk said it a while back when him and Cody were having a little heart to heart in the ring. Eventually that pressure is going to get to him, and it does. And Roman in his ear, like, I'm telling you, you couldn't shoulder that weight. Not like I did. Not for as long as I did. You know what I mean? Like, because you're not built like that. And it just breaks him to where he just starts acting irrationally, doing things he wouldn't normally do, taking shortcuts, becoming more aggressive, dyeing his hair black.
Yeah, you could do that again too. Yeah.
Embracing the American nightmare. He has Dream tattooed on, obviously, for his father. But like, have him cut that fucking promo. That was it. What's that Dusty Rhodes promo?
Crap. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about.
The working man promo, basically.
Yeah. Yes.
Son of a plumber. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Have him cut his son of a plumber promo.
Hell, even if you're going heel too, don't remove the tattoo, but like put some makeup on it to make it look like you're gashing through the Dream part of it, like I'm turning on my father. You could really dive deep into that. You could. And it's not like this would be the first time we've had a series of matches at WrestleMania. Rock and Austin had a trilogy at WrestleMania. Undertaker and Shawn Michaels had two, and it tied into the two matches that Triple H and Taker had as well. It was like a quadrilogy of a story there. So yeah, it's very well put. It can be done.
I hate you.
Why?
Because I just noticed what you have on.
What?
Hard times. Thank you, Mike. Hard times, promo.
Yeah, hard times. Exactly.
Thank you so much.
You put Go Hoosiers over at Ho 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 Hoosiers. That's kind of tied to the Christmas thing too. Miranda's got OA, so I'm not saying anything else other than that. He's gonna wearing a hat. Good Lord.
Hey, so I was in the IU bookstore today with my Ohio State shirt on.
Were you really?
I have not said anything like they're going to win or anything like that.
They say anything?
Not a damn thing.
Wow.
There's fans of them here, I'm sure.
And like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was more nervous wearing this than a Trump shirt.
I can see that, actually. I totally get it. Well, we'll talk more about the college Big Ten championship here when we get to the sports section. Even though we won't say much because I don't want to jinx anything. But get back to Mike, too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mike said in the chat, he said, who says the Masked Man has to join the Vision? And you know what? That's absolutely correct. If it would be like Chris Jericho, just because he eyeballed Braun Breaker does not mean he has to be a member of the Vision. Maybe he just wants to gun for CM Punk's title. You're absolutely right about that. So that's a very good point. And he said if it is Jericho, he could just be targeting Punk on his own. Right. No doubt about that. So let's have to wait and see where they go with it. But I can totally see that, no doubt. Hey, we got the Faceless Dragon has joined us in the chat, and Brandon will be back here in just a second.
Hello.
So. Oh, is that why you left, Brandon? Just to put the IO on the OH? Bro.
No, the shit actually froze. Like the whole screen was locked up for a second. I was like, "What the fuck?
What's going on?" I got you. I got you.
I got kicked out, and then I was like, "Fuck it, I'll just change it then." So,
well, I think Aaron, I think you got a TV in the background, so I'm gonna mute you for a second, buddy.
All right, you gotta change me and Brandon because now we just look retarded. I-O-Ho-O.
You got to put the IO down below. What are you doing?
Well, not you.
Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. I got you. I was trying to yo-ho. Yeah, go Eoho. Anyway. It's the best.
I'll talk about that in a little bit. There's a lot of people in Indy, but I am going to mention that.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
There's a lot of people in freaking Bloomington right now.
We'll talk about it.
Oh, yeah. God.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, before we get all to that, though, let's finish up pro wrestling here real quick, though.
We got
while you're doing that, I'm going to go get food.
Okay, go for it. So just kind of the comparisons obviously were going to come up because Blood and Guts came out a few weeks before War Games, and obviously, as evidenced by this picture here, War Games also, like most WWE pay-per-views, was just littered with commercials. Like I think the amount of time that was actually wrestling on the show was like an hour and 40 minutes, and it was like a 3.5 hour show. So it's like
that's lame.
It's just crazy to me what WWE does with that kind of, but that's just the way it's going to be with the company, I think. But if you're going to compare the two, I think, yeah, go ahead.
We can't fully just blame WWE. Like,
no,
it's
TKO too.
This is TKO's. Like, this is effectively TKO owns WWE. Like, all these commercials, all this product placement. Look at the UFC. It's all over the fucking place. Like, to think it wasn't,
and their fights last 30 seconds sometimes. Yeah, you know what I mean?
So it's like,
I get it,
and
it's just a bad marketing ploy. It sucks.
Yeah,
but
now with this new, it's stupid. You're 100% correct on that. Like,
yeah. Well, and I'll talk about it in just a second too. But if you're just comparing the men's War Games and Blood and Guts to the women's War Games and women's Blood and Guts, I don't think it's really much. Now, if you want to talk like maybe like some storylines and stuff that were built, God, Matt, kill it. But if you want to just talk maybe storyline stuff, maybe WWE's got some advantage there. But the in ring of it, the actually living up to the gimmick's name of more of a violent type matchup, AEW won this hands down. In my personal humble opinion.
It's called Blood and Guts, though. Like, it's supposed to be that.
And I think
Survivor
there was only like one person.
There
was only one person with blood in WWE, which was expected. But I mean, it just kind of goes back to, and even Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson, however you want to call it, from AEW right now, who's also worked for WWE, says WWE feels like, quote, a parody of wrestling at times. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I'm not saying all the time, because WWE does have some good wrestling sometimes. I'm not trying to crap on WWE here, but this is just a clip from Survivor Series where Charlotte Flair is putting her foot on Becky Lynch, and she's supposed to be like squeezed up against the cage and being squished by this foot. And look at this. It just feels completely fake here.
You can survive War Games. Now tomorrow's a very different day.
She's not putting any pressure on her face. She's not up against the cage. She's squirming like a fish out of water. It just looks unrealistic. And I know you're not trying to hurt your opponent and all that. I'm sure you're trying to keep them safe. But WWE does this thing sometimes where it feels like they're being too safe. And granted, I understand you've had a lot of injuries and things like that, but it gets to the point of unbelievable. You know, you got to at least have a bit of realism in this, especially in something like a War Games type match. So that's kind of why WWE's drawing some criticism. Well, you can believe it's warranted or not. That's up to you. It's your opinion. But I just thought I'd kind of present that. You guys got any thoughts on that part of it?
Yeah, yep. I'll give you this. I'll give you the flip side to that. Mm-hmm. Then you get what happened to Daniel Bryan. Can't wrestle anymore. You get what happened to Ed, who had a long time where he couldn't wrestle anymore. Darby Allin, perfect example. Out. Will Ospreay, out. These could be career-ending injuries.
Adam Cole.
Adam Cole, probably done with wrestling.
Maybe, yeah. So I totally get it. I truly do. But there's a fine line there that you gotta walk, and it's hard to find it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not blaming WWE for it. It's just one of those things where sometimes people will look at it and be like, and they'll tune out. But like you said, on the flip side of that, AEW may go too far sometimes, no doubt about it. So
Jon Moxley bleeds damn near every time he's on camera.
He bled this week when we were in Dynamite.
That's what I'm saying. And as much as I enjoyed what we saw there, at the same time, like I told you, that shit takes years off of your normal fucking life. Yeah. You can't run at the pace that you're running at for too long. And a lot of these guys, even though they're young, are going to find that out the hard way. When you find out that the way Miz wrestled, probably should have been the way you went about it.
Yeah.
Minimal injuries. The guy's been on, and he could still wrestle.
And he's not like uber safe in I still think he at least does a pretty decent job of presenting well. I mean,
but when you make it look real when it needs to look real, like
War Games
in a match like War Games, or at the same time. Again, you remember when they first did Elimination Chamber? What that chamber was made out of?
Yeah, changed a lot.
You bump on a fucking still floor and tell me you're going to keep doing that every fucking year? No way.
Yeah.
So then,
or even Hell in a Cell. To your point.
Yeah, but then they put pads around it. Why? Because it sucks. Like you're torturing your body no matter what.
Yeah.
Every impact in wrestling, when you take a fall or you take a bump, is the equivalent to a fucking car crash on your body.
Mhm.
Now, if you do that shit with no restrictions, what do you think is going to happen to you?
It's kind of like football, really. I mean,
So I
Well,
understand.
football, you got to go
the
for it,
whole-
otherwise you're going to lose. Unlike you'll be George Pickens if you don't.
Yeah.
But last night,
Damn.
oh, brother, that guy
Damn.
was not lazy. But
But
anywho, yeah.
If you make it look real when it needs to look real, then so be it. We saw a super kick from Sammy Guevara that was a mile and a half off.
Oh, dude, I could send you a still of Kevin Knight drop kicking Kazuchika Okada, or was no Kyle Fletcher last night. He hit him square in the jaw with both feet.
Exactly.
From our angle, I didn't notice it, but yeah.
Again, you want to make it look real, you got to be good at it. This was just one instance in a match where the camera was in the right play. Hell, I can show you thousands of different camera
Well, and the
angles.
camera's supposed to be there at that spot, but it just didn't come off well.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
no matter what, a camera's going to catch everything. I can point out in 100 of matches where it looks like the guy got fucking creamed. Nothing ever happened to him. Never got fucking touched, but you can't tell because wrestling.
Yeah.
I get what
Sometimes it
you're
just
saying. If she would,
depends.
her face would have been, if her face would have just been touching that fence, nobody
And the
would have said
grading,
anything fucking.
yeah, maybe a little more pressure on the cheek, but she's barely got her foot. I get it. I totally do. And a lot of criticism comes to is like, everybody wants to rag on AEW. Well, they had a
Put
performance.
yourself in that situation.
Yeah. No, I
If
get
I'm
it. I
standing
wouldn't
on
want to
your
get hurt
face,
either.
how hard do you want me to fucking stand on your face to make
If I'm
it
in
look
the
real to
ring, I
people?
think I would want it to at least look real. But I understand. I get. Like I said, I'm not saying I don't get it, but it's just from a viewer's perspective, I understand the criticism. Is all I'm saying. And like I said, AEW gets a lot of criticism from WWE fans about not having a performance center. If they had a performance center, they wouldn't get hurt.
Tribalism.
Which is
tribalism,
and it's
I
tribalism
don't
and
wanna-
stupid. But at the same time, and then WWE no longer has house shows. They have a performance center, but taking away the house shows, you also take away the reps to where you get the more fluid, realistic looking wrestling. So again, it's that give and take and that balance that's hard to find. So I'm just pointing out what people have said online. I'm not saying, it's productive criticism or not, but you can think of it what you will. But and to Mike's point too, Triple H dang near died in that first Elimination Chamber match too, when RVD come off the top and larynx with his knee, so he couldn't breathe, and he had to finish the match due to the storyline. So Triple H is one tough SOB for sure.
There is a fine line of making it seem real and it not being real enough to hurt you. And these guys walk that line every fucking night. They do this shit on a daily basis, right? Like whether it's in front of the camera or not, like a daily basis. If you take one moment in a match off to not do that thing because you've been beating yourself up and down this road this whole year, so be it. I have taken breathers. Like brother, give me a second. Go find somebody else to punch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Yeah, get off me. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
All right, well, Matt's coming back. He's messing with his stuff there. Oh, you're fine. I just wanted to see you're good. You good, brother?
Yeah. I just sometimes have to fiddle with my setup. I'm good now.
All right, cool. So moving on from that topic conversation, though. Well, before we do that, Mike said, Brandon, what was your instant regret moment during your career, if there was one?
First time I went through a table that had barbed wire wrapped around it.
Ooh, yep, that would do it.
That's all Brandon had to say there.
I was just about to answer for you.
The table wasn't that bad. The table.
I'm glad to see you.
I just want to chime in here for a minute. And Mick Foley was 46 when he wrestled his last match. Okay, how old are some of these people?
Especially in WWE right now. Yeah.
So
that's another good point. Yeah. And you got to preserve your career and your, and all that.
And look at Mick now, like he can barely walk, right? I mean,
and I think at the end of the day, it does fans of every company to realize this is a show. It's not supposed to be real. I understand you want realism and everything to look real, but it's not. Again, I get the whole safety aspect of it too. I totally do.
All right, I'm going to be here, but my camera's going to be off.
All right, that's fine. So
Eric can do it. So can I.
Yeah. Wow. The faceless dragoness over there. Yeah.
Hey, that's my trademark. You can't have it.
Yeah. Stay in your lane, Miranda.
Yeah. Stay in your lane, lady.
Wow, that's messed up.
No more hot chocolate for you, bitch.
Wow.
Man. Rough.
Wow, this guy, he is fast.
Real fast.
Well,
yeah.
no more rides for your moneymaker.
Wow.
That's all right. I'm gonna put his
Wow.
ass back on 11-7:30, and I'll take him. Come on, you got any more, Aaron?
that means I'll get picked taking him home.
I never have
yeah.
much.
Eric, see, hear that? Eric just volunteered.
No, I didn't say that.
As long as there's no psychotic deer.
Yeah, I sideswiped
Oh
the deer the other
my
night going to
dude.
Dad or going to Brandon's.
This
Back home from
was
AW.
the funniest thing. Like real quick, wrestling is wrestling. If you like it,
We'll
you
get
like
back
it. Fuck off if you don't. Anyway,
we'll get back to it in just a second. Yeah.
this deer, it was the most calmest deer I've ever seen in my life. This
I'm
thing
glad it
didn't
wasn't
run, it
moving
didn't
fast.
jump,
No.
It just slowly walked into.
Just
It's
trotted
not
into the middle of the
he
highway.
Really hit the deer. The deer hit him. It was the
Yeah, it
funniest thing I've ever
sideswiped
seen.
my side of my car on the driver's side. No, from what I can tell, there may be a couple little scuffs, but no major damage. So I dodged a bullet. But I never saw the deer going home. Now I saw 2 deer on
Eric,
the side of the road
hold
standing
on.
the
You
way
can't
back.
tell gooses from ducks. You can't tell bullets from deer
Yeah,
now.
who knows
You
what
dodged
he
a
did on the way home.
I dodged, and it
Dodged
did
a
not
deer,
have
not a
antlers, so
bullet.
that's a good thing. If it had antlers, it'd have been a much bigger problem, I'm sure. But either way, it sounded bad. Well, I mean, you know, if it hits the side of your door and goes
thunk,
down
yeah.
the side, it was a good thunk, but no dents. So I got lucky, and of course, we didn't get it off the road or anything, so we were safe.
It
But
was the funniest thing because, like, after it happened, I told him to text me when he got home just to make sure he made it safe. Didn't
yeah,
hit any more deer.
I went much slower on the way back. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah,
He texted me. He goes, "I didn't see the original deer, but I saw 2 deer standing on the side of the road looking down." And I was like, "It's a crime scene."
Yep.
yeah, pretty much. They were just kind of. Then they saw me, and then they ran off like the cops showed up. It's like, brother.
Oh yeah.
It's like, man,
That
I don't
shit
know.
was hilarious, dude.
Hopefully the deer's okay. I didn't want to hit the poor guy, or well, I guess doe in this case. But yeah, I not only that, I didn't want to spend $500 on a deductible to get the car fixed either.
Oh yeah,
But,
that's all he kept talking about after that too. He was like,
Oh my God, I hope it ain't too bad. I'll have to get it fixed. But I got to look at it better in the sunlight, though. I haven't looked at it. So, yeah, anyway. Hey, that's our fun time coming home from the wrestling.
It was hilarious.
It was crazy.
Remember, that's the second time. Remember that one time we came home from the casino and we were in front of.
Oh yeah,
Kevin,
me and Kathy were.
Oh, yeah.
y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, my
we had to
God.
swerve on that
Listening.
one.
yeah,
Remember
that
that?
was crazy,
Yeah, I thought I was going to eat that deer.
man.
Man, oh.
Like through the windshield, eat it on that one.
You
It
have
was-
food.
Oh, so the lady I was talking about earlier at the salon, I went and got my hair cut today, but anyway, there is an albino deer running around somewhere out towards Crane.
Oh,
Mm.
She had video of it.
So tell my buddy that one, he'll go hunting for him in the morning.
Mhm.
Good luck.
If he got an albino deer, boy, you wouldn't be able
Oh
to live that one
gosh,
down.
yeah. She wouldn't tell me
Oh,
exactly
man.
where, but it was out
Yeah.
that way.
especially if it's a
That's
big one too.
Big old buck.
buck?
Yeah.
It
Oh,
was no, it wasn't a buck. It was a
No.
doe.
Oh, okay.
Even so, though,
But
just say I got me about albino
you
deer.
still
would be
got
cool.
one.
Yeah,
Still
I
get it
know, I'd
mounted.
brag about-
Shit,
exactly.
I would.
yeah.
If I backed
Yeah.
albino, I'd mount that motherfucker. Like,
God, you guys are so.
Hey,
ridiculous.
would the meat be white?
Get
Like the
down.
white
So would
meat?
that?
it's the white meat.
I was gonna say, would that be anything like the white vision, the white deer, the white albino?
Wow.
No. Hey man, if it's white meat though, I like that white meat on the turkey. So
Y'all are trash.
too easy, huh? Yeah. Anywho.
That
So,
is-
yeah. All right. Well, getting back on topic just a smidge here. We also got John Cena's final match, obviously coming up. He had his second to last match at Survivor Series where he wrestled Dominic Mysterio. But now there's one more appearance left for John Cena, which is almost unheard of and hard to believe, really. So
That's
on December
kinda sad.
13th, it's a week from tomorrow night on Saturday night's main event. And we now know the 2 men who will be facing off on SmackDown that aired tonight. I have not seen the results of this, but LA Knight versus Gunther were the final 2 men in the Last Time Is Now tournament. I'm assuming Gunther will be the winner here. I think that's kind of been the plan the entire time. But who knows? They may throw us a curveball here. So who do you think is going to win this? And who's going to be getting the torch passed to them from John Cena in his final go-around here?
Dominic Mysterio win.
Dominic's not in the match.
Oh,
He already beat him.
Never mind, then.
Yeah,
We talked about that
already
earlier.
benefited from this, so calm down.
Yeah, he got his title back. So yeah.
We talked about this too, also. I understand the whole. You don't need to give it to like who gets the better rub here, whether it would be Gunther or whether it be LA Knight. And the argument is Gunther doesn't need it. Gunther is, but the same argument can be held for LA Knight. He doesn't need it either. He's already made himself. He's already over. They both are. This isn't in the sense of passing the torch. This isn't about the rub to become a superstar that you'll get from beating John Cena. That's not it. What you're getting is a passing of the torch in the sense of you have everything that John Cena embodied when he was a WWE superstar. And the only person that is Gunther. He's your throwback to what wrestling was. He's not this big flashy. No, it's not. Gunther is a professional wrestler. So in the sense of passing the torch and who deserves it, it's not a matter of who deserves in the sense of who's going to get the rocket strap to their back. No, this is the passing of the torch as in the sense of the one who embodies what John Cena was to WWE, and that is Gunther. So I think it would be Gunther. Now, yes, you're perfectly right. A curveball would be LA Knight. I don't think LA Knight needs it. I don't think it'll benefit him, just like I don't think it'll benefit Gunther in the sense of putting a rocket to his back and shooting him off to the moon, because
he will pin Gunther and you will be like, what just happened?
I mean, no, I'm not saying it's a bad call if it is LA. All I am saying is it's not going to do, like, okay, say if it was we were just talking about him and I can't remember his fucking name now. A-Town Austin Theory.
Yeah.
Say if it's Austin Theory. John Cena's last match, him and Austin Theory. If Austin Theory pins John Cena in his last match ever, his career takes off from there. These two, their careers have already taken off. They've already been in that spot. Like, that's not what this is in that aspect. So, Gunther being the right choice, but also LA Knight would work.
Now, me personally, I think LA Knight would probably benefit from it or need it more. But I also understand Gunther getting it too. And like you said, I don't think LA Knight necessarily needs it. But I feel like lately LA Knight's kind of, been trying to reach a position and hasn't quite gotten there yet. This could have definitely advanced his career. However, spoiler for SmackDown, you cool with it?
Yeah, that's fine.
For those of you who are watching it, if you've not seen it, you probably already seen it if you're watching us at all. But we got the winner of this match, of course, was Gunther. So Gunther will face John Cena in his final match at Saturday Night's Main, which, again, we kind of pretty much predicted from the jump. So, yeah, we're going to finally see this. And like I said, it will benefit Gunther just fine. Now, obviously, I think we all expect Gunther to win this match and Cena going out on his back like the tradition is. Leaving the shoes or the I guess you could say the Nikes or whatever he wears in the ring. Supposedly. I don't know. But yeah, so I mean, that's kind of where I see this going. I think they also stated earlier that the winner in a match between Obafemi and Ricky Saints will also be wrestling Cody Rhodes at this Saturday night's main event as well, kind of highlighting some of that NXT talent. So, and Ricky Saints is the current NXT champion over there, so that could be a good spot for him as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what else they end up doing with this NXT roster on this show that John Cena wants to promote here. I think Triple H wanted it to be all about John Cena, but Cena was adamant about, no, let's highlight the younger talent. So I think that is a great thing, and John Cena, again, just kind of want to leave you
because John Cena understands the brand.
Yeah, and leaving it better than where he found it. That's just kind of the whole tradition of pro wrestling. All the greats have done it throughout the years, and John just wants to be another one on that list. So this will be fun. I think it'll be a good thing to see next Saturday night. So looking forward to it no matter what.
It's next Saturday night, you say?
Yes, December 13th. Yes.
I will probably tune in just to see Cena wrestle.
It'll probably be pretty highly rated for sure. Yeah. And I believe that week. Yeah.
You got to see Cena.
You're just going to chop the shit out of Cena. Like,
yeah,
he's going to get one good one in. Gotta. You know what I mean? It's John Cena. You gotta. And he go,
Gunther's going to give you a match.
And I want to give a credit to Tony Khan and AEW too, who realized the brevity or the levity of the situation, or whatever you want to call it, the importance of John Cena's final match. I believe they even preempted AEW Collision to 4:00 in the afternoon that Saturday. So they're giving way to WWE so John Cena can have his moment. That's what I call respect in the world of pro wrestling, and that's one of the reasons I am a fan of Tony Khan. I truly am. So we also got, and we're going to go over a couple of these other ones.
And
that
I
we
think
talked about
WWE,
later.
if AEW eventually will have one of their wrestlers retire,
Yeah,
should pay them the same respect.
Oh, I would hope
I would
so.
expect that.
Especially now, but back in Vince's days, maybe not so much. But yeah, but we're going to talk about this a little bit later when we get to the rapid fire movie segment. Perhaps we will get WWE, AEW, Netflix Championship. There's a bit of movie news we're going to talk about in the world with Warner Brothers, so we'll talk about that in a little bit. But we are going to mention the wrestling aspect of that at that point too. So stick around. Getting back to the rest of the topics I had here for this. On a sad note, though, I want to give our condolences and well wishes to AJ Lee and CM Punk, whose dog Larry passed away this week. And if anybody who's followed CM Punk and AJ Lee, especially CM Punk, knows how much he loved this dog.
Yeah.
Always bringing him to events, obviously wearing gear that said Larry. In fact, at Survivor Series, he wore a jacket that had Larry's dad written above his heart, and he clutched it when he came out to the ring as he was kneeling down. So you could, looking back on it now, you knew something was probably going on with Larry at the time. Probably just getting up there in age and stuff. But it's never fun to lose a pet. A lot of people view them as their children. So in this case, Larry was definitely important to AJ and CM Punk. So we want to wish them our well wishes and our heartfelt condolences to them, as it is definitely sad, no doubt about it. But rest in peace, Larry. We loved you while you're here, buddy. Also in the world of WWE/TNA partnership news, TNA actually had an announcement this week that they will be moving to a television network on AMC starting in January. So they're going to be on television. I believe, I think, were they on what? Access TV? This is more of is it a cable network? AMC? Yeah. I'm not even sure. I don't get it. But so this will actually be an actual television deal for them. So it's actually a move up for them. So that's a great thing to see. WWE's partnership is doing well for TNA as well. So hopefully, and this is supposedly not going to affect TNA's and WWE's partnership. WWE sources have confirmed they were made aware of the TNA deal with AMC well in advance, so it should not have any effect on their deal with showing up on NXT and things like that. So that should still continue for those of you who are curious. So yeah, I'm good to see all the way around for WWE and TNA there. So yeah, I got any other thoughts on TNA or the rest of WWE? No, I know Matt doesn't.
And I will say TNA programming has been a lot better too with this partnership. If this partnership has done anything, it has spurned good wrestling from all companies, because the more you have, the less saturated, or the more you have, the more competition starts to, let's one up these guys, but you'll get better wrestling, and with better wrestling you'll get better stories, you'll get more engaging things. So like, I hope TNA, this new TV deal works out for them just fine, and they can continue to, they're never going to go back to the 6-sided ring TNA, but maybe you can get what it was like in that atmosphere when that time was,
Just that feeling, that nostalgia, or just the feeling of the aura, I guess you could say. I know WWE gets a lot of criticism right now, kind of because a lot of people view it as they're not focusing on the in-ring stuff. It's more about the moments and the aura of the entrances and all that stuff, which is great. It's part of the overall package. It's just it's bringing all those pieces together. It kind of makes the whole thing work. You know what I mean? We got a couple new members new followers and viewers in the chat here. We got Ultimaka 4984 says hello, welcome to the show, thank you for watching. And Tim Makahata said he had a question here, and he's kind of random, but he said, do you believe in monsters?
No.
I mean, I believe in monsters on a human level. There's a lot of human monsters out there. I don't know about in the closet type situation, but what do you guys think?
Well, Nancy Pelosi does exist.
Wow.
There you go, Matt.
Monsters do exist.
I wasn't going to name names, but
well, I just went there, so
we don't know how your political affiliation is, but if you can't tell, that's where we roll around here. But anyway, as a whole, though, I don't know if I believe in like monsters under your bed or anything like that. Now the faceless dragon's a little shady, though. Obviously, you can't see his face, so he's a little, you don't want to see him early in the morning without his coffee. You know what I mean?
I do believe that there are definitely some human monsters running around
by the way, for those viewers out there, that eagle with the cowboy hat actually looks like Aaron's face. So just,
Yes.
just
Oh, man.
really,
You say he's
really
got a
wanna lay
beak
it
and some
on thick.
talons? Man, that's terrible.
That's a compliment.
Mike said in the chat, Monster Energy drinks. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Now,
Yeah.
you know what?
Hey.
I've never had one. Never had one.
Don't be telling people what I look like.
I am. I mean, you've been on the show before. People just gotta,
episodes.
They don't have to know that.
yeah,
They don't need to know that.
all they gotta do is go back and look at the early episodes for sure.
Yeah.
But occasionally he'll show.
Hey,
show
shut up.
Actually, a couple weeks ago, I
Yeah.
think you did.
Eric,
So,
Shut up.
shut your mouth. He's
What?
telling you to be quiet.
well, then he shouldn't get on at all. It's too late now. But
Oh
just
my
saying.
God, bro.
Well, I mean, you might be right about that. There's monsters lurking closer to you than you think, is what Tim Makahata said. I mean, if they come too close, I got a couple weapons waiting on them, so I'm trying to be prepared. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see. Ooh. Thank you for the chat, nonetheless, though. All right. Well, getting back to the world of pro wrestling, let's get into the AEW portion of this show here. We got Ricochet here winning the newly inaugurated, I guess, national championship here in AEW. And I was telling Brandon this even while we were at the show at Dynamite this last week. I still don't understand why they actually had to make this new AEW national championship, because even during this Continental Classic thing, they're kind of making sure that we know that the Continental Classic Championship and the International Championships can still kind of separate a little bit. And the International title was created for the exact same reason that the AEW National title was created for, is to kind of defend in other countries and go around the world doing on the indie shows and stuff like that. So if they both have the exact same, meaning to it, why did you have to create another belt? I still don't understand it. But regardless, Ricochet wins the the Casino Gauntlet match at Full Gear to win it. So there you go. The leader of the demand has the new title. We also got a new AEW World Tag Team Champions, FTR. They defeat Brodito, and I still believe this is eventually going to lead to potentially the return of Adam Copeland and Christian Cage. But in the meantime, though, it appears that FTR is going to be wrestling up against, who was the tag? The Bang Bang Gang, Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn. So that'll be coming up here before too much longer. So FTR, the first 3-time AEW Tag Team champions for sure. And of course, we got Chris Statlander. She retained her AEW Women's World Championship over Mercedes Moné. This is Mercedes Moné's second loss in AEW.
Hey!
Ironically, it's both losses come when Mercedes Moné attempted to win the AEW Women's World title. The other loss came to Toni Storm. The story is quickly becoming that the AEW Women's World Championship is the one title that Mercedes Moné cannot attain. So that's kind of becoming, it's like the one that she can't reach, that one mountain she can't climb. And not only that, apparently, it's minor spoiler from tonight's Ring of Honor pay-per-view, Mercedes Moné lost her Ring of Honor Women's Television Championship to Red Velvet. So she has now down to 12 belts, Moné. Oh, hold on. Got to bring it back here. So yeah, she's now lost that. So now I believe the fall has begun when it comes to the overall women's championship here for Mercedes Moné. So,
people got tired of it.
Which was funny because we went to AEW Dynamite. She had this Ring of Honor match against a jobber, and she squashed her in like 1 minute, setting up the pay-per-view. And of course, now she falls to Red Velvet. So I know Brandon's not been a big fan of Mercedes Moné with all these belts. Are you happy to see that she's starting to maybe drop one or two here? What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was about time.
It's time, I think. Yeah. And you build the story of the weight on her shoulders starting to crack. And I hope that's where they go with it. This is a great start. I'm hoping it continues down that path. No doubt about it. So, yeah. But anywho. Okay. So, let's get on here with the rest of the show here. What else we have here ready for everybody? We got, we also had Mark Briscoe finally won the TNT championship from Kyle Fletcher. So, yeah, it's good to see that they finally crowned Mark Briscoe. Thoughts on that? Him finally winning a decent mid-card title?
I'm interested to see, like, in all honesty, what they're going to do with the Don Callis family. Kyle losing his title to Mark. I think Mark at this point has proven to be a commodity, and like him winning a title, I like it. I mean, again, I always like the Briscoes. So
yeah, Yeah, so I'm happy to see this. He's going to have some challengers coming up here, but yeah, I'm just glad to see him finally get his due. I mean, obviously the tragic circumstances revolving around his brother Jay, and of course, him having to go off as a singles career on his own. I think it's finally starting to pay dividends for him, so that's really cool to see, no doubt about it. So yeah, we also got the Young Bucks kind of turning babyface, which we all kind of expected a little bit here, saving Kenny Omega from a beatdown from the Don Callis family. And they also got a big old hug at the end of this match too when Jungle Express come out as well. So just good to see the Young Bucks and the Elite, as obviously, the Bullet Club and the Elite have all had like these, heel turns and backstabbings throughout their history.
Vomit.
What? Oh, what? You don't like this at all?
These gentlemen have their moment. Get in there and disrupt it.
Well, they've tried, but they beat off the competition.
That's a whole lot of sweaty man togetherness.
I know.
A whole lot of sweaty man love right there. That doesn't sound right, but anyway. Moving on. We also got Kyle O'Reilly defeating Jon Moxley. Jon Moxley has had a bit of a losing streak going on here as of late, especially Full Gear, All In before that, and even this week on Dynamite, he lost in the Continental Classic to who was it? Claudio Castagnoli. So yeah, they're definitely building this whole thing where the Death Riders potentially may turn on Jon Moxley since he continues to lose. Bryan Danielson, even on commentary during Dynamite this week after Moxley lost, even pointed out that the reason why we consider Jon Moxley the leader was because even when Bryan Danielson was involved, he said that he couldn't even beat Jon Moxley, so that's why they gave him the leadership role. And now that Claudio has beaten Bryan Danielson, it led Danielson to kind of speculate on commentary what that can mean for the Death Riders moving forward. So Kyle O'Reilly ended up being injured after this match and was not able to compete in the Continental Classic. But thoughts on the fall of Jon Moxley continuing here, and particularly where that could lead the Death Riders moving forward?
I think I don't know. I think it's probably the best to move on in the sense of I mean, because every faction does that at some point, right? Like eventually wash out the top guy for whatever reason, and somebody else will take over. But then the question is, what do you do with Jon after that? Could he feud with either Pac or Claudio if that's the case?
I think so. I mean, the way I took it coming out of Dynamite this week, obviously they kind of let Moxley hang back after Claudio left the match, and kind of Moxley got that ovation from the crowd for the great effort he put in. It kind of felt like to me like they're leading toward a babyface run, kind of turning him back. And if the Death Riders turn on him, obviously he'll become the babyface in that role. And whoever ends up being the new leader, obviously they can have a big feud there. So yeah, I'm curious to see where the story could go. Moxley's been a babyface before, even carried the company on his shoulders when he was the AEW World Champion there for a time. So yeah, I'm curious to see where this goes. So I think it's I know a lot of people wanted the Death Riders to kind of maybe do a little bit of a change, after the last year or so. So maybe this is the change they're looking for. So we'll see where that goes. Also, well, that notwithstanding here, after the pay-per-view was over, that Moxley was kind of giving this speech to the camera, and the group was just kind of standing back there like, yo, you're talking about moving on to the playoffs, but you're the one who lost. We won our matches on the pay-per-view. So again, it kind of just furthered that storyline element there. So I think it is definitely coming as these guys kind of watch from the back of him, and then they're going to stab him in the back for sure. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yes, I agree. Jon Moxley's retirement is coming.
Well, it's not his retirement ain't coming. He just brother. But anyway, we also got Samoa Joe winning the AEW World Championship from Hangman Adam Page at Full Gear after Hook. It was revealed that he was a part of the ops the entire time, and he ended up costing Hangman Adam Page the title as he got into the ring, blasting him with the belt. But that also brought out Swerve Strickland's return at the end of Full Gear 2, and of course that he came out to help Hangman Adam Page. And Swerve Strickland, by the way, is jacked since his return. So while he was off repairing that meniscus tear, he was also hitting the weights. So yeah, he come back, and it looks like that these two who were bitter enemies in the past, but they have a common enemy now in Samoa Joe. And it's worth noting that Samoa Joe, when he was the world champion last time in AEW, Swerve Strickland is the one who took the belt from him. So again, there's a little bit of a storyline element there. So yeah, and of course Hangman's going to be on a warpath trying to get the Hook and the rest of the ops as well for costing him the belt. So thoughts on this part of the storyline moving forward? I think that's some intrigue.
Yeah.
No? Matt.
Like I told you before with Hangman, it's like I want to see him in that Stone Cold arc. Where you remember the night Austin hunted down all of DX?
Yes.
when the ceiling fell in on X-Pac or you know what I mean. All that to get to Vince. Now, I'm not saying he should do the whole thing with the making him piss in pants, but that shit was funny. But have him like this is what he should be doing though. Like this is how I feel like Hangman's character should always been like this version of like the man's catchphrase is cowboy shit. Like you just there is no you're the outlaw here. Like you do what you want, and even as champion, you could still be that.
What do you want?
For you to stop talking. So
anyway, yeah, I think Hangman's best is best. I get what you're saying, kind of like this outlaw rogue. I wouldn't say Stone Cold Steve Austin, but causing chaos and trying and again having the chase for the world championship and things like that. So, and I think that obviously they've set up a tag match that was heavily alluded that was going to be Swerve and Page against Powerhouse Hobbs and Shibata next week on Dynamite, and eventually that's going to lead to Hangman getting his match with Hook. I think that's going to probably end up happening at World's End coming up at the end of December. So it makes again they're building that storyline, and whether or not Page gets a rematch against Samoa Joe, I don't know yet. They may have to go to Swerve first for that. I don't know. But before we get to Swerve, Samoa Joe is now going to be defending the AEW World Championship against Eddie Kingston next week on Dynamite at Winter is Coming. And I thought they did a great face-to-face at the Dynamite me and Brandon went to as well. So it was a lot of fun to check out too. And Eddie Kingston, you got to love him because is the one guy in wrestling who does not believe it's fake. He's just going to go out there, be him. And I love to watch him for that alone. So he's very authentic. So looking forward to that. And I think they got a decent card for Winners coming next week. So looking forward to that too. So did you have any other thoughts overall on the Dynamite show we went to in Fishers? I know since it was your first ever pro wrestling, more than just an indie show event. So I'm just kind of curious on your overall thoughts.
Like I said it, and I said it to Miranda, and I was because Jaden asked me about it, and I'm telling him, and I said, it's an experience that I want you to experience. Being there, the atmosphere of it all, and the interesting things that take place when you watch it on TV and there's a commercial break. The question is like, what do they do? And it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but it was also more than just like filler. You know what I mean? Like the interaction and fucking Bob is over. He's over huge. Bob and then the rest of the ring crew. It was a great time. Like I enjoyed myself, and it was actually really fun to do. And like I said, I going to indie shows and stuff like that. Like that's one thing. I've never seen a professional show being taped and in the crowd and in that whole thing. It's a different kind of a feeling. It was really cool.
Right on, right on. I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. Sorry to my buddy Nate who was unable to go. For sure, if you're watching, buddy, we hope you're doing better and feeling better. We won't get into all of his business around the channel, but it's just, he was supposed to go with us and was unable to go. So luckily, Brandon got able to go and he had a good time. So thank you, buddy, for sure, and hope you're doing a lot better, no doubt. So for sure. And one thing I did want to mention before we got out of the pro wrestling segment here too, apparently it was announced on Dynamite. We didn't see this live. I thought I saw a glimpse of it on the big screen above us, but it happened so fast I didn't see it. I was so much going on. But apparently the Dynamite Diamond Ring is being brought back, which is the event that MJF has won every single time. I think like the last 3 years in a row where he's won this battle royal to maintain this ring so he can use it to kind of cheat and hit people with and stuff. It's a big giant gold or diamond ring, whatever you want to call it. And apparently in 2 weeks time, the diamond ring battle royal will happen again. And usually the final two members of that battle royal will go on to face one-on-one. And that final will happen after that. And then the winner, see here, the Dynamite final, the winner gets that. And then the winner of that final match will get a world championship match in January. So they're adding the world championship title opportunity to this now. So they're at least adding a little bit more of a stakes to it than just this diamond ring. So this has got a lot of people kind of questioning whether or not MJF is coming back for this since he is the current ring bearer. So thoughts on MJF's possible return at the end of the month before around Christmas, or are they just kind of going to start fresh and give it to somebody else for the first time ever? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, MJF coming back, yeah, you can say that. But, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you give it to somebody else or you give it to MJF. I don't know.
Interesting. Anyway, all right. So, yeah. Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. So, yeah, I don't know. But that's kind of what I got for AEW and pro wrestling tonight. What do you guys got? Any other thoughts on that and the things that are going on?
Nope.
That we went live.
Other than the show was like going to a live show. If you're a wrestling fan and you've never got the opportunity to go, but you ever get a chance to go. No matter what company it is, that doesn't matter. Go. It was a great fucking time. Again, it's the atmosphere. It's you're seeing these guys, and like you don't realize. And I said this to you a couple times, Eric. You don't realize how big somebody is because on TV it's not like you can tell like they're big, but like they're big, and the ones that are shorter than you saw, like I told you who Monet. I said she looks a lot shorter live than she did on TV.
Yeah. Oh, it's like I was telling you before we went there. Everything just feels smaller live.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if like the camera just kind of makes it seem much more broad. But whatever it is, I mean, I was always stunned at my first Monday Night Raw that me and Mike went to back like in 2008, 2009, 2010, somewhere in there. Just the stage was much smaller live than it was on television. It just seems like this big grandiose thing, but it's just like a big screen, like a movie screen, and just big enough for people to watch. So it just feels much smaller in person. That's all I know how to describe it. But at the same time, much more intimate, and it's more fun to go to these small shows. In my opinion, I'd almost prefer to go to a Monday Night Raw or an AEW Dynamite than I would a large stadium show like we did earlier this year for the Royal Rumble, because obviously just the price alone, and then too, you can just see so much more in a smaller venue than you can hundreds of yards away or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, it's definitely worth going. If you ever get a chance to go watch a wrestling show live, even if it is a big stadium show, it's definitely worth it. But it's just a lot harder to get good seats when it comes to them big stadium shows for sure. So whenever WrestleMania comes back, I don't know if I want to spend $2,000 just to watch a big screen. You know what I mean? So that's something
It will
I'm not
not
sure.
come back for a long time. So.
Well, it's going to be at least 3 years for sure. So we'll have to see how it goes. Mike said in the chat, always exciting viewing, seeing Matt chow down on his dinner on a Friday night. It's
right. Don't you forget it, buddy.
It's a podcast staple at this point. You just kind of got to go with it. So, yeah.
I always do it because one of my buddies I work with commented, said, I always see you stuffing your face on the podcast. So I've decided that I've made it my ritual to eat every time I'm on the podcast.
Yeah.
So
I have no problem believing all of that from you.
I know you don't.
Mike also
I
said,
love you.
falling into the wrestling stuff here. Mike said, ready now for the creation of the AEW Great Lakes Championship, a title that can only be defended on a boat out on one of the Great Lakes. Yeah, well, I don't know if you're going to get that crazy, but I see your point, which you've made a few times here on the show. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, still don't understand the national title thing, but it's weird. I'm not going to lie, it's weird. But I'm happy for Ricochet for having a belt, but yeah, it's kind of weird. Mike said his first Raw was the night Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin beat Bulldog and Owen for the tag titles in May of 1997. That's crazy. I mean, before I went to Raw with you or whatever it was back in the late 2000s, it was 1992 at WrestleMania 8 for me. I'd never been to a small show before that. So the only thing I knew was that huge domed experience. So Dome, you remember the old Hoosier Dome. You ever go there, Matt, the old Hoosier Dome?
Yeah.
Way back in the day. What'd you go there for? A monster truck rally or something?
Monster Jam.
I want to go to Monster Trucks.
Monster what?
Trucks.
Oh, trucks. It's like you were going to say monster.
Well, I started.
You would like the one at Indy.
I meant to say I want to go see Monster Trucks, but it didn't come out that way.
I got you. Well, I've seen them in Lucas Oil, and it's fun to watch there. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely something worth going. And they're usually not too expensive. I mean, kids would enjoy it too. Get on and see how you take pictures.
I tell you, the coolest monster truck show I went to, believe it or not, Eric, was in Bedford, Indiana.
Really?
And they had one of the Bigfoot drivers that was there for that event. It was very memorable. And there was a mud drag that actually clipped the corner of the car, and they had to evacuate the southern half of the stands because the mud drag actually went into the stands.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh, that was like that time we went to the Indy 500. Was it the Indy 500? Yeah, Indy 500 a couple years ago where the tire flew off over the stands and hit a car in a parking lot. That was crazy, dude. It's like, well, and to the Speedway's credit, I think the owner of the Speedway like brought her up, reimbursed her, and got her great seats, let her go down to pit lane, so they gave her the works. But yeah, nobody was hurt. But yeah, that's crazy just to think that you could be in the parking lot, get hit by a flying tire. That's nuts. But yeah, so
it was Andretti that reimbursed.
was it?
Yeah,
Okay, I couldn't remember who it was. It'd been a few years, but yeah.
It's
Mike said his first WWF show was in fact WrestleMania 8. Yeah, mine too. Of course, I was 10. I couldn't pay for it on my own. Parents had to take me to that one, but yeah, that's how old we are. WrestleMania 8. We're about to go into WrestleMania 42.
Eric froze up.
Oh, am I good? Hello?
You're good now.
Okay, but yeah, I was 10 years old for WrestleMania 8, so that just goes to show how long I've been watching it. We're about to go into WrestleMania 42 next year, so.
Oh boy,
do the math. So yeah, it's not good. All right, so hopefully we'll get any more freezing here, and we can move on to the rest of the show. All right, well, you guys ready to get in the movie section here? Move the show right along. Yeah. All right, sweet. Here we go. All right. Before we do that, I'll just say this in the chat. There was somebody who the guy who commented a while ago. I ended up banning, just so you know. There said something. He was starting to come up with some story about 30 years ago. Someone Eric knows personally is hiding something horrible. That's why he asked about the monsters thing. I have no clue what he's talking about. So to me, it's just
Eric, you get randoms in here.
It sounded like a random troll. So for those of you wondering, that's why he was. I don't tolerate nonsense, guys.
No,
I mean, seriously, if you want to chat and contribute to the show, I get it. But we're not dealing with it. So somehow his comments still showing, but it said they were supposed to be removed. So I'm just letting you guys know, if you see them, that is why. All right, so let's move on with the show here. So when it comes to the world of movies, I had a couple things to talk about in the last few weeks that popped up. One of them in particular, I think Matt will definitely enjoy hearing about. It involves the Batman Part 2. We've got a little bit more details about it, and right now, the expectation is that Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman will not be returning for the sequel. Now, for those of you who've seen the first film, at the end of the first film, they kind of go their separate ways. She leaves Gotham, so it makes a lot of sense that she's probably not coming back for the sequel. So, no big loss there, in my opinion. Now, you might get her again in a sequel or maybe in a post-credit scene at the end of this one or whatever. But at the same time, you could just kind of say, well, Catwoman's story's done in this universe. So, you got any thoughts on that part of it, Matt? I know you're a big fan of the first film.
I'm not heartbroken about it.
Yeah, I'm not really either.
She really wasn't really that big of a deal with.
Not really. I mean, she played in the storyline a little bit there, but it wasn't like she was the main protagonist or anything in this.
No.
But I think she was a good supporting character, but her version of the character could just be done. And if that's the case, I'm totally fine with it. However, now that kind of leads to the question of, well, who's going to potentially take over the romantic role potentially for Bruce Wayne Batman here for Robert Pattinson? As of the other day, Scarlett Johansson is supposedly in final talks for the Batman Part 2. So obviously she's got a big success streak going right now. Obviously with all the Avengers stuff, she just had Jurassic World Rebirth. She just signed on to be in the next reboot of The Exorcist, which I'll probably never watch because
make her be Vicky Vale.
Well, that's the rumor too. She could be a good Vicky Vale. Definitely looks like a Vicky Vale in this photograph right here.
Certainly.
But there's other times where she has red hair, which has led a lot of people to speculate, well, maybe she could be Poison Ivy. That's a possibility.
Yeah.
However, I don't know if Poison Ivy particularly fits with the Matt Reeves version. I mean, maybe not. If they're going to do if they merge Clayface in there somehow, Poison Ivy could definitely fit them. We'll have to wait and see. However, there's a lot of people online now saying that it's probably going to be Andrea Beaumont. Now, I don't know if Matt knows this character or not. Brandon might. But Andrea Beaumont is a character that was in an animated film back in 1993, and many people consider it one of the best Batman movies of all time, especially on the animated side of things. And now, for those of you who don't know, it's Andrea, not Andrea. Andrea Beaumont was the Phantasm in Batman Mask of the Phantasm. This is the movie in 1993. And for those of you who don't necessarily know the story of it so much, it's basically a love interest of Bruce Wayne for about the time he was becoming Batman, and he became happy for once, which is something he didn't expect, and he wanted to maybe give up the vigilante thing and just kind of be with Andrea and live out his life happy for once. Well, come to find out, she disappears inexplicably, leaving Bruce Wayne heartbroken. So and the reason why she disappears is because she becomes the Phantasm and decides to hunt down the people who murdered her father, who ended up being members of Salva, what is it? Some of the old mob bosses from some of their names. What are the ones they had in the Batman?
Salvatore
Maroni
Falcone.
and Falcone and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the big hitters in that group at the time was the Joker before he became the Joker. So throughout this entire film, she's hunting down these mob bosses who killed her father on a revenge tour, so to speak. And of course, Batman can relate to that because of his parents who were murdered. So it has a nice little dynamic there where at the end, Batman kind of looks at her like, what's vengeance going to solve? And of course, she's like the one woman that Bruce Wayne dated he could not save. So there's a lot of people speculating that Scarlett Johansson, is going to become the Phantasm in Matt Reeves' next sequel film. And it maybe could even be a little bit of a twist on this story to, instead of hunting down those mob bosses who murdered her father, could potentially be hunting down the corrupt politicians throughout Gotham that they teased in the first Batman film, kind of tying into the Court of Owls storyline, which you could do that as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But right now, it appears like we could be looking at your new villain for the Batman Part 2, Scarlett Johansson. What are your thoughts on that potential aspect? Well, have you seen The Mask of the Phantasm, first of all? Matt.
I mean, she would be okay.
Have you seen that movie?
No, yes, I have seen it. And I would be okay with it. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be as a big of a I like it because you mentioned that it was something that they were not going to do before. Mm-hmm. You know, this would certainly be a new direction for them.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the villain that we've kind of been speculating who the villain could be, and WB's like, well, it's not something that it would be a villain that we've not done in live action before. So they were kind of we didn't quite know where they were going with that, but they've been kind of dropping subtle teases, and this lines up with what they have been saying. So I'm not going to lie to you. If this ends up being the case, I absolutely love Mask of the Phantasm. If it's an adaptation of it outright or a version of it kind of mixed in with other storylines, I think this is great. It's a whole new villain we've not really seen on camera. And it's kind of one of them, like I said, villains who was a good person, but just went bad because of bad circumstances, you know? And Scarlett Johansson could definitely also play the physicality.
Yeah, but we're also upon the lines of where we were talking about before, and one of the things we harp about so much, especially with the comic book movies, is there's so many stories, but it feels like we never get anything original.
Right.
Not saying it's original, but it's something that hasn't been done in this aspect. Like
live action, for sure.
This movie is a great animated movie, and like this version of Batman is from the aesthetic and all that shit is the way that Robert Pattinson's Batman was or is. So like
it can evolve into it, I think. Yeah,
but this fits that whole world. So like it would be cool.
Yeah, and she could definitely.
I'm just glad it's not a Victor Freeze.
Well, I mean, don't be wrong. I'd like to see a good version of Victor Freeze done. It just may fit more in like James Gunn's DCU if that ends up still being a thing. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I mean, it could definitely have worked in a Matt Reeves thing too, if done properly. The Phantasm though works as a character, I think, in the real life world that he's built for the Batman series, in my opinion. Very violent, very vindictive, and like I said, I think the look works here. I mean, we got a lot of people online, obviously putting together these, AI generated potential what she could look like as Andrea Beaumont. But yeah, so, and she's got the gravitas to make the character work, in my opinion. So whether or not I could see Robert Pattinson pulling Scarlett Johansson in the real world, I don't know, but that's another debate for another time, I guess. But So,
but you know what? A lot of people didn't think Robert Pattinson could pull Bruce Wayne either.
Yeah.
And
I'm still not sold
very
yet.
good at being Bruce Wayne.
You think so? I want to see more.
A lot better than I thought he was going to be.
I thought he was better as the Batman more than he was. Now,
granted, I thought he was good at Bruce Wayne because that's what you think about when you think of Bruce Wayne. Mm-hmm. Someone who's depressed.
Well,
someone who's battling through this depression his whole life, and that's what he looked like,
Well, and then of course, I mean, just
he doesn't
usually Batman.
About Bruce Wayne to me, I don't see Christian Bale with millionaire girlfriends on his arm.
Well, even in The Dark Knight, the whole storyline is Batman is his true face. You know, it's Bruce Wayne is the act he's putting on. So in that regard, Pattinson does that rather well, for sure.
Right.
That he's not trying to be Bruce Wayne anymore.
No.
You know, so and that I would maybe like to see him maybe evolve into a little bit more, because that maybe that was kind of why it kind of threw me off some. But to me, it seems like any new adaptation of Batman or any new adaptation of a character I've watched and loved throughout the years, it's a little different. It takes me some time to get used to.
Sure.
And Pattinson's the same way. So
Of course it would.
so yeah, I'm hoping this will do well. But yeah, I mean, just as a Phantasm though, as a villain, would you be down for that? That's kind of where I'm going with this.
I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, Jasper.
Now, whether or not they bring back the actor who played Joker in the deleted scene from the Batman, I don't know. I don't know if I was.
We need to move on from Joker.
Well, I got no problem with Joker, but I don't know if it's necessarily to tell the story properly. You could almost do it without him, and especially that version. I wasn't quite sold on. Was it Barry something Koenig or someone who the actor who played him?
We don't necessarily need to bring him in now.
Maybe not, but it could be something you do end up doing for this too. But that would be big news if they cast the Joker here too. So, and of course, the DCU may want to kind of hold off on that casting for their universe moving forward. I don't know, but yeah, interesting to see. But I don't think you necessarily need it. The Phantasm would be good, just hunting down mob bosses and Batman trying to get down to the bottom of who the Phantasm is. That's your story. You know, you don't need all that necessarily. But yeah,
I totally agree with that.
All right. Well, that'll do it for the big time movie news. I got some rapid fire stuff I want to talk about too. So we'll move into that here, and we'll talk about the story that Mike alluded to a little earlier, which is a pretty big story in the world of movies. So here we go.
How do you feel about this, Eric?
What?
I've already read into this, but
The big story?
How do you feel about it?
The one I'm about to bring up here, this one?
Yes.
Warner Brothers and Netflix. Well,
I'm not getting warm and fuzzies from it.
Well, I don't think a lot of people are here. So, yeah, here you go. So, let me see if I can pull my notes up here for it. Okay, so Netflix has officially won the bidding war for Warner Brothers Discovery. We've talked about this here on the channel about who was going to acquire Warner Brothers. We were talking about Paramount, Comcast, Universal was a little bit kind of sticking their nose in there some. But Netflix has officially won the bid that was worth $82.7 billion. So move aside, Lucasfilm. This is definitely a bigger deal than that. Netflix now enters the exclusive final talk stage to acquire Warner Brothers and HBO television and movie studios and streaming assets. Now, with this purchase, notable IPs that will be included with this deal include that Netflix will now own Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, DC and all of its characters like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Game of Thrones, The Matrix, The Big Bang Theory, and I'm assuming their spinoffs, Friends, Looney Tunes, the Dune film rights, the Sopranos, and the original Wizard of Oz film, and even Warner Brothers Games, WB Games, which include titles involving all the movies IPs that I've been mentioning here, as well as Mortal Kombat, will soon now all fall under the Netflix banner, among many, many others. Like I think Gremlins is in there, and there's a few other Beetlejuice. All those will now be owned by Netflix. Now, details of this deal. Netflix claims they will continue theatrical releases of their films, although they've stated that they think that the release window between theatrical movie theaters and streaming could be shortened like to around 1 month or even 2 weeks, which is insane. And current contract, the current contract to put Warner Brothers films in theaters actually ends in 2029. So after that, Netflix may pull the plug on theatrical releases altogether, which is the industry's big concern, which I'll get into in just a second. Netflix will keep HBO Max around for a while, also periodically adding WB and HBO content to Netflix, which flat out tells me that it will eventually dissolve HBO Max and merge it into Netflix. That's what's going to happen.
Good.
So, I mean, there'll be one less streaming service to pay for, but Netflix prices will definitely go up. That's what's going to happen. No doubt about it, because I'll have more content available, so they're going to charge you more. I promise you. The deal will not close until Q3 of 2026 after Warner Brothers has split its networks into the newly created separate company, Discovery Global, because their television network owned by Warner Brothers Discovery will not be included in this deal, and it will be run by a separate entity, still under the leadership of Warner Brothers, whoever they deem over there. However, the deal will face heavy regulatory hurdles from the government and reviews about antitrust violations before it is indeed finalized here. The same process occurred when Disney acquired Fox that excluded Fox News, which was its own separate entity. While Comcast has dropped out of this race, Paramount CEO David Ellison, who was the next highest bidder here, is accusing Warner Brothers of an unfair bidding process to buy Warner Brothers. And with the Trump administration favoring Ellison at Paramount, it could be interesting to see if this deal follows through to its conclusion. We also got writers, actors, and directors in Hollywood voicing their opinions and being against this Netflix bid, as many directors especially have warned that if Netflix were to acquire Warner Brothers, that the theater business will end because, according to them, Netflix, despite what they promise, will move everything straight to streaming services. So there won't be any more theaters going to the theaters, according to them, thus being very bad for Hollywood. And I agree, moves like this will eventually kill movie theaters completely. And same thing I was kind of concerned about with Disney when they acquired Fox with Disney Plus. So this is far from finalized, but as of now, Netflix has won the bidding war, but it definitely feels to me like Warner Brothers has intentionally been turning down Paramount, despite Paramount making 3 different bids, having less hurdles regulation-wise, and offering straight-up cash. It feels like this is political because Donald Trump favors Paramount CEO David Ellison. The Saudis were also involved with the Paramount bid. Paramount is being labeled as the MAGA studio at the moment, and studio heads over at Warner Brothers likely didn't want to see their assets run by a company from the opposing political side. That's just my theory. Now, detractors of the Paramount bid stated that they didn't want government involved in deciding what is created among the entertainment industry, afraid they would push certain agendas. Yeah, like that isn't happening with all these other studios from Disney to Warner Brothers currently, and especially Netflix, by the way. Obama has significant deals with Netflix, the same company that pushes transgender ideology on their child programming. So that argument falls flat for me. If it's okay for one side to do that with their programming, then it should be okay for both, should it not? But I'd prefer politics be out of my entertainment altogether, but that's not the world we live in. Do you have any thoughts on that part of it, about how like Paramount is obviously more MAGA or right-wing, which is maybe potentially why Warner Brothers has refused to sell to them? That's the theory going around.
I think this move was absolutely disastrous.
Yeah.
For movies. I think that, let me tell you something. I was not very fond of the direction that Harry Potter was going in. Okay. So this move I think it may be a godsend for Harry Potter.
Well, maybe. Have you seen some of Netflix's programming? It's woke as hell.
Oh, I won't, nobody will. What I'm saying is it will be so bad that no one will watch it.
Oh, I see. Well, when it comes to Harry Potter, too, they're filming the first 2 seasons back to back. But after, say, season 2 is done filming, and this deal, if it were to go through and pass all the regulatory stuff with the government.
Who's to say they'll do season after that?
Well, or it'll be completely changed. Maybe it won't be the same as the first 2 seasons. I mean, DC's got that problem, too. A lot of people online are like, well, with Netflix now buying Warner Brothers, that means they're going to restore the Snyderverse and the new James Gunn DCU is gone. Well, you got to remember, too, over at Netflix, Zack Snyder has had some flops when it comes to the Army of the Dead franchise, the Rebel Moon franchise. So Netflix is not necessarily loving him over there either. So they may not go that route, and maybe James Gunn DCU stays the same, or they could flat out reboot yet again, which is going to suck. So hopefully they don't do that. But
it will suck altogether.
I have no doubt that they will definitely, use the DC brand for sure. They'll use it to death on their streaming service.
It's just very, very frustrating. Because Netflix, everybody watched the Jake Paul fight.
Yeah. Well, and that's not necessarily.
That is what you're going to get with Netflix.
Well, it's not just that.
They do not put very much into.
I mean, cuties got a lot of people's fur up, tizzy. Which
I'm mad because
bad.
We canceled Netflix, and then 50 Cent dropped this damn documentary on Diddy. And I want to watch it.
I just think Netflix is very woke. And I think Warner Brothers.
Well, Michelle.
Come over to my house.
And Barry are on the board of Netflix.
Yeah, and Joe Biden's also got deals now, I think, with them too. So they want to say, well, we don't want the Trump administration to have power or anything like that, but the left already does when it comes to this. So, and not to mention all their other like media outlets and stuff. So don't tell me you're worried about the influence of one side over the other, because you do it all the time. You know, that it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't want any side to be influenced on any of this, but that's not the world we live in, unfortunately. But yeah, I agree with Mike though. If you shorten the time between when a movie is in theaters and then streaming, people might as well just wait for the streaming instead of spending big bucks at the theaters. And you're right. And for the consumer, and that's Netflix's owner's point. He said, we believe that the longer theatrical window doesn't benefit the consumer. And in a way, he's right. It's probably cheaper to stay home and watch it on Netflix with your family on your big screen or whatever it is. But when it comes to the overall movie theater industry, it's going to kill the industry if you don't have the movie theaters kind of having that window.
Maybe movie theaters need to come up with a different plan then, because like,
this has been a problem.
There's a lot of movies. There's a lot of movies that come out. You can't afford to go. For one, you don't have time to go. But if they changed their pricing, or they changed, maybe did a club and you know,
which they do,
made it more accessible though. You know, made it where it felt like, I remember, you know, going to the drive-in. It was a thing. It was a whole thing. We you know what I mean? Like, you got
I still want to go to that one down the road here.
Like, but it was a whole thing. Like, you got your snacks, you know, because it was an all-night event, so to speak. Like,
and they're still
a couple
affordable.
Hours are gonna be out there. Yeah.
And drive-ins, you get 2 movies usually. So
for the price of one. Yeah. So like, if theaters offered, and I get, you know, there's comfy chairs, there's food. The food is
sometimes
expensive as shit. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you,
and that's because the theaters make their money on it. But
yeah,
you're right.
But again, if you made it more accessible, and
but if I can sit at home and eat my food and wait a couple weeks, then I'm going to.
Especially if it's only 2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe they do dinner and a movie or something like that.
Yeah,
and some theaters do that too. Now, the smaller market theaters like ours around here don't have the money for, but if you go to a big city, they do stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, something around here.
For the smaller ones around here, like offer a family night or you know,
Tuesday nights,
when there's
usually.
a big, you know, when there's a big kid event, you know, or movie that's coming out, like, just make it more presentable. And you're 100% correct on, if the movie's going to come out on streaming service 2 weeks later, there's no point in going. But if
especially 2 weeks, a month is short enough, let alone 2 weeks. No one's going to go to the theater. That's why directors and actors and writers are mad, and they're probably going to sue over this. The Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, all this stuff. And not to mention the Trump administration, like we said, is favoring David Ellison. So they would prefer them have it. So, you know, whether it passes government regulatory reviews and stuff, it's probably going to be an uphill battle for Netflix here. So this may not even go through. And of course, even Elizabeth Warren is talking about how this is bad for the industry, because almost half or more than half of the market is now going to be owned by Netflix. So it has to go up against monopoly laws and stuff too. So this very well may not fly.
Elizabeth Warren, where have I heard that? Oh, Pocahontas. Okay.
Yeah. But she actually makes a point there. Right. She does. But, you know, who knew?
Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Right, exactly. So, yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Disney was already on their way to become a monopoly. They were buying up things left and right.
Well, they were, and they bought Fox, and it passed. Now, I don't remember who was in office when that happened. I'd have to go back and look. But either way. No, it might have even been Trump's first term. I don't remember. It's been a minute. But anyhow, so yeah, they passed through. But it is usually a year and a half long process. So this is just now in the early stages. So probably within a year, you're probably going to see, if this continues on this current trajectory, Netflix is going to own. Now, like Mike said here, maybe theaters need to lower their concession stand prices. I can make my own snacks way cheaper than buying there. And like I said in the past, and I'll say it again here, the reason why and I'm not saying you have to pay, because it does suck, but the reason why theaters pay so much money is because they make very little money off the actual ticket prices for the theater or for the movies.
That ain't my problem.
I understand, but that's the problem the industry has. The industry has that problem right now. If you're going to evolve into a more streaming situation, they can't compete because they have to charge more just to keep the lights on at the theaters. That's why they charge so much for concessions. That's how they make their profit. But I get it though. From a consumer standpoint, that stinks, and none of us like it. That's why Netflix is arguing, well, it's not consumer friendly for the theater thing. That's why they want to move to streaming. But then Hollywood's got to figure out how we're going to make money overall if we, can only sell so many subscriptions to our services. That's the problem they have, and they've had that problem for years. They've got to get it figured out fast.
And the offshoot to that is if theaters go away in that sense and streaming becomes the platform to watch movies on instead of, imagine what those prices are going to spike up to be, because now this is the only way to do that.
Yeah. Well, hell, during the pandemic, when we had all these like Black Widow come out, or these like Suicide Squad that came out straight to streaming services, they put it behind a paywall. So if you want to watch Black Widow, you got to pay $30 and you get it for like 48 hours. So you might as well go to the theater in a way. It still might be cheaper for a lot of families, like maybe Brandon and Miranda here. But yeah, if you do it that way, it's still going to be an arm and a leg to us. So, but of course, there's always the pirate, out there.
Well, we'll just have to get together and watch them to like.
Yeah, pile our money together. Yeah, I mean,
like we used to do, like we do the old pay-per-views back in the day, where you meet up at somebody's house and like.
All right, here's $20
for pay-per-view.
Yeah, who wants to buy the pizza? Exactly. So we'll have to wait and see. But anywho, but now there's another aspect of this that I did want to touch on that Mike mentioned earlier, and that is of course AEW. Going back to wrestling just for a hot second here. So the question is, how will this affect AEW? From the sounds, because you got to remember, their television shows right now are on TNT and TBS, Warner Brothers owned networks. Now, from the sounds of things, and from what I gathered so far, and it should not affect AEW much, if at all. It states in the deal that TNT and TBS will not be included with this deal, as those networks, along with others like CNN and Discovery, will be split into their own company, Discovery Global. However, this could mean that eventually AEW will not be streaming on HBO Max anymore, that they just started doing this year, like their pay-per-views and their weekly television programs. So that could be taken off of HBO Max. So that could definitely be something. And AEW's contract with Warner Brothers, I think, as of right now, is only until the end of 2027 anyway. So once this actually is finalized, they may be looking for a new home anywho. So it may only have to deal with it about 6 months to a year, and then they move on to another company. However, it might actually be more, it might affect WWE more, I should say, than it would AEW. Now, how is that, you might ask? If Netflix, which is now running Monday Night Raw, by the way, they own the rights to that. If Netflix starts comparing value per dollar, AEW might actually come out looking like the smarter investment for Netflix instead of WWE. There's been reports that Netflix is currently running WWE at an extremely high cost, and multiple reports are stating that Netflix is not really thrilled with some of the returns that they're getting. So AEW could end up being the cheaper option to distribute for Netflix. So that's just something to keep an eye on there. I'm not saying that AEW is moving to Netflix, but
they should. Eric,
they're not going to demand the high cost that WWE is currently demanding for Monday Night Raw alone. You can maybe get all of AEW for a much cheaper price. So, what are your thoughts on the wrestling aspect of this? With AEW maybe not being on HBO Max much longer.
They just need to stay on TV. Keep wrestling on TV. Don't move it to the streaming shit.
Well, AEW is on television and streaming. They do both. Raw is exclusive to Netflix. So that's where WWE's got a bit of an issue. We'll have to see how that plays out. But that may not affect them at all. We'll have to wait and see. But this is definitely an aspect of it that we're going to have to keep an eye on moving forward because, it's definitely up in the air. You got any thoughts on that, Brandon? As the wrestling guru here?
At this point, I feel like with wrestling, and we've talked about this before too. Me and Miranda had this discussion the other day. I wish WWE would just go back to their own streaming service. The WWE Network was one of the most beneficial things that Vince came up with. And it worked. You had all your pay-per-views on there. You had their whole catalog was on there. It was the ultimate wrestling fans dream hub.
Yeah.
And the price was $10. And it was like you had access to everything.
You just made me think of those damn ads that they were so hyped about that network.
$9.99 over and over again, to ad nauseum in a way. But at the same time, we look back on it now kind of going, that was actually a blessing because I didn't have it up in my list here, but the reports also this week that WWE will be pulling all of their WWE programming off of Peacock, which has been where the network and all the backlog catalog and stuff has been for the last several years. They will be pulling it off of Peacock, all of it, by the end of the month. So starting in January 2026, WWE's programming outside of YouTube will not have a home. Now, the assumption is maybe they'll eventually get on Netflix or something. But right now, Netflix only has the rights to Raw. SmackDown's still on USA. NXT is on CW. You know, so I don't know where all this stuff from back in the day, 30 years ago, is going to end up in the long run. Right now, we just don't have those answers. So that's another issue.
Like if they got back to their own network, man, like I mean, I was paying $10 a month again, because when you pay for something, you should have access to the whole thing. You got access to pay-per-views and all that shit. It was covered under the umbrella of you paying a monthly fee or yearly fee or bi-monthly fee, whatever the tiers were. I think it was only one tier, right? Well, then if you're doing it again to be competitive in the market of streaming, then do the tiered system, but you have access to everything in the sense of past pay-per-views if you go up a notch or whatever. But if you pay for let's say it's $20 for the mega version of the WWE network, which gives you access to every single thing they've ever done,
right?
You know, as opposed to if you just go for the entry tier, you know what it was, $10 a month, you get access to everything current. You just don't get to watch the weekly shows the night of. You get to watch them, they come out the day after,
right?
You know what I mean?
Then you got to avoid spoilers in today's world, which is hard. But I mean, it can be done.
But
it can be done. But I mean, and as much as people want to crap on Vince McMahon, and there's a lot of reasons to crap on him, I totally understand that. However, you got to say this about the man: he always made sure that his product was affordable for families. $9.99 a month. The pay-per-views may have been more expensive, but the weekly shows, you can't get a good seat at a WWE Raw or SmackDown now for less than a couple $100. You pay-per-view WrestleMania is like $1,000 plus, easy. You want to get ringside? You're looking at taking a second mortgage. So say what you AEW right now is more affordable right now. But yeah, I mean, but
Eric, if you
go
that direction, you got to look at the cost of living.
Yeah, and that's what Vince always tried to do. He wanted to make sure to keep his audience that way. We'll see if that ends up playing its role out. I remember there was a sign on Monday Night Raw. It was either this week or last week, or maybe it was Survivor. It was one of the shows recently. Somebody in the crowd that had a sign that said, "Thanks TKO. This is my last WWE event for a long time," because they couldn't afford it, and it had dollar signs on the poster. So it's like that guy gets it, you know. And again, this is not a Triple H thing or anything. This is a TKO. You know, again, and I get it. As long as people will pay it, they're going to charge it until they start losing their audience. They're not going to fix it.
It's like everything right now, though.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of the girls that you guys work with the other day, and she's remodeling her house. And we're talking about prices of that and price. It's just everything. So I kind of get why they're charging so much, because they're being charged so much to rent these places, to do this, to do that. So it's just the whole damn system needs to fucking attitude adjustment.
It's a vicious circle. And like I said before, like we always said, shit rolls downhill. And unfortunately, as a consumer, you're at the bottom of that hill. There's so many layers above you for them to put on live shows or, you know, book this venue, pay for the travel, pay all that shit's calculated into it. And then you're the one who has to pay the cost essentially because of what they paid to even bring that here.
Right.
And it just sucks.
I can't even imagine the insurance they have to pay.
Oh,
how many people get hurt and stuff. So I mean, I get it. They got money going out, but they gotta understand at the same time that
you're right. And I'm not trying to turn this into a political segment here. We'll get to that later. But this does tie in just to a little bit to it here. That is one of my few criticisms of the Trump administration right now. Now, granted, they were handed a disaster when it comes to the economy. It takes a lot longer to make things affordable than it does to raise all the prices.
Especially when he's being fought every step of the way. We'll get more into it later. But even the woke people, the unasleep, the the conspiracy theorists don't get it right now, and it's pissing me off to the point where I'm just like, you know what, whatever.
Mm-hmm. It takes a lot of time, and of course, we'll all hopefully see some of the benefits. I'm hoping when it comes to tax season with the big beautiful bill that was passed. A lot of that was supposed to take into effect this year, and we're going to hopefully start to see the benefits of it next year. So hopefully that'll happen. But again, when it comes to the affordability stuff and all this stuff, everybody's like, well, so old tariffs and stuff. Yeah, but the tariffs are also benefiting us in a lot of ways when we're bringing jobs back here and things like that. So there's definitely benefits to it. There may be some uptakes there, but inflation's still way farther down than it was under Joe Biden, even now, and it still could go a little further. However, like I said, my one criticism is it doesn't feel like it's happening fast enough. I will say that, and I would like to see it go quicker, and hopefully we'll get to that point within the next year and a half. But it's going to take some time. So that's everybody just needs to be patient. Yeah.
Interest rates is what they need to fucking lower.
Mm-hmm. Well, and even like there's videos out there that I've even posted on Facebook and stuff where like Thanksgiving dinner costs less than it did last year. So it is coming down. It's just you're not seeing it fast enough. So a lot of people are still frustrated. That's what it is. Well, everybody needs to chill.
A couple of weeks ago, they opened up an investigation on beef because there's something going on. So
hopefully that part of it will change too.
Pricing of it, I mean.
Yeah. Well, the big reason I bring up Trump here is not so much that part of it. We'll talk about him later. But this kind of ties into the movie stuff because on top of the Paramount CEO, David Ellison, trying to potentially will even be suing for this bid here over Netflix. But Trump apparently himself has lobbied for Rush Hour 4.
No shot.
Yep.
Assistance and his suggestion is it has apparently now been greenlit by Paramount, and Rush Hour 4 is supposedly now on the way. So we'll get Jackie Chan, who's a little bit older in age at this point, but as of right now, it's been greenlit. We'll see where this goes.
Yes.
Hey, you guys are going to notice something.
No. Let's not do this.
I'm just saying.
Hey, hold on. Rush Hour was a great series. It was fun.
Yeah.
Jackie Chan to me is always entertaining. Chris Tucker is a hell of a comedian and a supporting star. I loved him in all of those movies. I loved him.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yeah.
Don't nobody understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
So I guess part of me would love to see this, just to see it one more time. Jackie Chan hasn't been on screen. He's been directing a lot of movies.
Well, he's been in some stuff, but
he was in the Karate Kid stuff.
Yeah, he's been in a few things, but yeah.
But he is way older, obviously, and we know his.
That's what they got stunt guys for, Jackie. I know you used to do your own stunts.
His own stunts. I remember when he broke his leg in Rumble in the Bronx. When he jumped from one building to the other, and he on the fire escape, he broke his leg, and they shot the rest of the movie with this oversized foot cast that still matched his clothes. It was crazy, but I would love to see it, me personally, just because it was Rush. I love the Rush Hour movies. It's the same thing, I guess, the way I felt about the Lethal Weapons movie. Sure, they could have stopped it after the one with what's his name, Jet Li. But hey.
And I will say this: I don't think necessarily the third film was the greatest in the trilogy, but the first two movies were outstanding, in my personal opinion. Mm-hmm. And Mike said he's never seen Rush Hour. No reason why, just haven't. Dude, you got at least the first two. Get on them. They're hilarious. I mean, they're about 30 years old. Wow. But yeah,
maybe.
I mean, definitely. It's one of those things that I don't know if you could make this
movie night, everybody.
Hey, I'm down for it. But it's one of those things that if it's made by Paramount under a company and CEO that is not as butthurt about their fifis and their feelings, you probably still could pull this off. You know what I'm saying? But
oh my God, the racial undertones in these movies between Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker were hilarious, though.
Yeah, that's what made it funny.
I want Matt or Mike to hear this joke that JD Vance had tonight, and I sent it to the chat already.
Okay.
So you have to listen to it. You have to play it.
All right, let me see if I can. All right. Well, if you got in the chat, you can definitely see it, but I'll pull it up here too. Let's see. Is it in our private chat?
It's on the Facebook. Or not. On
Facebook. Oh, that's okay. I got you. All right, let me see if I can pull it up right quick here. I don't even know. Oh, he's talking about Sylvester Stallone. I've heard something about this. Let me pull it up here right quick. Pardon me while I get this all set up here. Live, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing this on the fly. All right, so here you go. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance telling a story or a joke about, I guess, Sylvester Stallone, correct? There we go.
I want to talk about Sly and all his great accomplishments and why we're gathered here to celebrate him. But I want to first say, people often ask me what it's like to be the Vice President of the United States. And a lot of it is exactly what you would expect it to look like if you watched on TV or just paid attention to the media. But sometimes you get these behind-the-scenes moments that I will never, ever forget for the rest of my life. So, for example, today I'm in the Oval Office with the President of the United States and our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and we're talking about something really, really important. And the President kind of holds up his hand and says, no, hold on a second. There's something much more important. Shoes. And he peers over the Resolute desk and he says, Marco, JD, you guys have shitty shoes. Goes out, grabs a catalog. There happens to be another politician in the room. I won't say who, and you'll find out why in a second. And he actually runs us through this incredible shoe catalog. And we're by the way, the President is giving us with 4 pairs of shoes. And I think 4 pairs for Marco. And he's actually asking our size in the middle of this conversation. He's asking for our size so that he can make sure that we get the right shoes. And he asked this other politician, said, I'm going to get you some shoes too. And so he says, Marco, what's your shoe size? And Marco's apparently an 11.5. He says, JD, what's your shoe size? My shoe size is 13. And he asked this politician, who I won't embarrass, what his shoe size is, and he says 7.
Now I got to know.
He kind of leans back in his chair and says, you can tell a lot about a man by his shoe size. we won't ask the second lady for comment on that particular topic.
Wow. Look at her face, by the way. Look at her face.
So I think we're back. I think the days of offending anybody are over.
Yeah, and that's all I want. Like, movies nowadays are they're so focused on the agenda. You got to put this, and it gets old. Let's just have fun again. Like Rush Hour was. It doesn't have to be like the perfect movie in the world, but entertain me. And stop trying to just preach at me. And that comes from both sides. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I prefer just have my entertainment be that.
Those jokes, though, they made movies like, especially comedy movies. Comedies always should have been that one place where you could, the art of a comedian was to find that tactful way to either insult you or play off of this it was always that like dose of sugar in a bitter fucking world. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
comedy movies were like, take that situation and turn it upside down. You take tragedy and turn it into laughter.
Right.
And being offended about everything. Like, I was watching the other night at work. I was listening to these guys do movie reviews, and they were reviewing Major Payne, right? Everybody seen Major Payne before?
It's been a minute, but yeah.
Okay. Bam Bam Bigelow was in that movie,
I forgot about that.
Anyway,
wow.
The jokes at the beginning with Damon Wayans and all this, but then they did another movie, Tropic Thunder. And as they were talking about it, Robert Downey Jr.'s character came up, and which then took me down a rabbit hole of listening to other people's thoughts on him playing the character and all that, and it, the whole blackface thing. And
what do you mean?
It was surprising to me that all of these, and a lot of them were black comedians who were like, I thought it was fucking hilarious. Like, it was funny because it was used in a funny fucking way. That it was, despite it was hilarious.
Well, it's like whenever these people want to say in the NFL, well, we can't call the Washington team the Redskins anymore because we might offend somebody. They're fine with it. They've been asking to bring it back. It's like, why does everything have to be offensive? Like, why can't we just laugh at ourselves? we are screwed up. It's okay to laugh every now and then, just to enjoy life sometimes. So I'm hopeful like Rush Hour can kind of get back to that. But yeah, Brandon's absolutely right on the money. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of glad this is happening. So that's why a part of me did kind of hope Paramount would get a hold of some of the Warner Brothers IP. And who knows, it may still happen. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. But at the same time, and we'll see how Paramount does. And we've got a few Paramount stories on top of this one too. But yeah, it's just like, let's just chill on both sides. You know what I'm saying? All right, we'll get off the politics thing for just now. We'll move on to something else. But anyway, we'll come back to that a little bit later. We also got Macaulay Culkin, the star of the Home Alone first two films from back in the 90s, says that he has a sequel idea. Huh?
I said, are they going to do another Home Alone?
I don't know yet, but I mean, they've done a couple without him, but he did the only two Home Alones I care about.
He's going to be in Fallout.
Which a lot of people, don't like the second one now because Donald Trump used his hotel in it for the film. Go cry me a river, okay? But anyway, that notwithstanding,
he'll be in this one if they make it.
Maybe.
He was in that one too, wasn't
That's
he?
why.
It's the second one, yeah.
Yeah, because he's coming out as Macaulay was going in or whatever.
Yeah, he kind of gives him a direction to where to go. Yeah, it's in his hotel. So, but hey, he let him use the hotel. I think he can have a cameo. I mean, chill. Again, why do we got to be offended by everything? But anyway, Macaulay Culkin says he has an idea for a sequel that involves his character, Kevin McAllister, where his son faces off against him. He said, quote, I kind of had this idea. I'm either a widower or a divorcee. I'm raising a kid and all that stuff. I'm working really hard and I'm not really paying enough attention. And the kid is kind of getting miffed at me. And then I get locked out of the house. Kevin's son won't let me in. And he's the one setting traps for me. The house is some sort of metaphor for our relationship. And the ultimate goal is to, quote, get let back into his son's heart, kind of a deal. So it actually has a pretty good idea.
It sounds pretty good. Yeah,
it doesn't
sound like a
bad.
hell of a concept.
So
it's a feel-good movie.
Yeah.
Shut up, Matt. You weren't even here for the most part of it. I think it'd be good. Like I like the messaging in the movie though. Like it's
yeah.
I like that. I think it's a good feel-good slapstick again, which is another thing that kind of died off, I guess, in movies was like the slapstick kind of comedy.
Do it because kids might hurt themselves. Here's an idea: be a good parent and teach them not to do that. How about that? But
or like when you see it in the movies and you see that, like, oh my god, my kids are so feral. It seems like earlier today, Brandon's like they were fighting, wrestling, beating the hell out of each other. Brandon's like, are you guys like just playing around or is this serious? They're both just like, we're playing. He's like, okay, don't hurt each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like it goes from like, nice, it's all fun and games.
Yeah.
And
you got to make sure.
It's all good until someone loses a tooth.
Yeah, you got to get in there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just, hey, y'all good? Yeah, okay. Carry on. Don't.
If I come over and your kids are not laying it in, like I saw with Charlotte Flair and Becky Lynch earlier, I'm going to have a talk with them. Got to get in there.
It like I know it. They don't hold back on each other, which is also, I don't know, both one part enduring and the next. Because I will say this: nobody fights harder for the other than the kids do. Like they may have their own internal beef or whatever inside this house, but outside this house, it's a different story. You know what I mean? Like, but to watch them interact with each other and the violence that it is, and I'm not saying my kids just haul off and beat each other to death. That's not it. But like I told you before, I toyed with the idea of getting boxing gloves for a heavy bag, and Anaya's first question was, "Will we get headgear?" No, because you're not going to start punching each other in the face. Like I don't.
Yeah. That
like,
gives
why
you
was
permission.
that your first thought? Like,
yeah.
I was like, why was that your first thought? Like,
yeah. Gotta be smart about it, but yeah. So I don't know. I mean, whether or not we'll see another Home Alone, time will tell. But I will say, I would rather see this than some of the other sequels they did after the second film. This would at least complete the Kevin McAllister trilogy in a way. So I'd be happy. And maybe you can see some of the old actors come back. Like I know his mother's still around. I know the guy who played the father passed away. But some of the other, there's like 12 kids in that family. Some of them are still around.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see some of them back too. But I don't know. But I don't know if we'll see the Sticky Bandits back or not either.
Oh, like some kind of callback to him, like the wet bandits. Remember that? Like the wet bandit plumbing service or something. Just like something like that would be kind of cool. You know, Marvin. What was the other guy?
Harry.
Marv was the Harry. Harry was the
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci. I don't remember
Mars on the
other
right.
guy's name.
Yeah,
I
he's not
don't
as well
remember
known.
his name.
But yeah, I mean,
But yeah, like
I don't know.
I
Maybe,
loved those movies as a kid. You know, the creepy old guy who ends up saving him turns out to be a very nice fucking guy.
I was
the
at the
bird
age,
lady at
like,
the park.
staying home by myself around this time. Like,
Mhm.
I was feral as a kid too. And like, yeah, I
Yeah,
love
did you ever
those
set your
movies.
house up in booby traps?
Yeah,
No.
actually.
might left some micro. I probably left some
Me-
micro machines on the floor a few times. But
Me and Missy we come up with some shit to scare the guy my mom's dating's son was dating. Yeah,
yeah.
it's fun.
All I know is I'd be down to see this, and like we said, it sounds like a good idea. So hopefully we'll get to it.
Yeah.
So yeah. Speaking of Paramount, though, we got some Paramount announcements. Apparently, a new Sonic event film has now got a release date for December 2028. Now, this does not mean that Sonic 4 has been pushed back, because Sonic 4 is still coming out in March of 2027. This is the fifth film in the series. So this does not say it's going to be Sonic 5 or a Shadow spinoff or anything like that. It specifically says an untitled event film. Normally when movie studios say that sort of thing, it's like a team up Avengers style type mega event, hence the event film. So are we getting some sort of like Sonic team up mega blockbuster culmination of everything that's come before here? And I even venture to wonder if that means potentially, considering we got next year, we got Mario, the sequel to that's coming out. 2027, we've got Zelda, the live action, and we've got Donkey Kong potentially coming out maybe in 2028. We'll have to wait and see. Could we potentially be seeing some sort of a team up thing here leading to a Smash Brothers thing? I'm not saying that's what it is, but it would make sense based on this photo here and all the characters they've introduced so far. Yoshi's coming in the next one. We've got some characters now in the Sonic lore with Knuckles, Shadow, and all the rest. Tails, is that a possibility, or is this just something that's going to be set in the Sonic world alone? What are your speculations?
I don't know. I mean, it would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool to do like a Sonic and Mario thing, to like a big Avengers, I guess, style kind of a movie. But I don't know if it's more or less
live action and stuff there, but you could maybe.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's more or less going to be like a Sonic event as far as just Sonic worlds go, because there's so many characters they could use in that whole thing too. And like they're already, they've already got this world going on with the introduction of Knuckles and Shadows and themselves. There's other versions of Sonic that they could also use too that are out there. So like maybe it's just in the movie sense of their world, this is what that event movie could be about. And it's slated in between the last movie and the current movie, the movie that's going to be coming out.
Yeah. And like I'm just speculating on the Smash Brothers part of it. Don't take that as fact. I'm just kind of thinking that what if type situation, considering the lineup across all the Nintendo properties as well over the next 2 years. But yeah, this is specifically said a Sonic event film. But it's just kind of interesting that they didn't want to tell us what the title was or what it could entail. So interesting nonetheless. So we'll have to see where this ends up going. But yeah, the fifth Sonic movie, and of course we got the Knuckles television series. This has become a full-blown universe now, so it was successful enough. And just think, we've gone very far from the days of the original Sonic design that fans hated. They had to rally against the creators and stuff. They fixed it, and now look what it's become because they listened to the fans and stuff. So yeah, so I'm glad to see that they're actually having some success with this property. Speaking of properties that the Paramount hopes to have success with, we reported that a live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reboot was coming our way. We now have a release date for that. It will be November 17th, 2028. So 3 years from now, around Thanksgiving, we will have a new live action Ninja Turtles film. Of course, the downfall to that was we got the announcement that the Last Ronin adaptation had been canceled. But maybe this could potentially lead into something like that. We'll have to wait and see. And now there's also reports going around too that this movie could actually be a hybrid live action Ninja Turtles movie. So you could potentially get like a turtle that looks like this, where it's kind of CGI created to look real in a real life world. It would kind of play off of kind of like they did with the Michael Bay ones, but hopefully they'll look better in that. But would you like to see something like this, because I like this design. It looks like the old 1990s live action versions. But if you were to do it CGI, I'd be fine with it. But the aesthetics got to look right, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, man. The rubber suits, again, the technology there was ahead of its time, but it gave it a more real feel. And I think, like, if that's what you're going for, go about it that way. You can't say you can't do it because it's been done before. And with technology that was back then, you know what I mean? 80s.
Yeah.
Like, so you can do it now. And I think if you're going for the live action Ninja Turtles, I think that's the way to go. And it would come off way better than a CGI one.
The only thing I would push back on that, which I totally agree with you, but the only thing is you go back and look at those now, granted, it was 30 years ago, but those first two 90s, even the third one, when you watch the mouths move, you could tell it's, not lining up with what they say, but
yeah,
it was the product of the time too. So I don't know if that part of it would fly today, which leads to credit to the hybrid part of it, but I'd still watch it. I'd watch it.
People have made now real life Iron Man, not only fucking helmets, but suits. They can't fly, but you get what I'm saying. So there's no way you could tell me, but there's no way that you can tell me you could not get the animatronics right. There's a fucking helmet I could have bought that's a full digital visor on the front face front that matches your fucking lip move. VR headsets track your fucking eyes. So there's no way you couldn't do the same thing for somebody's mouth to where it would move when the line is spoken, as opposed to a delay between the two.
Yeah, and even if it was bad, I wouldn't mind. I'd look past it, just for the aesthetic and kind of that nostalgia feel a little bit for me anyway. I just don't want this. I don't want this again. This is no go. Stop.
Yeah.
No. And that was probably the best looking one out of the four. I don't.
Eric disappeared.
Oh, where did it go?
He said he didn't like it, and they was like, "No, you good."
Oh, there he is.
I totally tried to hit the back button on the picture, and I completely fell out of the stream.
I go. He said he didn't like it, and they shut him off.
I really didn't like it. I was done with it at that point. You know what I mean? So yeah. So we'll get more news about this in the coming years. It's still 3 years away, so it's still very early days. But yeah, I'm looking forward to a properly done Ninja Turtles reboot. I think hopefully it'll happen too. And they're still doing the Mutant Mayhem animated stuff for you animated fans out there. So hopefully they'll keep doing that as well. Speaking of animated to live action, though, we got our first official poster for the upcoming Nicolas Cage Spider Noir, which kind of follows the animated version of the Peter Parker variant from the Into the Spider-Verse films. However, it's based on the door here. And apparently, he won't be playing a Peter Parker variant. He'll be playing Ben Reilly. It'll be that version of the character underneath the black mask and stuff. So looking forward to this on Amazon Prime. This is one of my more highly anticipated Marvel series coming out this next year in 2026. So looking forward to seeing a trailer. Well, we had a small teaser trailer. I'd like to see a lot more before we get it. Hopefully, I think it comes out early 2026, if I'm not mistaken. So looking forward to that. And I think they're also releasing this in the noir black and white too. So you can watch it in both aspects. So that'd be pretty cool. Also, we got a slight delay. The Simpsons movie sequel, the second film, is now not coming out in July of 2027. It's been pushed back to the very beginning of September, which is only like a little over a month delay. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it was originally scheduled to come out on the exact same day of the Minecraft movie sequel. So it makes sense to get away from that. So now they got the beginning of September all to themselves. So Simpsons still coming, but a little bit later than we originally expected. So on Labor Day weekend, which I thought was kind of funny. They were making fun of the fact they had to move. So that's kind of funny. And last but not least, in the world of movies, I wanted to talk about tonight. Apparently, Sony is also announcing some stuff. They said a new Men in Black movie is officially on the way. I'm a little torn on this one because if it's like the Chris Hemsworth film, I wasn't a big fan of. The international one, it wasn't great. I had nothing against the actors in it. Some good actors from the Marvel universe. Liam Neeson's in it as well. But this one, they're saying they're bringing in Sony writer Chris Bremer, who was the writer for Bad Boys for Life, to pen the script, marking the first big push towards rebooting this franchise. So they're hoping to maybe write Will Smith's character Jay into this film in hopes that Will Smith will sign on to it. So if the script's good, Will Smith may come back. I highly doubt that Tommy Lee Jones is coming back at his age. And by then, who knows with that? But so yeah, we may potentially get Jay back. I don't know, but like I said, I'm not so sure we need this because that trilogy of films, I thought it ended pretty well with the third film with both these two characters. I don't know if we need more. But Will Smith, outside of the whole slapping Chris Rock incident, I still like to watch him on screen, his personal life notwithstanding. But your thoughts on potential Men in Black coming into from Sony?
This is also funny because me and Aaron were having this discussion on the way to work one night. Was the newest one, the last one, good? It had its moments. I enjoyed the actors in the movie, but the story was kind of meh, whatever. But like, if they could somehow, I don't know. Again, this goes back to the way movies are written now and everything being so kind and PC. The first movie, there was a lot of crude jokes in there.
Yeah, there was some.
The Balchinians. Come on.
Yeah. Some of it almost got too cheesy in the sequels.
Yes, but it also made the movie because it's so like if they could get back to that part, maybe have Jay take the place of Zed in this movie where he's not. Zed was the one that was in charge of everybody.
Yeah. And the actor Rip Torn passed away, and they did a funeral for the character, I think, in the third film. So yeah, they really didn't. I don't think. They had someone else standing in for that role.
Yeah.
But yeah, who knows what they could do with it moving forward. But yeah, because there'd obviously be a time gap there because I can't remember when. I think what was the last one, like 2012. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a while. So like I said. I'm down depending on what the script is. I like the Bad Boys remake and stuff with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. So I know the writer's pretty good there. So if he can bring up something that actually works pretty well, I'll be down to at least check it out. But again, at some point we got all these sequels and stuff like this too. The Matrix is coming out with a 5th film. We've got all sorts of stuff. Obviously, that's what makes money in Hollywood nowadays. So we'll see how it ends up going. So that'll be we'll have to wait and see how that goes for Will Smith and all that with the Men in Black franchise. Everybody's leaving. Like Matt just up and left. I hope we didn't make him mad. I don't know what happened there. But and Brandon will be back here in just a second. We're going to get into sports in just a second. I'm going to text Matt. What happened, Matt? So, did we?
Why is my camera?
Matt, what happened, bro? Yeah. So anyway, what's with your camera?
It keeps getting blurry.
Oh, a little blurry. Yeah, I don't know. Is that one of mine that I gave you?
Yep.
Yeah, there's been times, and I've got the same camera I'm working on now. Mine doesn't seem to do that as much though, for some whatever reason. So yeah, it just auto focuses too. There may be like a setting, maybe you can turn off too somewhere. I don't know. But anywho, all right. Well, let's move into the sports section a little bit here. Hopefully, I was hoping Matt would be here for that because he was talking. I didn't want him to say much anyway. Maybe that's why he left. So he wouldn't jinx anything. So anyway, all right. Well, let's get into the sports section here. Here we go. If I can find it. There we go. All right. Well, we got a big game tomorrow. As we've been saying almost all season, it sounds like a collision course, and we are set to have that collision. The Big Ten Championship tomorrow night on Fox at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The collision takes place between the two undefeated teams in the nation, 12-0 apiece, IU versus Ohio State. It is happening officially, as we kind of saw for the last several weeks. So yeah, I'm not going to say anything more about it other than the fact that it is happening, because I feel like I can't say anything about it because IU's record is not great against Ohio State. So until we were to beat them, I don't feel it's appropriate.
Yeah, at this point, like, it is even right now for this year. They're both undefeated. Somebody is going home, one loss. Brandon, you're muted.
Yeah.
No, we still can't hear you. There you go.
Sorry. I would say all I said was you're right. Like I'm not even gonna sit here and try to toot my own. Like they've been playing extremely well, both teams. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the position that they are in right now. At the end of the day, though, one team is going to be 13-0, and the other is going to be 12-1. I feel like this is going to be a close game. I mean, both teams have played very well. There's flaws on both sides of teams that like it just takes that one mistake to be made. And I feel like this game of all games, especially between these two teams, the first team that makes that mistake is going to be the one that loses.
Yeah. And again, I don't want to say too much, but IU has had its struggles this season already with other teams. They beat Oregon. They beat Penn State, but they had a hard time against Penn State a little bit. They've even kind of started slow against some of the you would consider maybe not so great teams. But if they do that against Ohio State, that's not going to be good. So they've got to come out firing, and I think they got to dot all their I's and cross all their T's, so to speak. But I'm not going to make a prediction one way or the other here. But I'll just say, like I said earlier, until Indiana actually shows that they can hang with Ohio State, because what has it been, like 30 years or something? It's been a long time since IU has had, a modicum of consistent success. Especially, we've come close against beating Ohio State before, but there's no room to brag at this point. Indiana has to show it, and this is the time. If it's going to happen, that was it.
Who was the best team that IU beat this year?
Probably Oregon. Probably.
Okay.
I imagine.
I gotta let my dog in.
Oh, I thought I heard something back there. Anyway, that's all good. But so Mike said Indy is going to be crazy. Indianapolis, where the game is being played at Lucas Oil Stadium.
For sure.
Yeah, not only the football game, but also IU basketball is against Louisville that afternoon. I believe that is in the field house. But anyhow, my sister got football tickets a while back and is going to the game. Wow, that'd be a great one to go to. Not gonna lie to you. Hopefully it ends up being a good game and not a blowout. That's all I'm hoping for. Then Mike said, regardless who wins, I still can't believe I lived to see IU have an unbeaten regular season. Yeah, and wasn't that the first time in history for IU to have an unbeaten season? So even if this falls apart, it's still the best season the Indiana Hoosiers have ever had. And for those of us who live here, it's been quite a ride. And thank you, Coach Signetti, for coming to Bloomington, because it's been probably the best 2 seasons I've witnessed in my lifetime, and maybe even ever for the Indiana Hoosiers. So, and of course, it was really cool to see the JW Marriott there next to Lucas Oil Stadium also showing their support for the Indiana Hoosiers with a little bit of decal up there on the big windows there. So that's pretty cool to see on top of that. And we also got an early look at the stadium. Inside Lucas Oil Stadium has been decked out for the big game. So that's really cool to see here. We've also got the field with Indiana and Ohio State on each end. So looks really cool. It's a really nice stadium to go in. If you ever get a chance to go to Lucas Oil, I definitely recommend it for either a Colts game, pro wrestling, whatever it may be. And this is a good one to go to too. So the Big Ten Championship, and who knows, this potentially could be a preview of the, national championship as well. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, the loser of this game, I don't know how that'll affect them in the playoff seeding. We'll have to see how that plays out as well. But yeah, big game tomorrow night, and hopefully it'll be a good one. I'm not going to make a prediction. Do you want to make a prediction, or just want to leave it as it is?
Nope. Leave it as it is.
I don't blame you. That's kind of where I'm sitting in on it too, for sure. Mike corrected. He said it was his sister-in-law who went to the football game. So yeah, I mean, either way, I hope they have a good time, man. So wish them well. So yeah, that'll be awesome. But yeah, I do not envy them in dealing with traffic. I'll say that right now. So good luck to them on that one. So yeah. But when it comes to the world of the NFL, here's the current standings as it stands after Week 13. This is prior to the Thursday night game, which we'll talk about in a second. But we got the New England Patriots with the number 1 seed with 11-2. Looks like they're 2 games ahead of everybody else, but they've got their bye this week, so some teams could pull it within 1. But they are the sole possessor of the best record in the NFL right now. The Jacksonville Jaguars overtook the Indianapolis Colts on a tiebreaker based on it's either divisional or conference opponents. So right now they hold the tiebreaker, but the Colts and Jacksonville play on Sunday with Houston also hanging around there in the division. Baltimore and Pittsburgh are tied. They also play tomorrow, so that'll be for the number 1 position in the AFC North. The Denver Broncos and Los Angeles Chargers lead out the AFC West, and Kansas City having a tough go of it there after losing last week. And they play Sunday night against the surging Houston Texans. So that could be an interesting game there too. On the NFC side, we've got, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles leading leading 8-4. But they had the number 1 seed. But the Chicago Bears have now taken the number 1 seed in the NFC right now, holding that 9-3 record. And of course, we had Thursday Night Football last night where the Cowboys lost to the Detroit Lions. So the Cowboys probably drop a game there. And if Philly wins this week, they'll have a commanding lead in the East. And of course, Green Bay and Detroit are hanging around with the Bears. We got the Bucks and the Panthers kind of tied there, fighting out for the South, and the Rams and the Seahawks and the Niners. Look at that. 3 teams with 9 wins apiece. That's going to be a dogfight. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 good teams in the NFL this year who missed the playoffs completely because there's just so many that are 7 wins or more right now. And I just pray that's
fact
not,
that Carolina is,
I know,
brother.
Yeah.
And then if you go and you think about it, the Broncos, the fucking Bears,
I know, right?
Are 9-3,
who have been hot and cold at times. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, this is crazy work.
It's interesting. You know,
the Panthers
up
are
and down.
7. And then you're right. The Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers all at 9 wins. And
it just so happens that's the division the Colts play this year. You know what I mean? We've already lost to the Rams. We got Seattle and San Francisco in the next 3 weeks. So yeah, it's not gonna be fun, bro, at all. So yeah, and I pray that the Colts are not the team that falls out of the playoffs. But if they hold court against the Jacksonville Jaguars and maybe get that last one against Houston, I think the Colts will get in the division win. But they've got to win those Jacksonville games. If they don't, it's concerning because then you may barely get in a wild card spot. Right now, you're clinging, I think, in the 6th seed right now for the Colts. So
in what world would you assume right now, like legitimately, New England is at 11-2?
I don't know.
Over
but here's
Buffalo, who's been running that division for the last few years.
Well, here's the thing, and I wanted to talk about this a little bit. Yes, the New England Patriots have the best record in football right now, rattling off 10 straight wins. But if you look at those 10 straight wins, do you notice anything? Carolina kind of scared, surprises some folks, 7 wins. But at the time, they weren't no good. Buffalo has their ups and downs, but that's a good team. But then they beat the Saints. They beat the Titans. They beat the Browns. The Falcons are so-so. The Bucks have been slumping here a bit. The Jets, the Bengals, the Giants. Who have they won against that's any good?
But the same can be said for Indy too. Like
at times,
one point, it was the same situation. I understand and I get that, but like, let's be honest. The Giants, if they wouldn't have lost the pieces they would have lost, I think we're having a different discussion about New York. Burrow wouldn't have went out as early as he did. I think it's a different discussion about that. The Jets, I don't know. They've just been in fucking shambles.
The Bucks have been hurt too.
The Bucks have been hurt. Atlanta's been surging here and there. The Browns shot themselves in the fucking head. So I don't fucking know what to do about that.
Yeah.
Tennessee's also in the same fucking boat. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on there. New Orleans is. And then you got Buffalo, who, again, was running the division for many a year. And then, yes, you're right. Carolina hasn't been good, but Carolina, as of late, has been better.
Right. This could be before they surged their first. This is way back. This is like week 2 or 3 when this happened. So I mean, they started out 1-2, and now they're 11-2. So I mean, it's been a hell of a run. But when you really break it down, it makes people start to question, kind of like they did the Colts earlier this year. And right now, it looks like they may have been right about the Colts. We'll see what happens in the next 6 weeks, which are really going to show who this team is. But I'm going. Am I back?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I dropped off a little bit. All right. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see if this is a mirage for the New England Patriots for sure. So, but time will tell there. But yeah. All right. I'm back. My internet's bounced a little bit. Brandon may do a solo dolo show if that's the case.
Man, it's getting rough out here.
getting a rub. I don't know where Aaron and I don't know where Matt went. Brandon in the or Mike in the chat said, "Where'd Matt go? Back to the North Pole? Didn't get a wish of good luck on our matchup this week." I don't know. He just dropped, and I tried to text him, and he wouldn't. He don't say nothing. So maybe his phone overheated on him. I don't know. It's happened in the past. So we'll see what happens there. But anyway,
I'm still here.
Hey, thank you. I'm glad Aaron's still here to chime in occasionally.
I don't have anything to say yet.
Well, I got something to ask you once we get to the pick, so hang in there. But anywho,
okay.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you last week, but you weren't on. Well, 2 weeks ago, you weren't on for that either. So, well, I got a question for you. But anyway, we got the Colts and the Jags. Colts going to Jacksonville, where they have not won in pert near a decade. So, in a vital game for the Indianapolis Colts, going to a building they have not been able to win since back when Andrew Luck was the quarterback. So, as concerned as I am with the Colts, I mean, they got, Sauce Gardner's not in this game. He's already been ruled out. Buckner, I think, is out for at least one more game. Daniel Jones dealing with movement-wise last week. We'll have to wait and see how this ends up going. But, yeah, I do not feel good about this. Jacksonville's been doing what the Colts have been unable to do. And even though it could be struggles, the Colts or the Jaguars have been winning those games. So, Brandon, thoughts on the Colts? You worried? Or do you think they're going to turn it around here heading into this tough stretch?
I don't know. Like I told you my concerns from the beginning of the year, and like I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel.
Mm-hmm. It kind of feels like at the beginning of this season where we were kind of apprehensive about getting on that bandwagon.
Yeah.
Patch, it's almost like,
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like everything that I was worried about is now happening, and I'm like, I didn't. This is why I didn't want to do it, because it's like I'm gonna get my fucking hopes up just to get kicked in the balls, and like that's what it feels like right now.
Yeah, September and October were great. November was bad. We had one game we won against Atlanta in Germany, and that was shaky. The other, we got blown out by Pittsburgh, basically, and then we got beat by Kansas City and, of course, the Houston Texans, all of which were competitive for sure. But at the same time, at least we're not laying eggs in those games, really. I mean, Pittsburgh was probably the worst one. Outside of that, we were at least competitive. But you got to find a way to win them close ones, man. Those good teams do that, and the Colts know it. They've got to show it. So they better get going, or they're going to drop out pretty fast. So now is the time. And of course, like I said last night, the Lions beat the Cowboys 44-30 with a safety, by the way, that was questionable, that Dak Prescott may have barely got out of the end zone. They said the ball was out of the end zone, but it looked pretty close. So regardless of whether it's in or out, we've got to get these referees squared away. This is becoming a yearly problem for like the last 4 or 5 years. This is enough is enough. Get the NFL needs to have their own referees where that is their full-time job. We're bringing in these people off the streets who are just, they may know the rules and stuff, but they don't call anything with any consistency. That's a problem. So I hope that gets squared away, but we'll see where it goes. But yeah, the Cowboys obviously had some catches by George Pickens where a lot of people were criticizing, maybe being a little bit of a lackluster effort, but the Lions pulled away here on the back of Jahmyr Gibbs' 3-touchdown day. So I hope you weren't playing him in fantasy. I don't know who was playing Bob this week.
I don't know who had. Yeah, it wasn't me.
But I'm glad it wasn't me. So at least I think that's who has him. Isn't it Bob who has him? Pretty certain. We'll see here right quick. I'm just curious. Who's got the biggest lead? That's going to be the factor here. Chris has a good lead. He had 3 players, though. That's not it. He has 65 points.
I'm not winning this week either.
Jahmyr Gibbs had 33. So he's facing Rocky, who's number 2. So if this holds, I definitely have number 1 in the bag. I've won the number 1 seed. Even if I were to lose, that's probably a thing. So yay, $50 for me. Anyway, but how many times for the last few years though have we seen the number 1 seed get that first round bye and then blow it in the second round of the playoffs? So that could very well happen to me. So we'll have to wait and see. Mike said he said they have to read their scripts better. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't need to be fumbling around with it on the sideline. At least memorize it, get it right the first time. But yeah, it's definitely concerning. The freaking Yeah, the memory freeze. I'm sick and tired of them. So that brings us to the NFL picks for week 14 from us here. We weren't able to. We recorded our predictions from last week, but we didn't get a chance to go over them or anything. But here's this week. Obviously, we're not doing great as a podcast already, as 5 out of the 7 of us picked the Cowboys on Thursday night, so we screwed the pooch there. But Miranda and Mike got it right, so good on them. They got it right this week. And as of right now, the only real big mover, Matt had a good week last week. He had 11 points correct. So he is the champion for last week. But Dan and Aaron switched positions as Dan had 3 games more than Aaron. So Dan's moving up a little bit and Aaron keeps dropping. So sorry, Aaron. I know you're listening. But everybody else stayed the same. But Eric, Matt, and Miranda all closed the gap on Brandon. Brandon's only got a 1-game lead over me and Matt at the moment. So as a podcast, we're doing better than everybody else individually. But the Lions get that win on Thursday Night Football. We also got the Tennessee Titans at the Cleveland Browns. If you want to talk about a dumpster fire of a game, I think this might be it. But the majority of us are taking the Browns 5-2. So Shadir Sanders is getting another start here. Sounds like he'll be starting for the rest of the season. The Titans, just for whatever reason, under Cam Ward, has not been able to quite find their legs or get their sea legs. Now, granted, they had a head coaching change mid-season, things like that. But the reason why you took the Browns, you just think Shadir is going to finally get it figured out a little bit against a not so great football team, maybe? I know he struggles a little bit here.
That's the only reason I picked him, because it's like, who do I trust more in this situation, I guess? And it would be Shadir over Cam Ward, who literally has not done anything.
Mm-hmm.
So
doesn't hurt to have Quinshaw Judkins on the team, probably either, Ohio State guy. Probably didn't hurt the fact of the matter there. But yeah, anywho. We also got the Seattle Seahawks traveling to the Atlanta Falcons. 5-2, we're taking the Seahawks over the Atlanta. Dan and Aaron there at the bottom taking the Falcons. I noticed a couple games here. It looks like they're the oddballs taking the other team that's not the majority pick. So I don't know if Aaron wants to weigh in on that. Is it just kind of like again, we've talked about the upset special, maybe hoping to make up some ground, or just honestly think the Falcons could beat Seattle at home because Seattle has definitely been pretty dominant as of late. I don't know if he's there, but if he wants to chime in, he can chime in. So anyway, we also got the Colts. We got 5-2 taking the Colts over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Miranda and I are taking the Jaguars. This is the first time this year I've not taken the Colts. And it's because I'm legit concerned. As I said, I hope I'm wrong, and I'll be glad to be wrong 7 days a week. So yeah, why are you taking the Colts? Just hoping for the best, Brandon?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like I again, and this was one of those two where like I literally thought about it before I made my decision on who I was going to pick. This was one game, and I just chose to put my faith that they'll figure it the fuck out and get back on track. But this one could have went. I could have picked just as easily picked the Jags, and I just said, you know what? Let's just see if it's all hype with Daniel Jones or if this is the real deal. And I just thought I'd go with it to see.
Well, I'm not necessarily putting it all on Daniel Jones. Even with the injury, I mean, he played some like Houston last week, potentially the best defense in the league, especially the best defensive line potentially. So again, I'm not putting it all on Jones just yet. But at the same time, you got to win those games for sure. So I'm hopeful that they'll end up getting a win here. But yeah, I'm taking Jacksonville. Did you kind of the same way, Miranda, just kind of sticking it to the Colts a little bit? Or I know your boy likes Jacksonville.
And they've never won in Jacksonville, so I figured why change it.
Well, they have, but it's been a long time. So
now. I don't
things this
so
year.
I'm about to. I forgot I needed a tight end for this week.
Oh,
so I am in the middle of filling that position.
Making that work. Right on. Well, we got to get that squared
but
away.
I'm really scared to hit this button because I want my man, but I don't want to fuck myself. Fuck it. I'm not gonna win it.
Oh, I can't remember when Brandon dropped him, but yeah, he might be.
Yeah, I seen him drop him, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should get him, and then I never did, and I was like, well, I better do it now.
Well, this week you probably got no better option, so I wouldn't blame you if you did.
Yeah.
For sure. But
my
I know
tight
it's
end's out on bye, so.
One is crazy because I'm at number 1. Rocky's at number 2, a friend of ours from work. And then we've got I think Nate's in 3, despite a litany of injuries he's had. And I believe CeeDee Lamb just got a concussion this week too. So he's dealing with another one. So it's like, and then we got, about a slew, about 4 people who are about 7'6", 6 and 7 range. And I think Mike's pulling up the rear there. So one of you are going to drop out of the playoffs after this week. So this is a vital week for
It'll
Miranda, Brandon, Bob, and Mike. I think Aaron and Matt and Chris are already eliminated. But the consolation round is still a thing for the number 1 pick in our league. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, be interested to see who ends up making it, who ends up dropping out. But one person will be unfortunately drawing the short stick. But anyway, back to the games. We got the Washington Commanders or Redskins at the Minnesota Vikings. We going 4-3, taking Minnesota. I'm taking the Commanders just because I think they've been looking a little bit better under Marcus Mariota. And I don't know exactly if or when Jane Daniels is coming back. I know he's been practicing a little bit. So we'll see how it goes. But Minnesota, of course, I made this pick before I heard that I think J.J. McCarthy is supposed to be back this week. And it's in Minnesota, so I may have screwed the pooch there. But reasoning why you took Minnesota by any chance, or just, note down with the Redskins, huh? No for the Washington, D.C. team.
For who, Miranda?
Either one of you. You both took Minnesota over Commanders.
I don't know. Like I think it's the same sense of like I wanted to believe in Minnesota, I guess.
Yeah,
And
I told Brandon at the beginning of the season, John Badlands, he's a Minnesota fan. He lives there. And he said they were going to go to the Super Bowl. Well, he lied. But I've been trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and think that maybe they'll win. So
yeah, never can tell. Never can tell. Mike said in the chat that from what I can tell, if Miranda wins in fantasy football, she's in. If she loses and I win, I'm in. Could be wrong though. Yeah, it just all depends. Everything's so tight together there, and if there's tiebreakers, it'll come down to points and things like that. So we'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, I think Mike's got like he's one game behind everybody else, so he probably would have to win regardless, but then it would just be a tiebreaker situation potentially. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. But yeah, it's going to be very close for a few people there in the league, no doubt. When it comes to the New Orleans Saints are traveling to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Aaron, if you're there, you're the sole person taking the Saints. Everybody else has got the Bucs. The Saints have had a few upsets here, but they're not a good team. They've already been eliminated from the postseason, as has the Tennessee Titans and a few others as well.
don't worry, Aaron. They gave me the same shit when I picked them every other week too. So
Yeah, and the week you didn't.
yeah, the week I didn't, they fucking won.
Yeah.
Wait, I picked them mainly because I've got a few players on that team. So
Yeah, that's why you're second to last in real fantasy football too.
wow.
Just playing. Just playing. See, that's the sort of talk that cost me the championship. So,
yeah, you know what? I'd probably be in a better off position if somebody during 1 week didn't steal all the good quarterbacks.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got to be fat. You got more fat money than I do, I'm sure. Why didn't you outbid me?
You had 2 quarterbacks. Okay, I'm not going to get back into this.
Well, I do. Don't go too far because I want to ask you about the next game. So for the last 2 times we've done this, Aaron has not taken the Ravens. In this case in particular, he's taken the Steelers. As the rest of the podcast, 4-3, we're taking the Ravens over the Steelers. Sure, Miranda's not thrilled with that, but her, Brandon, and Aaron are taking Pittsburgh. But Aaron is a Ravens fan. What? Now, granted, coming from a guy who just took the Jaguars, but I've been taking the Colts most of the year. Thoughts on the Ravens, Aaron, if you're there, for sure. Because I think you took. Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead, Aaron.
I think it's obvious why I didn't pick the Ravens. I mean, have you seen how Lamar's been playing?
Pretty decent the last 2 weeks, I thought.
Yeah.
They're at least winning.
Nate's kicker get 24 points.
Who?
Nate's kicker. He has
Oh,
24
well,
points.
I know he hit at least 160-yarder. I know that, but anyway.
Holy shit.
Well,
Yeah.
Boswell better be on his fucking top game this week. I'll tell you that.
So it's because Lamar's not been playing the greatest in your opinion? I know fantasy-wise it's been rough. Yeah.
Fantasy-wise, yeah.
I mean,
right.
okay, fantasy-wise, yeah, definitely not. He is getting less points than Trevor Lawrence, who is my backup quarterback.
Yeah. It has been interesting. I mean, I know Lamar's definitely been slumping a bit, but the team seems to be winning a little bit the last few weeks. Not saying that'll continue, but they're fighting.
Their defense
No.
is not good. Like it's not. Henry, you're relying on him, but yet he's still. They're winning games, sure, but it's not translated. As far as a fan goes, you can be happy about that part of it. But as far as a fantasy owner goes, it's fucking impossible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so, and because I listened to him go off on these tangents about Lamar, the team may be winning games, but as far as a fantasy perspective go, you can't keep just putting your weight in that on, you know, when you do these picks and shit. So like, I get it. It's rough, especially now because we're getting down to the nitty gritty of football, and there are certain things because now certain key players may be out or hurt or they're just worn out, and it's like their production has dropped. And so like you lose faith in their production from a fantasy standpoint, but that somewhat translates to on the field. And again, it's only a matter of time before they either really just break or, you know, or you risk, you know, they do take off or whatever. And then it starts to get back to, but that's a slim chance. And it's like the teams that are hot now are usually the ones that stay hot through the rest of it.
Well, and it's interesting. I just scrolled back here to the standings just to kind of check it out real quick. In the AFC especially, they're the worst, probably the worst division in the AFC, maybe in the entire NFL, because they're the leader in the division is at 500, both Baltimore and Pittsburgh. Now there's some other divisions that have some very bad records like Atlanta, New Orleans, and of course Arizona and stuff like that. But overall, the leader in the division has not even cracked a 500 record yet. So that could also be a testament to the competitiveness of the division, which has always been pretty brutal when they play each other. The South's kind of somewhere in that respect. So I don't know, but yeah, the 6-6, it's crazy that somebody from this division could have a very bad record, but still get into the playoffs based on how it's formatted, which could be ended up getting changed at some point. So that's interesting for me to note. But anywho, but anyway, we also got it's kind of like, okay, these two teams are a thing at this point. The Jets have been scrappy, and the Dolphins have been a little better since they were early on, but I don't know. I have a hard time backing the Dolphins. That's just me. You and Miranda like them.
No, hold on. It wasn't a matter of I like the Dolphins over the Jets. It was literally who played better.
Less.
Yeah.
And it was the Dolphins. Like that's all that boiled down to.
Yeah, and then if not, you can go to work and tell Barkus, fuck your damn fish.
F them fish.
Or is he really not a fish?
No, he's Green Bay now. He's
he was wearing all Green Bay gear the other day. It was hilarious.
Yeah. I was like, you fucking traitor.
that may be why Green Bay was on a bit of a slump there. I don't know, but
he did it.
I don't know.
Y'all did it.
Yeah, it's your fault.
All because of one fan.
Hey man, I believe bad juju's a thing, and if it goes one place, it's going to go another. You know.
Hey, did he go up to AEW? Is he an AEW fan too?
He's gone to AEW
Oh yeah,
shows.
he is.
I don't
He's going
think
to
he did
plenty of AEW shows. No, his daughter and her husband, either fiance or husband, I can't remember. I think it's fiance. They go to a lot of wrestling shows, like, and they'll come get, you know, John, and they'll go to when WWE was down in Tennessee. He went down there. He's been to plenty of Raws and SmackDown.
Evansville.
He's also been to a lot of he's been a lot of AEW shows. Like, yeah, John's been on the wrestling tip. John's been on going to it. You know what I mean?
Hey man, if I had some people give some tickets, I'll be down in there too, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, just let me know. You know, hit a brother up. You know. But anyway, but when it comes to the Denver Broncos at the Las Vegas Raiders, clean sweep, 7-0. We're all taking Denver. I mean, Denver, despite the fact I kind of wonder if sometimes they may not be as good as their record shows. They're like I said earlier, they're winning those games that are close. Bo Nix has not been the greatest fantasy football wise. He's had some moments early on, but lately he struggled a bit offensively. But against the Raiders, who have also been eliminated from the playoffs, I just feel like there's no way Denver. But again, who knows? maybe they'll be that upset, play that spoiler. But I'd like to see Denver get a loss, kind of help the Colts maybe inch their way back up to that number 1 seed, but that may be out of reach now. But we'll see how it goes. But 7-0, we're taking Denver for sure. We also are taking the Rams 6-1. My buddy Dan, being the lone outlier, taking Arizona. I don't know if Dan realizes that the Cardinals are pretty banged up right now. I think that may be part of it. But again, it could just be taking the sleeper pick. But the Rams are potentially the best team in football, one of the top tier level here. Is that kind of why you guys took the Rams? I think you just kind of until someone beats them.
Yeah.
And they beat the Colts, even though that was a game that was close too. Rams on the road. I think it's pretty academic. But then we've got the Chicago Bears over the Green Bay Packers 4-3 in Green Bay. This one, to be honest, could be interesting. But again, the Bears are the number 1 seed in the NFC right now. We'll see if that ends up holding. Traveling on the road to Green Bay could be interesting, no doubt about it. But I'm taking the Bears. Aaron took the Packers in this group here, and Miranda did too, actually. So I don't know if you want to explain that one, or just because of the home team type situation, cold in the frigid air in Wisconsin, maybe.
The Bears. The only reason I picked the Bears, and this is the only reason I picked the Bears, is kind of because they're on the hot hand right now. But at the same time, Green Bay hasn't they're not slouches here. Their defense has really kicked it in these last couple of games. Micah Parsons was an issue in that backfield their last game, and there's no reason why he still couldn't be that issue for this game. And it shows too that with especially with Williams, once they get into that backfield and they get the rattle in him, he starts to unwind. I didn't pick them, Green Bay, because I believe in the Bears' offensive line a little bit more than I do Green Bay's.
Mm-hmm.
But Green Bay could easily win this fucking game.
Green Bay, I think, would be much better had they not lost Jaden Reed, had they not lost Tucker Kraft. I think those two were still there. Green Bay would have a much better chance of going deep into the playoffs. But right now, they've got some inexperienced receivers as well, and some that they just don't always use all the time. Like Romeo Doubs is kind of sporadic in there, a little bit. But I mean, they're still competitive though. So we'll see how it ends up going here. But I'm going to take the Bears too, no doubt about it. We also took the Kansas City Chiefs 5-2 over Houston on Sunday Night Football. Dan and Aaron are like I said earlier, the two at the bottom, kind of taking the other pick. Now this one, I think, the way Houston's been playing, they very well could go into Kansas City and win this game on defense alone. CJ Stroud looked actually pretty decent in his return as well last week against the Colts. Now, could that be the Colts secondary, or could that just be CJ Stroud, get it together a little bit coming back from an injury? But Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City is always going to be tough to beat. So that's why I'm taking Kansas City there. And they're still fighting for their playoff lives. Houston's still doing the same, but this could be an interesting one on Sunday Night Football. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking forward to watching it for sure.
Yep.
Your thoughts? I know you got Patrick Mahomes, and I play you in fantasy this week, Brandon. Is that why you're doing it to me? So I got to sit there and watch you score?
I'm being but also too, Patrick Mahomes plays different in these last few months of football. I don't know what gear he kicks it in, but that's what tends to happen. And I'm hoping that stays the course. But again, the Texans they spoiled them before and they can do it again.
Yeah.
So
Texans could be a sleeper moving forward. We'll have to see how that ends up. As long as their offense can move. And I got Nico Collins on a fantasy team, so I'm hoping for that at least. Also got Rashee Rice, so it could be a fun time for me at receiver in that game. So watch out, Brandon. Watch out. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, for sure. Now, last but not least, on Monday Night Football, the Philadelphia Eagles travel to the Los Angeles Chargers. We're taking 5-2. We're taking the Eagles. Dan and Aaron again at the bottom, taking the Chargers. Playing spoiler. So I mean, the Eagles for me have been a bit up and down. Saquon Barkley's not had a great year by his standards, but they're still the Super Bowl champs, and the defense has been playing Super Bowl level here lately. And then, of course, Justin Herbert, who is my fantasy quarterback, actually fractured his non-throwing hand. So he had to have surgery on it last week on Monday. He may or may not play in this game due to that. So we could see Trey Lance at quarterback for the Chargers. If that's the case, I'm definitely excited about my Eagles pick. But I'm hoping Herbert, if he doesn't play this week, fine. But I need you in the fantasy playoffs in like 2 weeks' time, Herbert. So get it together. So
I'm sorry if I missed it, but what happened with the Washington hand? I guess it probably was. There was somebody bent their hand backwards or something. I thought I heard.
I don't know if I saw that one.
I don't know.
I saw Young Wei Koo's kick hitting the turf, which was kind of funny. Which on further replay, I thought Young Wei Koo actually did what he said he did. At first, when he said, "Well, I pulled up, it wasn't me hitting the dirt. I actually pulled up, didn't want to kick it because the ball moved." It did if you looked at it on replay, but at first I'm like we could see the replay, right? It looks like you kicked the dirt, bro. But so I see what he's saying, but it did look pretty bad. And even my favorite part of that was Jackson Dart on the sideline going, "Oh my God, we can't even kick a field." It's like, bro, it's like everything just going wrong for the Giants this year for sure. But and speaking of the Giants, the 49ers, the Patriots, and the Panthers, along with the Giants, are all on bye this week too. So that'll do it for our picks and predictions here. So any other thoughts on football? You got anything else you're looking forward to this weekend?
Other than the game.
Eric rigged this fantasy season.
Wow.
How?
Now you sound like Mike.
Yeah, Mike's always like, "Well, you got two teams on the side."
Well, I'm with Mike this year because, I mean, I don't know what Eric did, but he did some stuff, and look who's on top.
It's called you play good, you get paid good. You know what I mean? Like, that's what happens.
Maybe next year, Aaron, you need to find some players that look a little meaner.
Yeah, don't just because of smiles. Yeah,
smiling.
Taking the frowns, or better yet, pick players who don't have pictures. Because they all usually suck. So,
yeah, I don't think that's going to work very well. But
come on, you'll have better luck next year. I appreciate it.
What?
You had that beginner's luck last year, and reality set in. I think this year.
Yeah, that's what it is. You had that beginner's luck shit wore off, and now you're welcome to our.
Trust me, Aaron. It happened to me too.
Happens to the best of us. I've had bad years. Shoot, I haven't been this good in a while. You should see me in my family league. I've only won 4 games there. I suck, and there's nothing I can do to fix it over there. It's just a tragedy.
just all downhill. Huh?
I mean, unlike Nate, I've got bad players, but I'm not having the luck Nate is having with injuries. I'm still the injuries are bad luck, but I'm not winning games like him. It's just everything I do and pick up, it don't work. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Anywho, Mike asked in the chat, "Is the party still on for tomorrow?" So I'll let you answer that. No, you're not all invited, but it's a close knit thing. So, but anywho,
yeah, no, y'all can't come. I don't know y'all like that.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you want to pay your own way, but we're not telling you where it's at either.
4 o'clock.
Oh, Mike, as long as you wear an Ohio State shirt, you can come.
That's, requirement. Yeah. I don't want to see no IU shit there. All right.
Oh, really? Now I have to. Now I have to. I mean, this is probably coming. You probably didn't notice during the you didn't notice during the intro either, but I added an IU to the dragon sleeping in his den.
I did not.
Oh, so you ain't shit for real.
I was jamming to the music though that you put in there.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but I had the whole had sent on his sleigh flying and all this sort of stuff. Oh
no, I didn't see that.
There was some lights. Well, you'll see it. You'll have a few more opportunities. I'm gonna play it through Christmas.
Yeah, you ain't shit. You ain't shit for real. You ain't shit.
This
for real.
dog won't leave me alone. Anybody want?
I tell you what. If this game, either way, you have to put the winner of it in the next video. Their logo somewhere.
What?
I guess I can put it next to IU if we lose, but because I mean technically you cheer for us, so it would still fit in there.
Yeah.
I bet. But if they lose, they're never going in there.
That's crazy.
Just say it. For sure. Anyway.
That's wild, son.
Exactly. Mike said, "All right, well, I'm going to go crash. I've been struggling, and after that little hospital stay earlier this year, I try to get more sleep when possible. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Good night, and God bless." Well, good to have you on the show, buddy. Thanks for tuning in, as always. And we should have another show next week, I think is the plan. So we'll be back as well for episode number 73. So, but for the rest of us, we're going to move on to some news and politics to round out the show. Got 2 weeks worth of stuff to talk about there. Hopefully it won't take all night. We'll try to move kind of quickly through it for the most part. So let's get into it. Here we go. A little bit of a special little entry here. So check out this transition.
Pay attention, Brandon.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Yeah, I just thought I'd share that little video that was sent out by the First Lady, the Melania Trump, there with her
actually
decoration.
very pretty. Like it was.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, I think it epitomizes classy right there. I mean, everybody wants to rat on, the Trump administration and stuff like this, but I honestly think that, this is what Christmas is supposed to look like, in my opinion. And, of course, Donald Trump is definitely not one to, go small when it comes to decorations and stuff like that throughout the White House for sure. If you've seen the Oval Office, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think this all looks really cool. Who knows? It's just sad that we've come to a place in our society that even Franklin the Turtle needs to explain to us that a Christmas tree is still a Christmas tree. I mean, it's not a holiday tree or anything like that. Like they try to twist it to make it something it's not. But we know what it is. Some people who didn't know anything about being classy or keeping true to what makes Christmas special, though, was the Biden administration. I mean, I don't know about you, but Melania Trump's Christmas video that I just showed you was far better than what we got last year. Do you remember this? All right, I won't show the whole thing. It's about 2.5 minutes long, that thing.
Oh, no.
A trans LGBT type presentation here. I prefer the one we just got with Melania, but that's just me. What do you think?
No,
No,
I'm
I
with
did.
you.
Yeah, I liked it. It was like way more Christmassy. That makes sense. Like it was
like a Silent Night, Holy Night type. A little more,
it was
not
really
quite so
good.
flashy.
Yeah.
This feels more like homey Christmas to me. Just me.
Yeah.
But traditional. Which is something the left does not like. But yeah. Also thought I'd get your thoughts on this. Did you guys see Donald Trump in his Don Corleone Godfather look a couple weeks ago?
I did. Yeah. I like it.
It's like, mob boss, the boss, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just
it was
thought it was pretty cool to see. It's definitely an interesting look for him for sure. Yeah, I think I only wore it the one time. I'm not seeing it in its sense, but hey, if it's cold, man, bundle up. You know what I mean?
Hey, you got it. You know what I'm saying?
You got it, big dog.
Hearing that story about the shoes, I can only imagine. Like,
oh my God, that is
this man's freaking wardrobe. Melania probably I don't know. Like,
well, she used to be a model. She should know all this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know who's worse, him or Melania with the fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like most of his closet is just full of suits and golf polos. You know what I'm saying? Like things like that's pretty much it for sure. But yeah. Well, coming into the news though this week, or actually, I think this was this week, or I think the picture's not, but anyway, the 2020 Georgia election interference fake electors, quote unquote fake electors, they're actually alternate electors, which presidents are allowed to have, or people who are running for president do, as a matter of fact. That case has officially been dropped, and it was brought to trial by Bonnie Willis, but that case has officially been dropped at the request of the new prosecutor. So Donald Trump will not be facing any sort of penalties for any of that stuff that the left tried to claim he was doing down there in Georgia, finding 11,000 votes or things like that. It's actual standard procedure for alternate electors and things like that when you challenge an election result. So again, everybody wants to freak out about it, but as of right now, that has officially been thrown out, and Trump's been vindicated there. So now I'm just waiting to see when Trump gets his 34 felony counts dropped on appeal, what the left will freak out about there. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, he actually did it. Again, when you look into the details of the fraud or the 34 felony count case, it was misdemeanors that were trumped up to be felonies. The first time in history that's ever happened for those particular things, plus 34 counts of like a booking error. You know, it's like, come on, you were doing it just to get the man. All you got to do is look into the case a little further and you'll find out the results. But yeah.
And not to mention, you know, that the judge said, no matter what, I'm going to charge him and make him guilty.
Yeah. You have the only way you could get it up to a felony count from a misdemeanor is for it to be the booking error has to be to cover up another crime. They never could tell you what that crime was. The judge said pick one. Yeah, and they still never said which one it was because there wasn't one. They were just getting away with it. So yeah, Aaron's right. So again, thoughts on the Georgia election interference case being thrown out, or whatever you want to call it. Obviously, this is a good thing. Never should have been brought to trial anyway.
I mean, we kind of knew it was going to be at some point. Like they were grasping at straws and running on bullshit. So
I listened to Harrison Floyd today. He was with, instead of Patrick Burns being on with CanCon and Ash, they got Harrison Floyd on. And man, that dude is amazing. Like, he is a badass. And I'm glad we have people willing to fight these motherfuckers, because this isn't, they think they are untouchable, and they're not.
Yeah. And it's funny because those on the left who hate Trump think that he's untouchable, you know, and which is ridiculous. But again, the more you look into these cases and stuff like that, the right tends to be the one who are in the right. No pun intended. But yeah, I mean, the left just likes to make up stuff without any evidence and backing things up. So that's where we are. And unfortunately for them, this Georgia case has been thrown out as it should have been and never should have been brought to begin with. But Bonnie Willis, she tried and she failed for sure.
You know, and I'm not going to go into details because I need to look into it more. But this country is not supposed to have a two-party system. Like, it is supposed to be one. Everybody could get along, and we do. It's
so you're saying like Democrats are, and this is the way I'd like to see it. Even though we have two parties, we should all still be united in our common goal of America being better.
Yeah,
but, it's not like that no more. It's just who can screw who. You know,
it's kind of Trump brought Tulsi and JFK, yeah, RFK in as Democrats. We need to unite as one. It's like a marriage, you know. We need to come together, work together, stop all this bullshit, because everything we disagree on is force-fed bullshit, brainwashing techniques from
rage bait,
none other than George Soros. And he's like, I want Grok to make this meme of George Soros as Group or Thanos, with all these little bitches as his minions, because that's all it is. And
sounds
once
like
get rid of them.
Sounds like a job for Grok AI and Miranda on a Saturday. To get that, you send that pic to me, I will show it on the podcast, no doubt about it. That sounds like fun. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of stuff like that going on. Now, another case that was also I was going to say something. Anyway, we'll move on. We got another case that ended up being dropped, or at least for the time being. And that is, of course, a federal judge has dismissed James Comey and Letitia James's cases without prejudice over an appointment of an interim U.S. attorney, Lindsay Halligan. According to the federal judge, Lindsay Halligan's appointment was deemed unconstitutional. To use one of Matt's favorite phrases, sure. The case was not thrown out based on merit, though, so it could be revisited in the future. As a matter of fact, the very near future, as they're about to be indicted yet again, like as in next week. So not so fast, Letitia James and James Comey. Here's CNN talking about that.
FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James to a grand jury. According to people familiar with the situation inside the Justice Department, it is expected to happen quickly, perhaps within a week. The court tossed out both the Comey and James cases. The judge found interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan did not have the legal authority of a prosecutor when the two were indicted. Joining us.
So it sounds like this is far from over, and another indictment could be coming down for both in very short time. So thoughts on them actually getting re-indicted to just kind of get this ball rolling again?
Hey, however many it takes to get them so they
Yeah.
can get the fuck out.
Yeah, I agree. Letitia James committed mortgage fraud, claiming her father was her husband on a loan, by the way, and James Comey
That's
lied
wild.
under oath to Congress. So, yeah, they both deserve to face consequences for the record.
Yeah, like I said, they believe they are untouchable, and everybody was covering their asses. But you couldn't get into the club unless they blackmailed you. Oh, but
Oh, I know.
remember that Tim guy asking about monsters? These are the monsters I was talking
Yeah,
about.
exactly.
Mhm.
I don't know what's going on there, but no, I remember what I was going to say now. Was when it comes to these cases and stuff, or Republicans and Democrats getting along. It seems like every time that Democrats have a president like Joe Biden or whatever. Now, I'm not saying Republicans don't try to stonewall the Democratic president sometimes, but it feels like the Republicans want to work with them a little more than, say, like right now when Trump's in office, and all Democrats do is say no, regardless of anything. I mean, it's very rare for Democrats to reach across the aisle and work with Republicans when they're in power. All they want to do is impeach, slander, you name it, take them to trial, whatever it might be. You know, even before Trump, they were calling other Republican nominees and presidents Hitler too, not to the extent that they have with Trump, but again, working with them, very rare. And when they do, it's because the Republicans are rhinos who are essentially Democrats. A true Republican or conservative like Trump or whatever is nothing like the Democrats. They want nothing to do with and will not work with. Period. So how is that unifying the country? It's not.
And that's why, like, everybody that's been in office, I think, needs to be out of office. Once we figure out how deep this corruption really is, I don't think there's many innocent ones. There can't be.
Yeah.
Because if there was, they would have been fighting it a long time ago.
And that includes Republicans. For sure.
Oh, yeah, every single one of them. And like even MTG, like she wasn't involved early on. You know, she was newly elected. So that's why I tend to believe her and trust her. Everybody else, I don't know.
And you can have your maybe. But even he's kind of they've not really worked with him much either. But
I do want to. Do you have anything about Kash Patel?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I heard from ex FBI little birdie on it was Kyle Seraphin, and I don't like him, but he's been being pretty credible lately. Kash Patel will probably be out as director of the FBI.
I did hear about either this year or maybe next year potentially that Trump wants to remove it, but I don't know how true it was because I know the White House denied it. But who knows? I mean, I've heard the same thing about Pam Bondi, so who knows?
Well, the reason being, he went into details a little bit. Kash Patel is kind of like a vanity FBI director. Like, he couldn't go undercover anywhere. Everybody knows him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't want him as FBI director forever. And the guy that they said will probably take over, he's been there 10 years. He's got this. So a few weeks ago, Kash Patel got booed off the stage by FBI field officers because they are so sick of the politics. They just
want to see action.
Yeah, they just want to do their jobs.
And I fully agree with that. I mean, I've mentioned many times on here I'm frustrated. It's like, where are the arrests? Where are this and that? Pam Bonnie's part of that too.
Let me just finish this. Dan Bongino, I that in that same conversation, he said that his office was actually being emptied out this weekend. But they were both in media during the off year. I really, really hope and pray that that's what their next gig is going to be. We need honest media, and I think Cash and Dan will be that going forward.
I believe Dan would be, based on his old podcast and stuff. For whatever reason, since he's got there, he's probably not in a position to do what he wants to do at the moment.
No, he does not want to be there. He said, months ago, he had to pretty much divorce his wife. He never sees her. He doesn't see his, he does not want to be there. And he made that perfectly clear. And people gave him shit when he said that. But he's there for a reason. And once we get past the reason, then we'll get some actual.
Well, and it's not out of the ordinary for a president to remove someone from, that they've appointed prior, after the first year. They usually wait till after the first year to kind of, not be quite as abrupt. But so it wouldn't be surprised me if we do maybe see some changes heading into 2026.
He's got General Flynn in his back pocket. He's got Sidney Powell. Like there are so many people just waiting to go right in.
Sidney Powell, I'd be curious with, just because I know some of the election stuff and that she was involved with, which she may have been right or I just know sometimes she gets a bit of a bad rap too, but that may be because of
thing, that's because of the amount of bullshit they were willing to lie about, because they have to, or they're going down. Their gig is done. They're done running drugs. And I saw as we were going live, and it's actually right here, they got another boat, but this time they didn't blow it up. They took them alive.
Did they?
So,
that's interesting.
And it was the National Guard.
That's what y'all want, right? We're going to talk about the Coke boats later.
Let's see if they'll talk. Let's see if they'll give up some information.
Yeah, well, and I've got a whole, little talk about Venezuelan boats and all that stuff before we end the show. But that's an interesting maneuver there. I'm surprised they actually did that. So that's good. I'm not saying I'm against the bombings or anything. It's just let's see what this does. You know what I mean? Let's see how this goes for sure. But how we do know what happened was apparently a couple weeks ago we talked about the Seditious Six, who come out and made that video about how basically defied Donald Trump's orders if they're illegal or whatnot, which we all know what they were saying. It wasn't that he was giving illegal orders. They were trying to put out there like, hey, you could defy Donald Trump because we've been saying what he's been doing is illegal anyway. So that's what they were saying. Don't treat us like we're stupid. Okay, they want to act like we said we didn't say anything wrong. Yeah, we know exactly what you were insinuating. Okay, we're not stupid. Mark Kelly, the one here on the bottom in the middle, has even doubled down on their disgusting traitorous comments, even though, again, none of them can actually name a single illegal order that Trump has made. None of them has still to this day said one, because guess what? There isn't one. But Mark Kelly could actually, reports are stating now, he could potentially be recalled to active duty to face a court martial over this. So if that's the case, that could be interesting. So I'm down for it. I'm down for all these people going down. Because not only were they being seditious in that stupid video they made, they all now have blood on their hands, in my personal opinion. Because on the day before Thanksgiving, National Guard members were attacked in Washington, D.C. by an Afghani national who was brought over here in 2021 by the Joe Biden administration. Here's an interesting pic of him as he was getting loaded into the hospital or the ambulance, pretty much stripped down. I'm sure he was beat up for his efforts there by other National Guardsmen, as he probably should have been. And anyway, so he was brought over here by Joe Biden's administration under the Operation Allies Welcome Initiative following Biden's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. So Biden literally imported Afghani terrorists here that were not properly vetted, contrary to what his regime claimed. Here's a big picture of an entire plane full of these Afghani nationals. And now we've got one who has attacked multiple National Guards agents and members here that were just patrolling Washington, D.C., trying to make it safer. The attack severely injured 2 West Virginia National Guard troops. While one is still in critical condition, another has sadly been killed. And that is, of course, Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old, only 20 years old, serving her country here in the United States, getting killed on our homeland of all places. So yeah, this was just a sad thing to see. And I don't know if you saw her dad's tweet talking about how if he doesn't respond to anybody, I'm sorry, but don't take it personal. It's been a tragedy. So I feel so bad for the family, and I hope the other National Guardsman actually pulls through as well. But what do you expect was going to happen when one of the seditious six, Alyssa Slotkin, went on ABC and was flat out telling people that she was afraid that National Guard troops were going to start opening fire and shooting at U.S. citizens? Here she is a few days before this incident took place.
Look at these videos coming out of places like Chicago. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians. It is a very, very stressful situation for these law enforcement and for the communities on the ground. So it was basically a warning to say, like, if you're asked to do something, particularly against American citizens, look at these videos coming out.
So again, you say this stuff, and then you act surprised, or oh, we didn't do anything wrong when something bad happens. I mean, the seditious six should be removed from Congress. I say, personally, expel them now because their words had dangerous consequences. They released that reckless video accusing President Trump of ordering illegal commands to the military, a lie they know would ignite chaos. 2 National Guardsmen were shot because of them. Now one of them is dead. You just don't undermine the commander-in-chief like this. You don't paint our troops as lawless. You don't tell America the military is being ordered to break the law and then act shocked when violence erupts. Expel these 6 members, every single one of them. If you endanger the men and women who protect this nation, you have no business holding power in it, in my opinion. And of course, the legacy media on the Democrats like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, all these networks, NBC, love to talk about how Trump was an insurrectionist when he said, march peacefully and patriotically. But when these so-called patriots say disobey your commander-in-chief, they are considered a hero. I mean, I think that's disgusting. So again, it just goes to show what the news is telling you is the exact opposite of reality in about 99% of the case here. So what do you guys think about the attack that happened at the National Guardsmen? Obviously, our condolences go out to the family of Sarah Beckstrom as well. And yeah, just your thoughts in general on the Afghani killer.
Well,
yeah,
that's why, just like with the Candace Owen thing, we need to get to the bottom of all of this. Mm-hmm. That dude traveled from Washington to do that. Why? He was here. He was. Don't get me started. Like,
not only that, reports stated that he yelled out Allahu Akbar or whatever that
exactly
Muslim battle cry is, so to speak. So
exactly.
Afghani Muslim.
So it's not just a Democrat problem. It's an illegal. We don't give a fuck about your values of this country. We want to turn it into ours. They're not here to make America great again. They're
not here to assimilate at all.
From. No.
That's the biggest issue I have with these illegals. It's one thing if you're coming to this country legally, first of all, but even if you're coming illegally, you want to win my heart and mind over defending you in order to stay, then you need to assimilate to the way we do things in the Western world. We're going to talk about a few different situations here where they're just not doing that. And that's how you get all the violence and the problems we have.
You know, it's not compatible. Funny how you want to keep like the Mexican heritage alive. That's great. I love Mexican food. Like I love going to the Mexican restaurant down the road. But you don't live in Mexico for some reason. You live in America. They participate in America stuff. Like, you know,
our laws, number one.
Yeah.
The real ones. Yeah.
So why? I don't get it.
And those of us on the right.
If you're running from, if it's so bad in Mexico, it's
Brandon, that's what people don't understand. The bad cartel that are here, they're not running. They're not running.
That's
from
not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I know the refugees that come here, but then they get sucked into the system. You don't cross the border, or maybe you do, thinking you're going to live on welfare. You think you're coming for a better life. Well, you're coming and then the Democrats get a hold of you. They give you all this free stuff, and then they let you vote for them because they're giving you all this free stuff.
Yeah.
The Somali tribe in Minnesota,
which we're about to get into,
is just living off the system. I told you the other day, babe, all of their kids have quote unquote autism because they get more money.
Yeah, they were fudging those autism numbers to get more funding.
Yeah, it's not that their kids have autism. They're just, and that's finding doctors that'll do it. Finding, they're not just doing it on their own. Just like Letitia James. She didn't just do it on her own. She's had all these people helping her.
Yeah,
they're doing it just to keep their bullshit going, getting voters in here.
Yeah, and I've been saying it for a while now. This is, in my opinion, our only shot. If Trump can't fix it, I don't think anybody will.
If Trump can't fix it, we're moving. I'll revoke my citizenship.
I don't know what it'll come down to there. It'll probably get.
But where though?
Yeah, exactly. There's nowhere to go.
Ecuador or El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Yeah.
Well, I said
I don't know if
I
I do. Yeah, I just fight it out to the last. But yeah, it would definitely be not something I want to deal with.
I mean, Ty has a little bit of a bias, but
he's just fucking the girl that lives there.
That's wild to put it out like that.
I mean, that's
that's a bias. I'm just saying.
I mean, fair enough. I guess
was a little out there, wasn't
it? Yeah, we'll move on.
But look, honestly, like I feel bad because it might be a while before she can come here. Honestly, so he may have to move there for a little bit.
Maybe, I don't know. Well, Donald Trump.
If you're listening, much love, man, and I'm not trying to knock your relationship. I think it's awesome. I'm just saying that there's a little bit of a bias if you're saying Ecuador is like pretty good.
When he came over, he was telling us how people do it, and it's a whole system.
Yeah, the way things are done over there is vastly different, and it's not even in a negative way. It benefits the people more than anything.
Yeah.
Interesting. But Donald Trump was asked specifically by a reporter why he's blaming the Biden administration for this Afghani killer in Washington, D.C. And he didn't hold back because he thought it was a dumb question.
Why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let him in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here. And you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in and they were unvetted. They were unchecked. There were many of them. And they came in on big planes.
So, yeah, I mean, he showed the photo I showed you a second ago. So, yeah, and this person's just like, why are you blaming it? Because he let him in, you idiot. You got to love the bluntness of Donald Trump sometimes. And this is one of those instances, I think it was a good case. So, so good on him there for sure. But
he's not wrong.
He's not wrong at all. And by the way, back in 2021, Donald Trump said then this was a bad idea to let these people in from Afghanistan. Here you go.
And nobody knows who the hell they are, Cheryl. These aren't the interpreters that we taught. These were people that rushed into the planes, and they were so interested in trying to make it sound like, they're doing a good job. These people, many of these people are going to be terrorists, okay? They're going to be terrorists. They were very powerful. They were very energetic in getting onto the aircraft.
They say they're vetting them very carefully with biometrics and documentation.
They're not doing that. And you can't, because there is no documentation in that country now. And nobody.
So there you go. I mean, he told you then this is a bad idea. Now it's going to, you know what? I feel like it's going to end up with us fighting Afghanistan or Afghanis, Muslims, Somalis, Venezuela. I don't know who it's going to end up with us fighting here, but
I heard about a teacher who quit because she had 15 different languages spoken in just one class. She couldn't teach these children anything. There was 15 different languages.
Wow. That's the other thing. Our school says one of the fundamental things about coming here and assimilating is learning our language. And most of the time they don't. We don't have teachers who are qualified for this. You know, like especially with the amount of students that are coming who are young like that. And I want to make it clear, I have no problem with Venezuelans. I have no problem with Somalis. I have no problem with Muslims as long as you're peaceful. I have no problem with Afghanis as long as you come here and assimilate into our culture and abide by our laws and our system.
Yeah.
I have no problem with you if you do that, if you do it the right way. But nowadays,
that is going to be one barrier. If I have to leave this country, I'm going to have to learn a language, and I don't think I can.
yeah, because if you go to Mexico, do you think Mexico's gonna be like, oh yeah, you have to learn Spanish? You know, any other country is going to make you assimilate for whatever reason. We've not been enforcing it, and this is the problems it creates. Look at Europe right now; they're in way worse shape than we are in some respect.
Shambles, boy.
They're not even trying to get rid of some of these people. So you know, I mean, like, I don't want to end up that way, and I fear that if Donald Trump were to leave, which he's going to in 3 years, or based on the Constitution, all this stuff. Who's the next person going? Are they going to let more people in and just it'll never get stopped? Then, if a Democrat gets in, that will happen. So you
maybe by then, Elon will have Mars opened
up. Be the first ticket there, huh? One-way trip. Hey, you know. Anyways, we'll move on. But yeah, as I said, are we going to be fighting all these different terrorist organizations? As now, on that note, Trump officially signs an executive order to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. And this week, the House Foreign Affairs Committee passed legislation to do just that. Get this to the House floor and get this done. This is way overdue. I don't expect Democrats to vote on this. This is going to have to take a Republican majority because they're going to say it's, you know, racist, discriminatory, or whatever it is. No, it's about safety and protection. Okay. Like I said, I'm not against any Muslim who is peaceful, but the only problem is a lot of times in the Muslim faith, we've talked about this before, they're only peaceful until they get the majority, then they become violent because they have the advantage. So that's what I'm afraid of. Okay, if you stay peaceful, I got no problem with you. You're allowed to, you know, worship your religion the way you want to, but a lot of times in the radical side of the Muslim faith, that means killing Christians. That can't happen here. Okay, so it's a concern. So yeah, I think this is the right move to designate the Muslim Brotherhood, especially since they are the radical ones. I don't think anybody should have a problem with this, but you know they're going to vote against it. Some of these Democrats are, no doubt. So yeah, we also got Democrat Eric Swalwell. I don't know if you heard about this, but right after our podcast 2 weeks ago, he came out and said that he wants to have democracy to be in full effect, and he wants us to be able to vote via our cell phones. Check this out.
I want us to be able to vote by phone. I think every Californian vote by phone. Yeah, if we can do our taxes, do our, you know, make our healthcare appointments, you know, make essentially do your banking online, you should be able to vote by phone. Make it safe, make it secure, but it's actually already happening all over the United States. I want us to be a blue state that doesn't do just a little bit better than like Georgia or Alabama when it comes to like voting access. I want us to max out democracy. Also, as it relates to democracy, if you wait in line for 30 minutes or more, if you do want to vote in person, I think you should fine every county for every minute that a person has to wait longer. We have to be better. Not.
He wants to have full extent. I hate to break it to the guy. We're not a democracy. Number one.
Yeah.
I mean, number two, that's not going to be able to be rigged or anything. I mean, seriously. How many times have you seen like those the wall for cell phones that are basically, you know, trolling and being bots on X and TikTok and all this stuff? I was hoping I'd find a photo of it here, but I wasn't. Oh, there you go. You know, engagement farming. Yeah. That's a thing. You think they're not going to manipulate elections if you just let people vote via your cell phone? It's got to be more secure than that, brother. I'm sorry. It's got to be.
Yeah. That's wild.
I mean, don't be wrong. It'd be convenient, but sometimes convenience isn't always a good thing. That's a deep cut right there.
Especially in situations like this.
No.
Like,
yeah, exactly. Ugh. I mean, it's scary. The fact that he's actually suggesting this as a Democratic representative. He also said that he is claiming that the United States military has privately told him that they are prepared to, quote, save us from President Trump. They call us the conspiracy theorists. Think they've got a Blue Anon thing going on there with this? Like, you think the military is going to side with the Democrats here? I mean, what's the recruitment numbers under Donald Trump compared to under Democrat leadership? I'll wait. Go look those up. So yeah, I think he's just full of smoke. But anyway, so any other thoughts on Eric Swalwell? If he's in a video and you're listening to it, assume it's a lie. I mean, just head you off at the pass. I mean, that's the best way to go about it because I've seen so many people share videos from him. I mean, he's an idiot, flat
That was
out
a
a moron.
wild take though. Like, and the way you can make your health appointment. Yeah, your health appointment.
Sure.
Affect you. You can do
You,
your best.
just you.
But that affects just fucking you.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
there's no way. Look, I remember when Pokemon Go first came out. Just like that wall you showed, there was literal base.
Gotta catch them
setup
all.
for one person because they were making money off of these accounts by selling them.
Yeah.
So like, your cell phone is not the most secure thing. Period.
No, probably definitely not. Yeah. That's why a lot of people use VPNs, but even then, who knows what's actually protected and what's not. But yeah, for sure. Speaking of idiots, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, as Miranda alluded to earlier, has been caught in a massive scandal among Somalian fraud as Somalis in the state of Minnesota were funneling money through fraudulent Medicare funding as they were inflating their autistic numbers to the Somali terror organization known as Al-Shabaab. Is that how you pronounce it? This was estimated at a $1 billion in fraud, guaranteed that Democrat Representative Ilhan Omar is involved in this, as she herself is Somali. So she's been on record that her interests revolve around her home country. So I think Franklin the Turtle should be working with the Homeland Security to get her out of here as well. There's a theme here with Franklin. But anywho, so just thoughts on this Somali thing. I mean, yeah, this is insane.
They did not come in peace.
No.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
They're defending the drug dealers too. Like, I'm just.
Yeah, this is why when I say New York has been conquered with the Muslims, the radical Muslims there, Zohran Mamdani, we'll see what he ends up doing. But Minnesota, Dearborn, Michigan, I mean, Texas is starting to become more Muslim. This has got to stop at some point. Otherwise, this is going to become too much, and we're going to lose this nation. You can think that that's bigoted of me to say, but it's actually the truth. When they're doing stuff like this, when they're sending Minnesota taxpayer money was funding terrorist organizations in Somalia.
Yeah.
But I'm bigoted, right? No, that's not it at all. Stating the fact of what's happening right now, guys. So when Trump goes in there and is doing, and now Trump's sending in ICE raids to, for some of the Somalis there, and y'all want to get mad at him for getting rid of these troublemakers. Seriously. Sorry, Brandon.
You can't call me bigoted when you defend literal drug dealers and killers.
Yeah. And these are the type of states who don't want to have voter ID, things like that. So guess what? Some of these illegal migrants, they vote Democrat. How do you think like a lot of these states vote blue for 30 years? I mean, seriously. And if Democrats had their way, every state would have these illegals in it to vote blue forever. That's the game.
That's what they tried. They were moving them in here. We've got.
That's why they're mad at ICE and Trump right now. It's not because, you're being racist. No, they're mad that their power grab is going away.
Yeah. And you know what sucks? Maybe they're not all here for that reason.
I'm sure they're not all, no.
But you still came here illegally, and you were willing to come here illegally. So you can go back home now.
If you're illegal, we can't tell if you've done that sort of thing or not. You've got to be properly vetted. So you got to get out and then you can come back. That's the whole point.
The right way.
The right way.
Right.
Otherwise, we lose our country. And that's why you can't have a country without borders.
If I have to have a background check to have a job, and these people come here without a fucking social security number, how do they get a background check for their job?
Yeah.
You don't know who they killed before they got here.
Oh, but in interest of showing.
Oh, he froze again.
Possibly be bad. I mean, look, I like that you come at this from a good place, but you have to be smarter than that.
Yeah, we know
you get taken
people
advantage
personally. Like this, I will say this: Indiana, especially IU, it brings a lot of good foreign people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My boss, even though I couldn't understand every other word, I loved you, sir.
I got a current boss that's the same way.
He became a U.S. citizen.
The guy we work with.
Yeah.
You know, his whole family. Like, we watched him go through that whole ordeal.
Yeah, it took him years, and it sucked, and I hated it for him.
But he did
so I
it
do agree.
the right
we need
way
a
so they could
way.
maximize their success. Like,
now,
by
now,
doing it.
and I've always been a proponent too. Like, is there ways we can make this system and the vetting process and the illegal immigration quicker and better? I'm sure, but again, when you got both sides just fighting with each other, nobody wants to actually come to a solution. That's the problem. And I got no problem trying to make it better and faster and easier. I'm all for that, but you've got to be safe with it too.
Yeah.
And we can't just have, nobody comes in, which is what people think Trump's doing. That's not what he's doing. He's trying to get the right people in. That's all. And we just can't have everybody can come in. You can't do that. There's got to be a middle ground here. It's not hard, but anyway, Donald Trump, because of all this stuff happening in Minnesota with Tim Walz and his fraud and all this stuff, he on True Social called Governor Tim Walz seriously retarded. He used the dreaded R word, which, it's kind of coming back into vogue a little bit, I guess.
I told you, movies are going to be good again.
But again,
listen, hold on real quick, Eric.
Based on the situation, is he wrong?
But
like,
that's not even the point, though, man. Like,
blunt but wrong.
We said we said these words to each other like all the fucking time. Like, we used.
Take a chill pill.
Oh God, it's so.
I know.
It's like,
refreshing.
could you imagine if DX would come back? DX should come back.
Yeah, you couldn't say "suck it" on TV now for sure.
We walked around school.
Cross chopping,
Man,
I mean, Generation X was a different time, but yeah, you could do that today.
I'll tell you what, Jackson did that to me. I'd knock his little ass out.
Well, maybe you should set a good example. Let him do the cross chop. You know what I'm saying? Teach your kids it's okay to do it, and let the rest of society deal with it.
Yeah, I'll put it on TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. There'd be some kids or adults going, I remember those days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, be all fine.
Good old cross chop.
Yeah, Brandon, we should get him a Bugs Bunny outfit. And just start
have him cross chop people.
90s.
Suck it. Anyway, anyway, no, that's Porky Pig, not Bugs Bunny. Anyway, whatever. It was one of them tunes, but anyway, I got there. But anyway, so Donald Trump was asked again about his comment about why he called Tim Walz the R word, and he didn't back down from it.
In that same post, you mentioned Tim Walz, and you called him what many Americans do find an offensive word, retarded. Do you stand by that claim of calling Tim Walz retarded?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong with him. Absolutely, sure. You have a problem with it? You know what? I think there's something wrong with him. Anybody that would do what he did, anybody that would allow those people into a state and pay billions of dollars out to Somalia. We give billions of dollars to Somalia. It's not even a country because it doesn't function like a country. It's got a name, but it doesn't function like a country. Yeah, there's something wrong with Walz.
So, yeah, he's not going to back. And again, you may not like the word he used, but is he wrong about Tim Walz's actions?
They're offended over a word. I'm offended over these fucking people coming over here trying to kill us.
Yeah. And everybody wants to talk about, well, that's just terrible. You shouldn't say that to Tim Walz. Even Tim Walz himself is saying, apparently locals are now calling him the R word.
True. This creates danger. And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word in front of me. This is shameful. And I have yet to see an elected official, a Republican elected official say, you're right, that's shameful.
Well, you know what, Timmy? I'm sorry. Good on those local Minnesota Patriots for not backing down to his lies. And this, of course, prompted the memes online, all the memes online to do their best. And here's Franklin again. Like I said, there's a theme going around this week with the Canadian beloved turtle. Yeah, so So yeah, they got the locals calling him the R word, and it's even got people online again bringing out their best memes. Here you go.
Tim Walz is a big fat retard.
Go home! Leave me alone! I'm not retarded!
Wake up, retard! 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 Retard!
So this AI shit is getting out of pocket. Like
I'm quickly becoming a big fan of I find dumb F's on Twitter or X. I follow him a lot now. Anyway,
this AI thing at times it can be great, funny, but then sometimes it leans into this creepy, off-putting thing. All
True.
that liquid on his face was disturbing.
That was disturbing.
The
It
meme
looked like he got
itself
slimed by
is funny.
Slimer.
Yeah, the meme itself is funny, but just that.
Yeah, I
image is-
tried
oh.
to do it or use it for gingerbread. Like
Uh-huh.
I had a theme going, but it would not understand what I was.
I can't
putting
ever
in.
get it to work like I want it to. It's very, you know how hard it was to get the opening of the show done with Grok. That was not easy to do. But I got enough to work to where it made sense, I think. But you can sometimes tell it's AI. But anyway, but you know, Tim Walz wants to get all upset about people saying this about him. Here he is calling ICE the modern day Gestapo.
Donald Trump's modern day Gestapo is scooping
When he can say it.
They're in unmarked vans wearing
Fucking
masks,
retard.
being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons.
They're not being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. That's the stuff that these people just make up to make Trump sound like Hitler, which is another thing. They've called Trump Hitler, but he says the R word, and everybody wants to, you know, go nuts. And by the way, Tim Walz is also on record of saying that he hoped the reports about Donald Trump being dead were true at one point. So again, I don't give a flying flip if Trump calls him retarded. I don't.
It's a good word,
don't wanna
though,
click-
man.
Huh?
It's a good word.
Well, it's just to me, it's just all this pearl clutching when you
I
guys have
use
said
it.
far worse to everybody on the right, including Trump, and now you want to get all he called a reporter piggy. You know what I mean? Like, it's true.
That was funny too. That was funny too.
It's just like get over yourselves. What are
You
we
know,
doing?
I've been calling people narcissists a lot. Like,
Yeah.
if you are this thing, own it.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
retarded,
you're
Tim.
retarded.
Sorry.
Yeah. And by the way, never go full Tim Walz. Just don't do
Yeah,
it.
no.
You know?
Here's the thing. That's good. That's good.
It's like
That's
I had this. I have one. I posted it on X the other day. Remember when Schumer was making hamburgers and he had cheese on the
Yeah.
hamburger?
And they were frozen still. They had,
yeah, so I made a meme that said he was unqualified to cook meat.
For sure.
And-
I mean, you could tell that man's never grilled a burger in his life. I mean,
that
you
shit was
just-
off-putting.
I mean,
Like,
look, I'm not the best chef in the world, but even I know not to do that. It's like, seriously. But I thought there was another
like
meme
your
here I wanted to
burger's
see.
raw.
Oh, I didn't see that earlier, but that's funny too.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know who did that one, but that's a good one too. Yeah.
good.
So yeah, the internet was out in full force. We loved it, no doubt about it. This week for sure. This week also, Republicans filed what quote unquote a Judicial
Real
Accountability
quick.
Act. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Like whenever people use the R word, right? Generally, you're not talking about somebody who's mentally handicapped, because a lot of the time, the people that are under that category of mentally handicapped, they're not actually retarded. Some or most of them are actually really smart in whatever they're blessed with. Like my brother, who he is really good with spelling, like phenomenal. Anytime if you want to know how to spell something, you ask him and he'll tell you exactly how to spell it. It's insane. And but yeah, really. And
it's probably why he left.
and like I think the general populace, anytime somebody calls another person retarded, it's because they're acting stupid and they're not thinking things logically.
Right.
I think that's what the general definition of it is. People use it as, not saying that you're mentally handicapped, because that's a different thing altogether.
Mhm.
And again, it's just one of those things. Look, I understand trying to treat people with respect and dignity and love, and I get all that. But there's also times it's like, just try
retarded.
not to be just well, okay. I was just try not to be so stick up your ass, about things. I'm not saying it's the nicest thing in the world to say. I'm not. And I'm not defending Trump for saying it that way. He could probably use better words, of course. But
this is straight to the point.
it's just like, but if you're going to call him all the stuff you do, that's way worse. Don't be surprised when he shoots back every now and then. You know what I mean? Especially after what Tim Walz is accused of doing. I think it fits in a lot of ways. It really does. But that's up to you and your discretion, I guess. But this week, like I started to say here, Republicans filed what's known as the Judicial Accountability Act to imprison judges who release violent repeat offenders. Any judge who releases a defendant on personal reconnaissance or low bail, and that defendant commits another felony within 12 months, would then face automatic federal charges up to 10 years in prison and permanent disbarment. This should have been done a long time before Irina Zaruska was killed on that train by this dude. I'm sorry. And I'm glad. And this is one of the things I said after this happened. There was 10 things on my list in order to make America great again. This is one of them. Passed this yesterday. You should have done it already. It better get passed. And there should be no Democrat. Of course, they're going to say, well, it's racist and it goes against, judges' freedom to rule how they want. No, it just holds them accountable for those rulings. This should not be controversial. If you let somebody out on bail or whatever, and they commit another crime, you should pay the consequences for being negligent and letting that criminal out. Am I wrong?
No, you do that shit with criminals now. If one person, okay, say I was going to commit a crime, okay? Mm-hmm. You have no idea I was going to commit this crime, but you gave me a ride. And when you gave me a ride, I commit this crime. You then take me to wherever the hell I'm going. You may not have done a fucking thing, but you'll be charged just as I am because you were there.
Yeah, you're an accomplice, basically. Yeah.
Essentially, but even though you were totally oblivious to what took place.
Well, and I would say it probably depends on the circumstance, most likely.
Sure, but if you let someone out of the prison, like in this aspect,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like
you're aiding and abetting in a way.
Yeah. Who you knew who was a violent, you know what I mean? Like, okay. Oh well, go to jail.
Yeah.
Like,
so why aren't judges held to the same standard?
That's where it should be at.
Right. Again, I don't know why this would be. Again, Democrats are going to try to paint this as racism or going against what judges' rulings. No, no one's trying to go against the judges' rules. We're just asking the judges to be held accountable. Guy out or girl, whoever it ends up being. I don't see how that's controversial. So, yeah, I hope this passes. We'll see what happens. The Supreme Court also they temporarily approved Texas's redistricting map after the federal court judge attempted to block it. SCOTUS will further review this in the coming months. So this is what Texas's new redistrict map will look like if it is allowed to go through, as we're hoping. If this holds, Jasmine Crockett and Al Green will be gone from the House of Representatives. Congressional seats for Republicans in that case. So, F around and find out. We've been talking about how Democrats for years have been redistricting in California, New York, Michigan,
Oh, Eric.
What?
You keep freezing.
Froze bad on that one. Yeah.
Okay. What did you miss? I had an issue.
Just the last little bit.
Well, long story short, Jasmine Crockett, Al Green will be out of Texas as a House of Representatives if this holds and the redistricting map stays in place, as the Supreme Court ruled on it this week temporarily. It's still under review, but yeah.
So I
hope so.
At one point, I heard there was a whole bunch of indictments, like hundreds of thousands of indictments, sealed indictments.
Okay.
And I thought, how? But now I can see how. Because there's a lot of bad people.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what that has to do with the redistricting. Am I off?
No, because Jasmine Crockett. Okay, at one point I thought maybe she was acting. Okay. but I don't think she's acting. at
She's
this
just that
point.
dumb.
Yes,
Yeah.
but she got elected somehow.
Mhm.
She's
This is probably
not
why.
really- like,
Districts that were
yes.
voting blue regardless. And now that's going to be
Yes.
corrected, you know? Yeah.
But like the indictment thing,
Mhm.
all these people that were doing these bad things to get things like this done
Mhm.
are going to end up being indicted.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
turnabout's fair play in that case. Yeah.
Now, if you remember, there's so much shit going on, and I feel like Trump has all the information that he needs to arrest them. But in order to make it stick, he needs to have it all laid out.
Mm.
There was
Okay.
a satellite, it wasn't, it was a Space Force, I guess, satellite, that was up during the 2018 election, I believe.
Mhm.
And it was up for like a whole bunch, almost a year, collecting data. So I believe they have it all. But how do they get it to stick in court is the next question.
Well, as you've always
don't
said,
know.
you got to make sure they got to get all their stuff figured out before they can do
But
it.
they also
otherwise-
need judges. You see all these stupid judges that are involved. Like that's why we're not getting anywhere, and that's why they keep blocking them, because they're trying to stop it for real.
Well, and I'm sure some of the redistricting could also correct some of that as well long term.
Yeah.
But it's going to take some time when it comes to districts and stuff like that. But on top of Texas, though, it's also Indiana has actually now officially passed its new redistricting map as well. It got a little bit more pushback. I think those in Texas were given it, but that will this will also see Marion County, the county where Indianapolis is located, split into 4 different districts, lessening the impact of a Democratic stronghold in Indianapolis. Now it heads to the Indiana State Senate for a final decision to be made Monday. This will effectively give Republicans 2 more seats in Congress. Remember, Democrats have been doing this for years. I'm not saying that anyone should do this to be completely fair throughout the country, but if no one is going to stop Democrats from doing it, Republicans have to play by their rules. Otherwise, they're just going to get run over. So if you don't like it, go talk to your Democrat state representative, or the Supreme Court may end up ruling that this needs to be abolished nationwide. And if that's the case, Democrats are still screwed, because it's going to be a fair electorate. California will go red in that case. I promise you. So either way, Democrats are screwed.
Sorry, real quick, just to, I don't mean to cut in the middle of this real quick. I just had a very daddy-daughter moment with my child.
Yeah.
I'm in the kitchen. I was getting something to drink, and she comes in and she's making this noise with her throat. I don't know what it was, and I chopped her in the throat. Karate chopped shit out of her. Right in the throat.
In a playful manner.
Yeah, I was hen, and she was like, "I hate you," and I was like, "What? You're supposed to love me. I am your father." And she gives me a hug, and I was like, "No matter how many times I karate chop you in the throat," and then I belly bumped, and we dipped out.
I say, you're going to get a receipt. You on the comeback, right? It's going to happen.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
don't worry. She gonna get hers. It's all good. But anyway, yeah, for sure.
Sorry, you're
fine. That's funny. That's a funny story. What's another? Well, this part ain't funny, but the follow-up is funny. The January 6th pipe bomber terrorist who left bombs outside the RNC and the DNC on that fateful day has finally been arrested this week. Here are the details of the suspect. He's a young black man, radical anti-Trump activist, sued Trump and ICE and DHS. He was also an extreme racial justice advocate, and he works at his family's bail bonds company that frees criminal aliens from ICE custody. Yeah, this explains exactly why. Yeah, this explains exactly why the FBI and DOJ could not find this guy for the last 4 years under Joe Biden. Does that surprise anyone?
Wow.
The Biden FBI had mountains of evidence against Brian Cole. That's the guy's name. Receipts, cell data, license plates, photos, and video of the crime. They knew exactly who did it, but Brian's profile destroys their entire MAGA, white supremacist, insurrectionist bomber narrative in one blow. That's why they kept the lie going. They didn't want to arrest the man because it hurt their agenda. The FBI didn't fail to catch Brian Cole. Leftists protected their own. This is the biggest FBI cover-up scandal in history. What a nightmare. if you ask me. And if you listen to CNN's coverage, Jake Tapper goes over this coverage. This is the funny part. And he, again, tried to run that leftist narrative while the picture, everybody has seen him. He calls the man a white man.
Ryan Cole Jr., a 30-year-old white man from the D.C. suburbs, is charged with transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce and with malicious destruction.
See what I mean about needing honest people in fucking media?
Mm-hmm.
That's wild.
This is also why in my 10 things to save America, I posted that one night Miranda one here. I can always pull it up later. I've kept it in case we actually start checking them off. The Charlie Kirk Act. One of the things I think needs to be signed to hold our media and our politicians accountable for what they say. I'm not saying affect their free speech. They can say what they want. But if they're saying something they know verifiably as a fact, and it's not, they should be held accountable for it.
That whole speech and debate clause that they have, that they can say anything and any lie they want to as long as they're on the fucking floor, that needs to get away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that
agreed.
Like who would think that?
Yeah,
is okay.
Back in this all changed under the Barack Obama administration. They took out that safeguard that says that the media can't use propaganda. They can now. A lot of Americans don't realize that.
That son of a bitch. Oh.
Yeah, Obama is the one who started the division in this country. Do you remember racism or anything being really big before that? For a lot of years, it was kind of pretty much, I'm not saying gone, but it was way less. We were at a place where we were
got weird in the early 90s. I remember like where we were anyway in Warren, Ohio. It started to get weird.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that was only in like certain parts of it. Like
yeah.
I can honestly say, and I'm being for real here, in my 40, soon to be 42 years of life, I think I've only come across 2 real incidences of like real racism that I had to face, like real talk had to face, once when I was way younger, and one other time. Now, granted, the second time, the guy was that's just what that guy was. But the only reason our paths crossed was because of shit that I was doing. So, but that still didn't warrant what he was in the overarching story of it all. But like, yeah, it wasn't as big as a thing until Barack got elected, because what it did was it gave people of color, again, what he ran on, hope. And then he shit on that hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he got all
a lot of it is just
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, he did. He shit on that hope. He turned a lot of black people against him, but then that divided black houses even fucking more.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and all the stuff he implemented, like Obamacare. So everybody wants to talk about the subsidies and all this stuff that if they don't get, the insurance premiums are going to go up. Well, that's because Obama and the Democrats put in, they went to expire to bring them up. That's on them. Why is it Republicans' responsibility to save Democrat poor policy? I mean, 20-some million Americans use it, sure, but that's a minority for the entire country. Maybe just, I don't know, get off of it somehow. I mean, I don't know what the process would be, but it's like, then you want to get mad at Republicans and all this stuff. No, Democrats put that in there. And like I said, and with Jake Tapper here, clearly, I mean, all it takes is a Google search less than 5 minutes long. You clearly find out he's not a white man. But Jake Tapper and CNN, the standard of excellence when it comes to truth telling right there. I mean, seriously. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do.
Hold on. But like, he knew that. He knew that.
Yeah, he knew that full
guy
well.
wasn't white.
Yeah.
Like, they do that. You know what I mean?
He's expecting you not to go look for yourself and just believe everything he spews.
But it's also the Anchorman effect. He just reads it off a fucking teleprompter or paper in front of him, word for word. They don't think for themselves because that's not what they're there for.
It's not the script.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Like, I heard it again. The CIA runs everything, the media included.
Oh, yeah.
So Tucker Carlson, he's pretty but he denies every bit of it, but admits it at the same time. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
just a sad state of affairs.
There's a reason why JFK wanted to blow the CIA into I don't remember how many pieces. A lot.
Right.
It's bad. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's just
And
bad.
it's all like, you know how we play games and we build, city sims? It's like if they just would have had a computer when they were younger, maybe they wouldn't have been so fucking evil.
Yeah.
Or something. Like, what made them
Had a hobby.
decide to be this way?
Yeah.
Well, Eric, think about it this way, right? Like, what makes
Money.
a person want to continue? That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
But
root of all evil.
But why?
But
what are you spending it on? Like, what? You can only buy so much shit. So then, what motivates you even more to know that you're doing something that's criminally wrong, hurting people in real time and in real life? But like, where's your morality at? Like, what?
They don't have one. Period.
Simple as that.
So are they soulless?
Go ahead, Rick.
In a way, yeah. Or they just don't care about their soul. All they get is me. I mean, it's Sin 101, basically, all about me.
I mean, I think the song Zombie by the Cranberries kind of ties into that, where it says, "It's not me, it's not my family." You know what I mean? That line. It's like, it's not affecting them or any person they care about, so they don't care.
Yeah.
Or if it is
Until it affects
affecting
them.
someone they care about, but that only counts when it affects their dollar.
Yeah,
You know what I
But
mean?
that's just like saying, so Bill Gates, for example, whatever he is doing, like, he looks like shit. Okay. Like, he was starting to get bigger boobs than me at one point. So,
yeah.
But his vaccines, he's evil. So it's not even like they're doing it to preserve it for themselves. They're just playing mad scientists, and they don't care who they hurt in the process.
Well, as long as make me money, as Vince McMahon used to say. It's just, it's basically what it is for them, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, well, speaking of other things besides just CNN, obviously they love to twist things around like this is a black man. Oh, he's a white man. No. Speaking of twisting things, though, this is what they do. Biden's mentally fit. This is what they consider a woman over here on the top right, which is, I don't know about you. Do the eye test. Mostly peaceful down here at the bottom. And now, their favorite one now is this is a fishing boat. This is not a Coke boat. This is a fishing boat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and yeah.
So Democrats love to have, just fudge the truth at every turn, so to speak. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump have been taking heavy criticism for, quote, double tapping innocent fishermen with cruise missiles, when in reality, they're destroying Coke boats and drug smugglers, okay?
If that's a fishing boat, Brandon, you ain't going fishing with Sam ever.
Right.
Yeah, for real.
You don't want to bring up that catch. But the media, they feign outrage and say it's inhumane that the survivors were clinging to the boat when they were brutally murdered during follow-up strikes, when aid should have been given to them based on international law. Not to do so constitutes a war crime. Oh, no! That's the media narrative right now when it comes to these Venezuelan boats.
So I'm just going to say this real quick. If you miss the first time, do not take that second shot. Just die. Because if you got somebody breaking in your house and you miss once, or maybe there's 3 people and you've got to have.
Well, hell, they even say,
I don't get the logic in this.
No, well, they even say, like, if someone breaks into your house or apartment or whatever now and you shoot them at all, well, you must value your possessions more than you value human life. No, they valued their life less when they decide to enter my apartment. Or that's it. Bottom line.
It's not that I value my possessions more, because I do, because they're mine.
My safety.
Yeah, like
you broke into my home. I didn't come to your fucking
breaking
house.
in to take my possessions or kill me. What else are you doing here?
Now you don't know what their intentions are. They may not
you're
want,
either valuing
some
my
food.
possessions more than my fuck you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not my job.
And you're gonna.
Yeah,
your
I
safety
agree.
is null and void the moment you broke into my house. Like that. Let's get that out the way.
Right, and the same goes for borders and drug smuggling and criminals like this trying to sneak this stuff into our country that will kill thousands. Okay, but however, that whole, oh my God, Hegseth and Trump are committing war crimes. That whole narrative went right out the window when reports came out from ABC saying that the survivors of the first strikes were actually getting back onto the boats to gather up the drugs. Here you go.
Tonight, new information. According to a source familiar with the incident, the 2 survivors climbed back onto the boat after the initial strike. They were believed to be potentially in communication with others and salvaging some of the drugs. Because of that, it was determined they were still in the fight and valid targets. A JAG officer was also giving legal advice.
This backs up the entire second strike.
I love
mean, it
Stephen
just
Miller.
doesn't get more crystal clear than that. The mission is take out the boat, stop the drugs, keep this vessel and its cargo from reaching our shore using lethal means. And our amazing military, the heroes of the United States Armed Forces, did exactly that. President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, and this entire government are committed to finally using our military to defend our people, our borders, our family, our culture. Not going off, running around the Middle East, trying to build democracies in caves and deserts and in distant sands that have never known democracy. We're using the military to protect American security, American prosperity, American lives right here where we live, where our children live.
I agree 100%. I mean, I don't see, again, how is this controversial as Pete Hegseth responded with yet another turtle deal. Let's see if I can blow that up a little more here. Yeah, I mean, Franklin the Turtle targets narco terrorists. So again,
where is this Franklin the Turtle thing coming from?
It's apparent. Okay, so apparently this also led that the publisher, which is based in Canada, to put out a statement saying Franklin the Turtle is a beloved Canadian icon who has inspired generations of children and stands for kindness, empathy, and inclusivity. We strongly condemn any denigrating, violent, unauthorized uses. Blah 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 blah. So they got all butthurt in their feelings that people were making memes of Franklin. Apparently, he's a Canadian, children's book icon type situation. So yeah, but again, no one can take a joke in Canada. Surprise, surprise, eh?
Listen, Canada is
posers.
not doing so fucking hot either. So
no,
they should probably use Franklin the same way we fucking are.
Yeah, something. But yeah, this got everybody all upset here for sure. Weak, pathetic individuals, if you ask me, over there at the publishing. And then the Washington Post printed a hit piece saying that the United States officials said that Pete Hegseth gave verbal orders to, quote, kill everybody during these strikes. Here's Secretary of War's reaction to all of this during a cabinet meeting that happened this week. Sec War Pete Hegseth responds. Here you go.
Any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? I did not personally see survivors, but I stand because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources, not based in anything,
on Trump's
not
face,
based in
though.
any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters.
I gotta start buying
President
some
Trump
books.
has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
Of course, I don't know if you noticed Donald Trump during this too. Not only was, the reason why he was smirking was because obviously he's got people now who are backing up everything he's been saying. And his entire cabinet's like, yeah, Trump's right, by the way. But people and the media were taking, shots at this, especially early on. Like if you look at Donald Trump, he looks tired or whatever. Some people on the left were even saying he was dozing during this this cabinet meeting. Now, granted, this picture looks damning. I'm not going to lie to you, but how many times have we seen pictures be taken completely out of context? Completely. And if you've ever watched one of these committee or cabinet meetings and stuff, they can be long. And Donald Trump is usually like up in the wee hours of the morning doing work, sending out truths and things like that. He probably is a little tired, but that does not mean he's falling asleep here. So I want you to watch this video again. We're going to turn it on mute here, but watch Trump. And notice that sometimes when people were talking, he's awake. He's listening right there, but he's not asleep. You'll see him nod. He's listening to what's going on, and then he responds. He'll like, raise his eyes up to the cameras when like, yeah, he said something I've been saying. I mean, like, see, right there.
Yeah,
So he's
there
not.
he goes.
He's fine. But again, if
Yeah.
you want to take these pictures with him looking kind of downward as his sleeping, this is how fake news is made, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And this happens
Like,
all
legitimately-
right there. Like,
Yeah,
he's doing
right
it again.
there. Yeah.
But he's listening.
Like legitimately, it's one. I mean, I do it. A lot of people do it. Like when somebody's talking, you just kind of relax and
just chilling.
I may not.
Usually
be
he's the
staring
one
at
that's talking. He's
Yeah.
listening to somebody say some common sense shit for once.
And he's like, yep,
He's-
been telling you.
And I hope Pete Hegseth doesn't go anywhere. I love that man.
Yeah, the left thinks he is the most unqualified person in the world. He's not. Go look at his military
they
record.
always fucking will. So
Oh, but he was a correspondent on Fox News. No, he was a military vet. Okay, go look at his record.
He is a
okay. I swear, these people will just make up any load of nonsense and completely remove all the other context.
And he's raising a
you have-
fucking gorgeous family.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm proud
And
of
then
him.
you'll have
So.
people who just sit on the sidelines and just lap that shit up like a bunch of fucking morons.
Yeah, I mean they want to complain about Trump falling asleep, but yet Joe Biden was the epitome of completely there the last 4 years. Here's Joe Biden today, earlier, well, I guess yesterday. Now this is late broadcast, but yesterday speaking, and he literally cannot even call the United States of America by the right word.
We just have to get up. As long as we keep the faith, summon hope, and get back up and remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. That's who we are.
The America got it.
The United States America got it.
Not to now, I didn't have this one pulled, but I saw right before the podcast went on the air too. He was also during this speech at this LGBTQ Institute, number one. He also during this speech, he was trying to talk about his former press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, the self-professed historical figure. Her name, he tried to call her Corinne. He called her Kareem, as in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So, again, you want to say Trump's sleeping? This guy was sleeping at the wheel for 4 years, ladies and gentlemen. I implore you. Not to mention, again, you want to talk about, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump committing war crimes. Oh, but you don't want to talk about when Obama was doing drone strikes and actually killed United States citizens during his administration. Not a word was said then. None. He's still not been, given the consequences for that action because of presidential immunity, right? If you want to go with that, fine. But don't sit here and act all pearl clutching over the drug terrorists, okay? Call them what they are. They're not innocent fishermen trying to climb back on a boat. I swear, I hate the messaging because it's flat out disgusting all the way across the board. And before some of this happened actually this week, Trump even put out a Truth Social talking about how the airspace over Venezuela is effectively closed. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This got a lot of people wondering whether or not he was going to do a full-on invasion to Venezuela. I think this is probably mostly due to the ramping up of the bombing of the Coke boats. But could we potentially be looking at a potential situation with Maduro? Potentially, maybe we're going in there to liberate Venezuela. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Possible? No?
I don't know. I think it was one of those situations where they were going through to, do these drug boat things, and you don't want anything in the air because those boys are going to shoot it down. So this was a way for them to clear the sky.
At least to minimize damage, for sure, minimize casualties. Yeah, I could see that's probably what it was.
Venezuela is just as bad as Ukraine when it comes to money laundering, things that the deep state uses it for. So I believe that this is Venezuela's what the hell's the word I'm looking for? Liberation. Because they've agreed to start taking planes of illegals back now too. So
yeah, it's probably but yeah, I mean, it just I don't know.
I keep saying like Trump wants to give us money, right? I don't want it until the illegals are gone.
I want
don't
my
want it.
2,000. I want it.
Well, I get it. I do
Yeah.
too. But honestly, if they start giving out checks and these illegals aren't getting it, last time they got it.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they should get it for sure.
No, and I'm saying they're gonna get pissed off and start robbing people, and then we're gonna have a new problem on our hands.
Well, and my bigger problem with the whole check thing too is they love to use this argument about how, well, if we give out all these stimulus checks, if the inflation is going to go up and our prices are going to go up. Do you recall prices going up terribly, dude, just because of those checks prior? Number one, and number two, the stimulus checks that we got during COVID, we were printing more money and giving it out, and that's what rose the inflation. This is tariff money coming from other countries. We're not printing anything. So there's a distinct difference there, in my opinion. But
people don't understand.
Yeah, we talked about it on the way home the other night a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Well, not only that, and I've already heard when it comes to this, airspace being shut down over Venezuela, I already heard people on the left and the Democrats saying, "Oh, that means he's going to invade Venezuela unconstitutionally." So another more war crimes. Again, they're just saying stuff when, again, like we said, it's probably due to the fact that they're bombing these boats, which he has the authority to do.
Okay, have you guys ever heard, the phrase "taxation is theft"?
Yeah.
That's the other reason why, he this week has been talking again about getting rid of taxes altogether. So you do that on top of tariff money. We as Americans are going to be living the way we should have been for a long time. If taxation is theft.
Yeah. Well, he continues to float that idea of taking away the income tax.
Trump is bringing businesses back here. People are going to have jobs. They're not going to be paying Uncle Sam. That's what the left fails to fucking see.
Or the ones who are spouting it don't care, but they want to keep their control.
They want to keep their food stamps. They want
you subjugated.
They can't. They feel like they can't do it on their own. But once you get off the system and you start making your own money, that is the freest thing you can be.
What did the signs say at the zoo? Don't feed the animals because they could grow dependent upon it. I mean,
yeah,
it's the same thing here.
Exactly.
I mean, they don't know how to do things because they've never had that. And regardless of whether or not you've tried to get SNAP or EBT, they're supposed to be temporary programs, not a lifestyle. They're only supposed to be there to help you to get back on your feet, and then they're supposed to be removed. For whatever reason, we've just let these people have it. So those
I told you the reason. I told you the reason. They've kept them on purpose dependent on them. So
they want you to vote for them. Simple as that. It's all,
and
again.
You can have nice things if you just get out there and
try
work for it.
And we're not talking about people who literally
and
can't.
In the back of your mind, though, when Trump talks about the golden age, he's talking about Elon Musk. You go back and listen to his interviews. He talks about a universal high income, and you'll hear people that don't want socialism. That's not socialism. That is, our country is making so much money because we are buying and trading and working together. When you have world peace, like I said, I love me some Mexican food. I love Mexican art too. So, there are things that you can't buy here, you can't make here because other places are supposed to have it. The countries that are rich in minerals and natural resources, well, China can't drill for oil. They don't have oil. So they need oil from somewhere.
Right.
But maybe we need it from China. It can all work. And we don't have to be evil. And
we just don't have to be the one constantly getting screwed. That's what the tariffs are for, to kind of get some stuff back.
Yeah, but it was all a setup, though. They were trying to conquer America.
Yeah,
and
now they're upset because they're losing their foothold. Simple as that. That's now they're trying other.
I can't wait until the 2026 fucking World's Fair. You better have something.
one of the ways they've been trying to again take over America a bit here. Apparently, we've got what is it? You're gonna get rid of this croc thing. Get out of the way. I can't see. All right. So Dallas Express obtained a letter from Venezuela's former intel chief warning that Trump that Maduro's regime and Cuban spies to target America and even influence its elections using Smartmatic voting machines. This is something Miranda sent us here. Apparently, there's documentation of this spy inside Maduro's, inner circle here, warning the Trump administration that they've been trying to undermine our elections here using Smartmatic machines in Venezuela. So and U.S. officials have even been aiding them. So this is deep. So if all this turns out to be exactly as it appears, they've been trying to take. I mean, this is not friendly at all. So you got any thoughts on this, Miranda? I know you sent it to us. So
no, I mean, Patrick Byrne's interview with Alpha, he laid it all out.
Mm-hmm.
And they're clever. I'll give them that.
Mm-hmm. How do you think Maduro stayed in power too?
Yeah, it's all big scheme, like one big scheme.
Yeah, and it keeps getting revealed too. I mean, all will be revealed. Nothing can stop what's coming, right? So,
I was naive in thinking it would happen a lot quicker.
Yeah, and I'll definitely like to see.
But now I can see why it can't happen quicker, because the judges, they're embedded in everything.
Oh yeah, they're dug in like.
I'm afraid of what we're going to end up witnessing here. Like the amount of police activity that I have seen. I'm out and about all the time now. They're doing stuff. They're actually doing their jobs. And
well, that's good. I'm glad they are, but it's sad that they have to all the time like this. But yeah.
But
so I wanted to read just a little bit of this from General Mike Flynn. I know Miranda's talked about him many times on the channel. Say here, Trump's actions to date have been sound, but given this new information, our president must do some soul searching with the key members of the team. This blockbuster op-ed from the Dallas Express comes from a career spy at the top of the Venezuelan regime, where he served as the former head of military intelligence and in the National Assembly for nearly a decade. In it, he describes how U.S. diplomats and CIA officials or officers were paid to assist Chavez and Maduro to remain in power. He also describes how election software developed in Venezuela, Smartmatic, is used to also alter elections, including those in the United States. They've been trying to use it here as well. So there you go. I mean, that's a blockbuster. That's dangerous stuff. So yeah, let's hope we get that put away too. And that's not going to endear Trump to Venezuela more. I'll tell you that right now, once he catches wind of it.
Now that's why I keep saying, if Trump is president in 2028, it's not going to be because of the election. It's going to be because we have to fix 2020 somehow.
Things were not on the up and up for sure. And we'll see how that ends up going. But yeah, I mean, I'm not, if it ends up being one of those situations where he's owed that and they determine it. I mean, I get it. I totally do. We'll see how that flies. But at the same time, it's like, you're going to have to show and prove to everybody that, what do you do then? I mean, like, you can't just let it stand without the consequences. So I get that too.
You have to, because if somebody tries it again, you have to have a blueprint of what you do in the future.
Yeah, because what if Donald Trump did win the second time?
You learn from your mistakes and you don't burn the books that tell about it.
Exactly. I agree. And last but not least here, to end out the show here, another big news story. Donald Trump signed an executive order making Joe Biden's auto pen pardons, quote, null and void. Order starts the process. I don't know if it's like officially now null and void. But I'll tell you right now, I believe he even said in the statement here, if Joe Biden was not involved in the auto pen process and he comes out and says he was, he'll be brought up on charges of perjury. Because again, the whole point is that whoever uses the auto pen to sign documents, pardons, etc., must have the authorization of the president. And thus far, the Biden administration has not provided proof that Biden authorized anything. Normally, it's documented and the auto pen is signed off by and authorized by the president before the auto pen is even used. Where is the documentation and records showing that Joe Biden actually approved it? They've yet to this point been able to prove that and show it. So until you have that documentation, everything that's been signed could have been done by anybody who don't have the authority. So that's what Trump administration is saying here. And if that's the case, we've got all these names like Anthony Fauci, Mark Milley, the entire January 6th committee leaders like Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff, Adam Kinzinger, and Jamie Raskin. They should all be very nervous right now.
So you know how Trump is a troll at like the master level.
Yeah.
All these executive orders and stuff that he signs, and he does a stack of them, and he's got a new pen for each one, and then he gives his pen to some. Ain't nobody from Biden's administration got a pen from a damn executive order that he signed. I just thought of that, and it's just funny.
And they only brought Biden in on like the big ones and stuff too. They just said, "Oh, everything else, we'll just do it." You know, he signed it. You know, Trump signs everything on
his damn name.
Yeah, probably not. But yeah, I mean, clearly this would be Joe Biden, you know, just at the side here while everybody else does the work for him. Probably Obama, for sure, or whatever it might be. Or Jill Biden was also one of the top suspects here. But yeah, and of course we're going to round out the show here tonight with yet another Franklin explains Joe Biden's auto pen, for sure, and how it should be working and how it's not working and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, but anyhow, so we'll see how this auto pen thing goes. Like I said, I don't know how. You know, it starts with executive orders, and of course, it has to go through other things before we get to actual results. So I would like to just think it's just like null and void now, but I don't know if that's exactly how it works. But anyway, a lot of these things have to be codified, which is my other big gripe right now. A lot of things Donald Trump has signed and put into action, Congress has not backed him up on. That's what pisses me off. It's like, so that just means next president's going to go in there, reverse all the executive orders, and it's like it never happened. That's my problem. You know, it's like we elected Trump to do this job, and you people are stonewalling him on both sides of the aisle, and it's disgusting.
That's why we need to pull the plug on the swampy ass. Well, no, I think it was Tim Burchett said it's not a swamp, it's a sewer, because swamps can grow and they have an ecosystem and they can habitat animals. You know,
I feel bad for him too.
Sewer is full of shit.
I feel bad for him too, because every time he's on video talking about how things got voted down, he's like, "Well, you know, the Democrats did this, but thanks for sending me here." Like on all his videos, I'm like, that dude is beat down by this terrible system, and it's like, and he knows there's not much he can really do, but he's glad he's been sit there. But it's just a nightmare, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, but that'll do it for tonight's show. I've got nothing else. What else do you guys want to talk about? Anything, or you want to call it a night?
What did you guys have to talk about, Aaron?
Oh yeah, we never even got to that segment. I don't know if anybody will see it at this late in the show. Maybe we can hold it off for another week if you want, or whatever you want to do. You're on mute, Brandon.
Sorry, the dogs were barking. I was going to get the dog. Anyway, I thought I unmuted myself. Let's wait, because I want to get a couple things together, because I want it to be kind of like a real thing, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's funnier that you don't know what it is, because then we get your real answers. So
hey, I do it to you every week. It'll be kind of fun for me not to know what's coming. So just get some stuff like some tabs up and share your screen or whatever when we get to
That's what I think about that.
Boo. I like that. All right.
It's funny. It's I guess to make it, somewhat to what you guys know, in a sense of it's a funny inside joke to us, and that's why we wanted to do it, because it was funny to us, and it's an inside joke on our behalf, but it's on your fucking feet. So
oh, nice. Awesome. All right. Well, we got that to look forward to potentially next week on episode number 73 of the Dragons Den podcast. We'll be back next Friday night, as always, at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But hey, if you're finding this for the first time, I probably should say this more often during the show, especially earlier. But please hit that like, hit subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble. Don't forget to follow us on our X accounts as well, at the bottom of the screen and in the description box below, as always. And until next week, guys, hope you guys are enjoying your Christmas holiday. Spend time with your loved ones and your friends and family. And definitely don't forget the reason for the season. No doubt about that for sure. So until next week, guys, we're going to get out of here. But as always, take care and God bless. Well, no. All right.
Sign off. I want to say one thing. Okay. I want to wish Jackson a happy birthday. I know it's your birthday not until Monday, but I love you, buddy. And you are the best birthday present I could ever ask for. Happy birthday.
Well, on that note, we'll also wish Brandon a happy birthday, who is also having a birthday next Monday, right? Yeah, Monday.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
happy birthday to Brandon, too.
happy birthday to both Brandon and Jackson this Monday. I love you guys.
And don't forget my birthday next week. All right, sweet.
And-
All right, we're gonna. But you can give those wishes to me next Friday. So yeah,
Yeah.
All right, guys. On that note, we're going to get out of here tonight. Like I said, as always, take care. God bless. Later.
Good night.
See you next week.
Good night.